We hope you enjoy hearing this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby on our YouTube channel. To hear more, click the playlist link in the description box below. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others so they too can hear Scourby's classic book readings.
Favorite Poems of Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, narrated by Alexander Scourby.
The Builders. All are architects of fate, working in these walls of time, some with massive deeds and great, some with ornaments of rhyme. Nothing useless is or low, each thing in its place is best, and what seems but idle show strengthens and supports the rest. For the structure that we raise, time is with materials filled. Our todays and yesterdays are the blocks with which we build. Truly shape and fashion these, leave no yawning gaps between. Think not because no man sees, such things will remain unseen. In the elder days of art, builders wrought with greatest care each minute and unseen part, for the gods see everywhere. Let us do our work as well, both the unseen and the seen. Make the house where gods may dwell beautiful, entire, and clean. Else our lives are incomplete, standing in these walls of time, broken stairways where the feet stumble as they seek to climb. Build today, then, strong and sure, with a firm and ample base, and ascending and secure shall tomorrow find its place. Thus alone can we attain to those turrets where the eye sees the world as one vast plain and one boundless reach of sky. The Courtship of Miles Standish. 1. Miles Standish. In the old colony days, in Plymouth, the land of the Pilgrims, to and fro in a room of his simple and primitive dwelling, clad in doublet and hose and boots of cordovan leather, strode with a martial air Miles Standish, the Puritan captain. Buried in thought he seemed, with his hands behind him, and pausing ever and anon to behold his glittering weapons of warfare hanging in shining array along the walls of the chamber, cutlass and corselet of steel, and his trusty sword of Damascus, curved at the point and inscribed with its mystical Arabic sentence, while underneath, in a corner, were fowling piece, musket, and matchlock. Short of stature he was, but strongly built and athletic, broad in the shoulders, deep-chested, with muscles and sinews of iron. Brown as a nut was his face, but his russet beard was already flaked with patches of snow, as hedges sometimes in November. Near him was seated John Alden, his friend and household companion, writing with diligent speed at a table of pine by the window. Fair-haired, azure-eyed, with delicate Saxon complexion, having the dew of his youth and the beauty thereof, as the captives whom St. Gregory saw and exclaimed, not angles, but angels. Youngest of all was he of the men who came in the Mayflower. Suddenly breaking the silence, the diligent scribe interrupting, spake in the pride of his heart Miles Standish, the captain of Plymouth. "Look at these arms," he said, "the warlike weapons that hang here burnished and bright and clean as if for parade or inspection. This is the sword of Damascus I fought with in Flanders. This breastplate, well I remember the day, once saved my life in a skirmish. Here in front you can see the very dint of the bullet fired point-blank at my heart by a Spanish arquebusero. Had it not been of sheer steel, the forgotten bones of Miles Standish would at this moment be mould in their grave in the Flemish morasses." Thereupon answered John Alden, but looked not up from his writing, "Truly the breath of the Lord hath slackened the speed of the bullet. He in his mercy preserved you, to be our shield and our weapon." Still the captain continued, unheeding the words of the stripling. "See how bright they are burnished, as if in an arsenal hanging. That is because I have done it myself, and not left it to others. Serve yourself, would you be well served, is an excellent adage. So I take care of my alms, as you of your pens and your inkhorn. Then, too, there are my soldiers, my great invincible army, 12 men, all equipped, having each his rest and his matchlock, 18 shillings a month, together with diet and pillage. And, like Caesar, I know the name of each of my soldiers. This he said with a smile that danced in his eyes, as the sunbeams dance on the waves of the sea, and vanish again in a moment. Alden laughed as he wrote, and still the captain continued, "Look, you can see from this window my brazen howitzer planted high on the roof of the church, a preacher who speaks to the purpose, steady, straightforward, and strong, with irresistible logic, orthodox, flashing conviction right into the hearts of the heathen. Now we are ready, I think, for any assault of the Indians. Let them come if they like, and the sooner they try it, the better. Let them come if they like, be it Sagamore, Sachem, or Powwow, Aspinet, Samoset, Corbitant, Squanto, or Tockamahaman." Long at the window he stood and wistfully gazed on the landscape, washed with a cold grey mist, the vapory breath of the east wind, forest and meadow and hill, and the steel-blue rim of the ocean, lying silent and sad in the afternoon shadows and sunshine. Over his countenance flitted a shadow like those on the landscape, gloom intermingled with light, and his voice was subdued with emotion, tenderness, pity, regret, as after a pause he proceeded. "Yonder there, on the hill by the sea, lies buried Rose Standish, beautiful rose of love that bloomed for me by the wayside. She was the first to die of all who came in the Mayflower. Green above her is growing the field of wheat we have sown there. Better to hide from the Indian scouts the graves of our people, lest they should count them and see how many already have perished." Sadly his face he averted, and strode up and down, and was thoughtful. Fixed to the opposite wall was a shelf of books, and among them prominent 3, distinguished alike for bulk and for binding: Barrett's Artillery Guide, and the commentaries of Caesar out of the Latin translated by Arthur Golding of London, and, as if guarded by these, between them was standing the Bible. Musing a moment before them, Miles Standish paused, as if doubtful which of the 3 he should choose for his consolation and comfort, whether the wars of the Hebrews, the famous campaigns of the Romans, or the artillery practice designed for belligerent Christians. Finally, down from its shelf he dragged the ponderous Roman, seated himself at the window, and opened the book, and in silence turned o'er the well-worn leaves, where thumb marks, thick on the margin like the trample of feet, proclaimed the battle was hottest. Nothing was heard in the room but the hurrying pen of the stripling, busily writing epistles important to go by the Mayflower, ready to sail on the morrow, or next day at latest, God willing, homeward bound with the tidings of all that terrible winter. Letters written by Alden, and full of the name of Priscilla, full of the name and the fame of the Puritan maiden Priscilla. 2. Love and Friendship. Nothing was heard in the room but the hurrying pen of the stripling, or an occasional sigh from the laboring heart of the captain, reading the marvelous words and achievements of Julius Caesar. After a while he exclaimed, as he smote with his hand palm downwards heavily on the page, "A wonderful man was this Caesar. You are a writer, and I am a fighter. But here is a fellow who could both write and fight, and in both was equally skilful." Straightway answered and spake John Alden, the comely, the youthful, "Yes, he was equally skilled, as you say, with his pen and his weapons. Somewhere have I read, but where I forget, he could dictate 7 letters at once, at the same time writing his memoirs." "Truly," continued the captain, not heeding or hearing the other, "truly, a wonderful man was Caius Julius Caesar. Better be first, he said, in a little Iberian village than be second in Rome. And I think he was right when he said it. Twice was he married before he was 20, and many times after. Battles 500 he fought, and 1,000 cities he conquered. He too fought in Flanders, as he himself has recorded. Finally he was stabbed by his friend, the orator Brutus. Now, do you know what he did on a certain occasion in Flanders when the rear guard of his army retreated, the front giving way too, and the immortal 12th Legion was crowded so closely together there was no room for their swords? Why, he seized a shield from a soldier, put himself straight at the head of his troops, and commanded the captains, calling on each by his name, to order forward the ensigns, then to widen the ranks and give more room for their weapons. So he won the day, the battle of something or other. That's what I always say. If you wish a thing to be well done, you must do it yourself. You must not leave it to others. All was silent again. The captain continued his reading. Nothing was heard in the room but the hurrying pen of the stripling, writing epistles important to go next day by the Mayflower, filled with the name and the fame of the Puritan maiden Priscilla. Every sentence began or closed with the name of Priscilla, till the treacherous pen, to which he confided the secret, strove to betray it by singing and shouting the name of Priscilla. Finally, closing his book with a bang of the ponderous cover, sudden and loud as the sound of a soldier grounding his musket, thus to the young man spake Miles Standish, the captain of Plymouth. "When you've finished your work, I have something important to tell you. Be not, however, in haste. I can wait. I shall not be impatient." Straightway Alden replied, as he folded the last of his letters, pushing his papers aside and giving respectful attention, "Speak, for whenever you speak I am always ready to listen, always ready to hear whatever pertains to Miles Standish." Thereupon answered the captain, embarrassed and culling his phrases, "'Tis not good for a man to be alone, say the Scriptures. This I have said before, and again I repeat it. Every hour in the day I think it, and feel it, and say it. Since Rose Standish died, my life has been weary and dreary. Sick at heart have I been, beyond the healing of friendship. Oft in my lonely hours have I thought of the maiden Priscilla. She's alone in the world. Her father and mother and brother died in the winter together. I saw her going and coming, now to the grave of the dead and now to the bed of the dying, patient, courageous, and strong, and said to myself that if ever there were angels on earth, as there are angels in heaven, two have I seen and known. And the angel whose name is Priscilla holds in my desolate life the place which the other abandoned. Long have I cherished the thought, but never have dared to reveal it, being a coward in this, though valiant enough for the most part. Go to the damsel Priscilla, the loveliest maiden of Plymouth. Say that a blunt old captain, a man not of words but of actions, offers his hand and his heart, the hand and heart of a soldier. Not in these words, you know, but this, in short, is my meaning. I'm a maker of war and not a maker of phrases. You, who are bred as a scholar, can say it in elegant language, such as you read in your books of the pleadings and wooings of lovers, such as you think best adapted to win the heart of a maiden." When he had spoken, John Alden, the fair-haired, taciturn stripling, all aghast at his words, surprised, embarrassed, bewildered, trying to mask his dismay by treating the subject with lightness, trying to smile, and yet feeling his heart stand still in his bosom, just as a timepiece stops in a house that is stricken by lightning, thus made answer and spake, or rather stammered and answered. Such a message as that, I'm sure I should mangle and mar it, if you would have it well done. I'm only repeating your maxim. You must do it yourself. You must not leave it to others. But with the air of a man whom nothing can turn from his purpose, gravely shaking his head, made answer the captain of Plymouth, "Truly the maxim is good, and I do not mean to gainsay it, but we must use it discreetly, and not waste powder for nothing. Now, as I said before, I was never a maker of phrases. I can march up to a fortress and summon the place to surrender, but march up to a woman with such a proposal I dare not. I'm not afraid of bullets, nor shot from the mouth of a cannon, but of a thundering no, point-blank from the mouth of a woman, that, I confess, I'm afraid of, nor am I ashamed to confess it. So you must grant my request, for you are an elegant scholar, having the graces of speech and skill in the turning of phrases. Taking the hand of his friend, who still was reluctant and doubtful, holding it long in his own and pressing it kindly, he added, "Though I've spoken thus lightly, yet deep is the feeling that prompts me. Surely you cannot refuse what I ask in the name of our friendship?" Then made answer John Alden, "The name of friendship is sacred. What you demand in that name, I have not the power to deny you." So the strong will prevailed, subduing and molding the gentler. Friendship prevailed over love, and Alden went on his errand. 3. The Lover's Errand. So the strong will prevailed, and Alden went on his errand, out of the street of the village, and into the paths of the forest, into the tranquil woods, where bluebirds and robins were building towns in the populous trees with hanging gardens of verdure, peaceful, aerial cities of joy and affection and freedom. All around him was calm, but within him commotion and conflict, love contending with friendship, and self with each generous impulse. To and fro in his breast his thoughts were heaving and dashing, as in a foundering ship, with every roll of the vessel, washes the bitter sea, the merciless surge of the ocean. "Must I relinquish it all?" he cried with a wild lamentation. "Must I relinquish it all? The joy, the hope, the illusion? Was it for this I have loved and waited and worshipped in silence? Was it for this I have followed the flying feet and the shadow over the wintry sea to the desolate shores of New England? Truly the heart is deceitful, and out of its depths of corruption rise like an exhalation the misty phantoms of passion. Angels of light they seem, but are only delusions of Satan. All is clear to me now. I feel it, I see it distinctly. This is the hand of the Lord. It is laid upon me in anger, for I have followed too much the heart's desires and devices, worshipping Astaroth blindly and impious idols of Baal. This is the cross I must bear, the sin, and the swift retribution." So through the Plymouth woods John Alden went on his errand. Crossing the brook at the ford, where it brawled over pebble and shallow, gathering still as he went the Mayflowers blooming around him, fragrant, filling the air with a strange and wonderful sweetness, children lost in the woods and covered with leaves in their slumber. Puritan flowers, he said, and the type of Puritan maidens, modest and simple and sweet, the very type of Priscilla. So I will take them to her, to Priscilla, the Mayflower of Plymouth, modest and simple and sweet. As a parting gift will I take them, breathing their silent farewells as they fade and wither and perish, soon to be thrown away, as is the heart of the giver. So through the Plymouth woods John Alden went on his errand, came to an open space, and saw the disk of the ocean, sailless, somber and cold with the comfortless breath of the east wind, saw the new-built house and people at work in a meadow, heard as he drew near the door the musical voice of Priscilla singing the 100th Psalm, the grand old Puritan anthem, music that Luther sang to the sacred words of the psalmist, full of the breath of the Lord, consoling and comforting many. Then, as he opened the door, he beheld the form of the maiden seated beside her wheel, and the corded wool like a snowdrift piled at her knee, her white hands feeding the ravenous spindle, while, with her foot on the treadle, she guided the wheel in its motion. Open wide on her lap lay the well-worn psalm book of Ainsworth, printed in Amsterdam, the words and the music together, rough-hewn angular notes, like stones in the wall of a churchyard, darkened and overhung by the running vine of the verses. Such was the book from whose pages she sang the old Puritan anthem, she, the Puritan girl in the solitude of the forest, making the humble house and the modest apparel of homespun beautiful with her beauty and rich with the wealth of her being. Over him rushed, like a wind that is keen and cold and relentless, thoughts of what might have been, and the weight and woe of his errand. All the dreams that had faded, and all the hopes that had vanished. All his life henceforth a dreary and tenantless mansion, haunted by vain regrets and pallid, sorrowful faces. Still he said to himself, and almost fiercely he said it, "Let not him that putteth his hand to the plough look backwards. Though the ploughshare cut through the flowers of life to its fountains, though it pass o'er the graves of the dead and the hearths of the living, it is the will of the Lord, and his mercy endureth forever." So he entered the house, and the hum of the wheel and the singing suddenly ceased. For Priscilla, aroused by his step on the threshold, rose as he entered and gave him her hand in signal of welcome, saying, "I knew it was you when I heard your step in the passage, for I was thinking of you as I sat there singing and spinning." Awkward and dumb with delight that a thought of him had been mingled thus in the sacred psalm that came from the heart of a maiden, silent before her he stood, and gave her the flowers for an answer, finding no words for his thought. He remembered that day in the winter after the first great snow, when he broke a path from the village, reeling and plunging along through the drifts that encumbered the doorway, stamping the snow from his feet as he entered the house, and Priscilla laughed at his snowy locks and gave him a seat by the fireside, grateful and pleased to know he had thought of her in the snowstorm. Had he but spoken then? Perhaps not in vain had he spoken. Now it was all too late. The golden moment had vanished. So he stood there abashed and gave her the flowers for an answer. Then they sat down and talked of the birds and the beautiful springtime, talked of their friends at home and the Mayflower that sailed on the morrow. "I have been thinking all day," said gently the Puritan maiden, "dreaming all night and thinking all day of the hedgerows of England. They are in blossom now, and the country is all like a garden. Thinking of lanes and fields, and the song of the lark and the linnet, seeing the village street and familiar faces of neighbors going about as of old, and stopping to gossip together, and at the end of the street the village church, with the ivy climbing the old grey tower, and the quiet graves in the churchyard. Kind are the people I live with, and dear to me my religion. Still, my heart is so sad that I wish myself back in old England. You will say it is wrong, but I cannot help it. I almost wish myself back in old England. I feel so lonely and wretched." Thereupon answered the youth, "Indeed, I do not condemn you. Stouter hearts than a woman's have quailed in this terrible winter. Yours is tender and trusting, and needs a stronger to lean on. So I've come to you now with an offer and proffer of marriage made by a good man and true, Miles Standish, the captain of Plymouth." Thus he delivered his message, the dexterous writer of letters, did not embellish the theme nor array it in beautiful phrases, but came straight to the point and blurted it out like a schoolboy. Even the captain himself could hardly have said it more bluntly. Mute with amazement and sorrow, Priscilla the Puritan maiden looked into Alden's face, her eyes dilated with wonder, feeling his words like a blow that stunned her and rendered her speechless, till at length she exclaimed, interrupting the ominous silence, "If the great captain of Plymouth is so very eager to wed me, why does he not come himself and take the trouble to woo me? If I am not worth the wooing, I surely am not worth the winning." Then John Alden began explaining and smoothing the matter. making it worse as he went, by saying the captain was busy, had no time for such things. Such things. The words, grating harshly, fell on the ear of Priscilla, and swift as a flash she made answer, "Has he no time for such things, as you call it, before he is married? Would he be likely to find it, or make it, after the wedding? That is the way with you men. You don't understand us, you cannot. When you have made up your minds, after thinking of this one and that one, choosing, selecting, rejecting, comparing one with another, then you make known your desire with abrupt and sudden avowal, and are offended and hurt and indignant, perhaps, that a woman does not respond at once to a love that she never suspected, does not attain at a bound the height to which you have been climbing. This is not right nor just. How with the people of God he had chosen to suffer affliction, how in return for his zeal they had made him captain of Plymouth. He was a gentleman born, could trace his pedigree plainly back to Hugh Standish of Duxbury Hall in Lancashire, England, who was the son of Rafe and the grandson of Thurston de Standish, heir unto vast estates of which he was basely defrauded, still bore the family arms, and had for his crest a cock argent, combed and wattled gules, and all the rest of the blazon. He was a man of honour, of noble and generous nature. Though he was rough, he was kindly. She knew how during the winter he had attended the sick with a hand as gentle as a woman's. Somewhat hasty and hot, he could not deny it, and headstrong, stern as a soldier might be, but hearty and placable always, not to be laughed at and scorned because he was little of stature, for he was great of heart, magnanimous, courtly, courageous. Any woman in Plymouth, nay, any woman in England, might be happy and proud to be called the wife of Miles Standish. But as he warmed and glowed in his simple and eloquent language, quite forgetful of self and full of the praise of his rival, archly the maiden smiled, and with eyes overrunning with laughter, said in a tremulous voice, "Why don't you speak for yourself, John?" 4. John Alden. Into the open air John Alden, perplexed and bewildered, rushed like a man insane, and wandered alone by the seaside, paced up and down the sands, and bared his head to the east wind, cooling his heated brow and the fire and fever within him. Slowly, as out of the heavens, with apocalyptical splendor, sank the city of God in the vision of John the Apostle, so, with its cloudy walls of chrysolite, jasper, and sapphire, sank the broad red sun, and over its turrets, uplifted, glimmered the golden reed of the angel who measured the city. "Welcome, O wind of the east!" he exclaimed in his wild exultation. "Welcome, O wind of the east, from the caves of the misty Atlantic, blowing o'er fields of dulse and measureless meadows of sea-grass, blowing o'er rocky wastes and the grottos and gardens of ocean. Lay thy cold, moist hand on my burning forehead, and wrap me close in thy garments of mist, to allay the fever within me." Like an awakened conscience, the sea was moaning and tossing, beating remorseful and loud the mutable sands of the seashore. Fierce in his soul was the struggle and tumult of passions contending, love triumphant and crowned, and friendship wounded and bleeding, passionate cries of desire, and importunate pleadings of duty. "Is it my fault," he said, "that the maiden has chosen between us? Is it my fault that he failed, my fault that I am the victor?" Then within him there thundered a voice like the voice of the prophet, "It hath displeased the Lord." And he thought of David's transgression, Bathsheba's beautiful face, and his friend in the front of the battle. Shame and confusion of guilt and abasement and self-condemnation overwhelmed him at once, and he cried in the deepest contrition, "It hath displeased the Lord. It is the temptation of Satan." Then, uplifting his head, he looked at the sea, and beheld there dimly the shadowy form of the Mayflower riding at anchor, rocked on the rising tide, and ready to sail on the morrow. Heard the voices of men through the mist, the rattle of cordage thrown on the deck, the shouts of the mate, and the sailors' "Aye, aye, sir," clear and distinct, but not loud, in the dripping air of the twilight. Still for a moment he stood and listened, and stared at the vessel, then went hurriedly on, as one who, seeing a phantom, stops, then quickens his pace, and follows the beckoning shadow. "Yes, it is plain to me now," he murmured. "The hand of the Lord is leading me out of the land of darkness, the bondage of error, through the sea that shall lift the walls of its waters around me, hiding me, cutting me off from the cruel thoughts that pursue me. Back will I go o'er the ocean. This dreary land will abandon, her whom I may not love, and him whom my heart has offended. Better to be in my grave in the green old churchyard in England, close by my mother's side and among the dust of my kindred. Better be dead and forgotten than living in shame and dishonor. Sacred and safe and unseen, in the dark of the narrow chamber, with me my secret shall lie, like a buried jewel that glimmers bright on the hand that is dust, in the chambers of silence and darkness. Yes, as the marriage ring of the great espousal hereafter." Thus as he spake, he turned, in the strength of his strong resolution, leaving behind him the shore, and hurried along in the twilight, through the congenial gloom of the forest, silent and sombre, till he beheld the lights in the 7 houses of Plymouth, shining like 7 stars in the dusk and mist of the evening. Soon he entered his door, and found the redoubtable captain sitting alone and absorbed in the martial pages of Caesar, fighting some great campaign in Hainault or Brabant or Flanders. "Long have you been on your errand?" he said with a cheery demeanor, even as one who is waiting an answer, and fears not the issue. "Not far off is the house, although the woods are between us. But you've lingered so long that while you were going and coming I've fought 10 battles and sacked and demolished a city. Come, sit down, and in order relate to me all that has happened." Then John Alden spake, and related the wondrous adventure from beginning to end, minutely, just as it happened. How he had seen Priscilla, and how he had sped in his courtship, only smoothing a little and softening down her refusal. But when he came at length to the words Priscilla had spoken, words so tender and cruel, "Why don't you speak for yourself, John?" Up leaped the captain of Plymouth, and stamped on the floor till his armor clanged on the wall where it hung with a sound of sinister omen. All his pent-up wrath burst forth in a sudden explosion, e'en as a hand grenade that scatters destruction around it. Wildly he shouted and loud, "John Alden, you have betrayed me! Me, Miles Standish, your friend, have supplanted, defrauded, betrayed me. One of my ancestors ran his sword through the heart of Wat Tyler. Who shall prevent me from running my own through the heart of a traitor? Yours is the greater treason, for yours is a treason to friendship. You who lived under my roof, whom I cherished and loved as a brother, you who have fed at my board and drunk at my cup, to whose keeping I've entrusted my honor, my thoughts, the most sacred and secret, you too, Brutus! Ah, woe to the name of friendship hereafter! Brutus was Caesar's friend, and you were mine. But henceforward let there be nothing between us save war and implacable hatred." So spake the captain of Plymouth, and strode about in the chamber, chafing and choking with rage. Like cords were the veins on his temples. But in the midst of his anger a man appeared at the doorway, bringing in uttermost haste a message of urgent importance, rumors of danger and war and hostile incursions of Indians. Straightway the captain paused, and without further question or parley, took from the nail on the wall his sword with its scabbard of iron, buckled the belt round his waist, and frowning fiercely, departed. Alden was left alone. He heard the clank of the scabbard growing fainter and fainter, and dying away in the distance. Then he arose from his seat, and looked forth into the darkness, felt the cool air blow on his cheek that was hot with the insult, lifted his eyes to the heavens, and folding his hands as in childhood, prayed in the silence of night to the Father who seeth in secret. Meanwhile the choleric captain strode wrathfully away to the council, found it already assembled, impatiently waiting his coming. Men in the middle of life, austere and grave in deportment, only one of them old, the hill that was nearest to heaven, covered with snow, but erect, the excellent elder of Plymouth. God had sifted 3 kingdoms to find the wheat for this planting, then had sifted the wheat as the living seed of a nation. So say the chronicles old, and such is the faith of the people. Near them was standing an Indian, in attitude stern and defiant, naked down to the waist and grim and ferocious in aspect, while on the table before them was lying unopened a Bible, ponderous, bound in leather, brass-studded, printed in Holland, and beside it, outstretched, the skin of a rattlesnake glittered, filled like a quiver with arrows, a signal and challenge of warfare brought by the Indian, and speaking with arrowy tongues of defiance. This Miles Standish beheld as he entered, and heard them debating what were an answer befitting the hostile message and menace, talking of this and of that, contriving, suggesting, objecting. One voice only for peace, and that the voice of the elder, judging it wise and well that some at least were converted, rather than any were slain, for this was but Christian behavior. Then out spake Miles Standish, the stalwart captain of Plymouth, muttering deep in his throat, for his voice was husky with anger. "What, do you mean to make war with milk and the water of roses? Is it to shoot red squirrels you have your howitzer planted there on the roof of the church? Or is it to shoot red devils? Truly, the only tongue that is understood by a savage must be the tongue of fire that speaks from the mouth of the cannon." Thereupon answered and said the excellent elder of Plymouth, somewhat amazed and alarmed at this irreverent language, "Not so thought St. Paul, nor yet the other apostles. Not from the cannon's mouth were the tongues of fire they spake with." But unheeded fell this mild rebuke on the captain, who had advanced to the table, and thus continued discoursing. "Leave this matter to me, for to me by right it pertaineth. War is a terrible trade, but in the cause that is righteous, sweet is the smell of powder. And thus I answer the challenge." Then from the rattlesnake's skin, with a sudden contemptuous gesture jerking the Indian arrows, he filled it with powder and bullets full to the very jaws, and handed it back to the savage, saying in thundering tones, "Here, take it, this is your answer." Silently out of the room then glided the glistening savage, bearing the serpent's skin, and seeming himself like a serpent, winding his sinuous way in the dark to the depths of the forest. 5. The Sailing of the Mayflower. Just in the grey of the dawn, as the mists uprose from the meadows, there was a stir and a sound in the slumbering village of Plymouth, clanging and clicking of arms, and the order imperative, "Forward," given in tone suppressed, a tramp of feet, and then silence. Figures 10 in the mist marched slowly out of the village. Standish the stalwart it was, with 8 of his valorous army, led by their Indian guide, by Hobomok, friend of the white men, northward marching to quell the sudden revolt of the savage. Giants they seemed in the mist, or the mighty men of King David. Giants in heart they were, who believed in God and the Bible. Aye, who believed in the smiting of Midianites and Philistines. Over them gleamed far off the crimson banners of morning. Under them, loud on the sands, the serried billows advancing fired along the line, and in regular order retreated. Many a mile had they marched, when at length the village of Plymouth woke from its sleep, and arose intent on its manifold labours. Sweet was the air and soft, and slowly the smoke from the chimneys rose over roofs of thatch and pointed steadily eastward. Men came forth from the doors and paused and talked of the weather, said that the wind had changed and was blowing fair for the Mayflower, talked of their captain's departure and all the dangers that menaced, he being gone, the town, and what should be done in his absence. Merrily sang the birds, and the tender voices of women consecrated with hymns the common cares of the household. Out of the sea rose the sun, and the billows rejoiced at his coming. Beautiful were his feet on the purple tops of the mountains, beautiful on the sails of the Mayflower riding at anchor, battered and blackened and worn by all the storms of the winter. Loosely against her masts was hanging and flapping her canvas, rent by so many gales and patched by the hands of the sailors. Suddenly from her side, as the sun rose over the ocean, darted a puff of smoke and floated seaward. Anon rang loud over field and forest the cannon's roar, and the echoes heard and repeated the sound, the signal gun of departure. Ah, but with louder echoes replied the hearts of the people. Meekly, in voices subdued, the chapter was read from the Bible. Meekly the prayer was begun, but ended in fervent entreaty. Then from their houses in haste came forth the pilgrims of Plymouth, men and women and children, all hurrying down to the seashore, eager with tearful eyes to say farewell to the Mayflower, homeward bound o'er the sea, and leaving them here in the desert. Foremost among them was Alden. All night he had lain without slumber, turning and tossing about in the heat and unrest of his fever. He had beheld mild Standish, who came back late from the council, stalking into the room, and heard him mutter and murmur. Sometimes it seemed a prayer, and sometimes it sounded like swearing. Once he had come to the bed and stood there a moment in silence. Then he had turned away and said, "I will not awake him. Let him sleep on, it is best. But what is the use of more talking?" Then he extinguished the light and threw himself down on his pallet, dressed as he was and ready to start at the break of the morning, covered himself with the cloak he had worn in his campaigns in Flanders, slept as a soldier sleeps in his bivouac, ready for action. But with the dawn he arose. In the twilight Alden beheld him put on his corselet of steel and all the rest of his armour, buckle about his waist his trusty blade of Damascus, take from the corner his musket, and so stride out of the chamber. Often the heart of the youth had burned and yearned to embrace him. Often his lips had essayed to speak, imploring for pardon. All the old friendship came back with its tender and grateful emotions. But his pride overmastered the nobler nature within him. Pride and the sense of his wrong and the burning fire of the insult. So he beheld his friend departing in anger, but spake not, saw him go forth to danger, perhaps to death, and he spake not. Then he arose from his bed and heard what the people were saying, joined in the talk at the door with Stephen and Richard and Gilbert, joined in the morning prayer and in the reading of Scripture, and with the others in haste went hurrying down to the seashore, down to the Plymouth Rock, that had been to their feet as a doorstep into a world unknown, the cornerstone of the nation. There with his boat was the master, already a little impatient lest he should lose the tide or the wind might shift to the eastward. Square-built, hearty and strong, with an odor of ocean about him, speaking with this one and that and cramming letters and parcels into his pockets capacious, and messages mingled together into his narrow brain till at last he was wholly bewildered. Nearer the boat stood Alden, with one foot placed on the gunwale, one still firm on the rock, and talking at times with the sailors seated erect on the thwarts, all ready and eager for starting. He, too, was eager to go, and thus put an end to his anguish, thinking to fly from despair that swifter than keel is or canvas, thinking to drown in the sea the ghost that would rise and pursue him. But as he gazed on the crowd, he beheld the form of Priscilla standing dejected among them, unconscious of all that was passing. Fixed were her eyes upon his, as if she divined his intention, fixed with a look so sad, so reproachful, imploring, and patient, that with a sudden revulsion his heart recoiled from its purpose, as from the verge of a crag where one step more is destruction. Strange is the heart of man, with its quick, mysterious instincts. Strange is the life of man, and fatal or fated are moments whereupon turn as on hinges the gates of the wall adamantine. "Here I remain," he exclaimed, as he looked at the heavens above him, thanking the Lord whose breath had scattered the mist and the madness, wherein, blind and lost, to death he was staggering headlong. Yonder snow-white cloud that floats in the ether above me seems like a hand that is pointing and beckoning over the ocean. There is another hand that is not so spectral and ghost-like, holding me, drawing me back, and clasping mine for protection. Float, O hand of cloud, and vanish away in the ether. Roll thyself up like a fist to threaten and daunt me. I heed not either your warning or menace, or any omen of evil. There is no land so sacred, no air so pure and so wholesome as is the air she breathes, and the soil that is pressed by her footsteps. Here for her sake will I stay, and like an invisible presence hover around her forever, protecting, supporting her weakness. Yes, as my foot was the first that stepped on this rock at the landing, so with the blessing of God shall it be the last at the leaving. Meanwhile, the master, alert but with dignified air and important, scanning with watchful eye the tide and the wind and the weather, walked about on the sands, and the people crowded around him, saying a few last words and enforcing his careful remembrance. Then, taking each by the hand, as if he were grasping a tiller, into the boat he sprang, and in haste shoved off to his vessel, glad in his heart to get rid of all this worry and flurry, glad to be gone from a land of sand and sickness and sorrow, short allowance of victual, and plenty of nothing but gospel. Lost in the sound of the oars was the last farewell of the pilgrims. Oh, strong hearts and true! Not one went back in the Mayflower. No, not one looked back who had set his hand to this ploughing. Soon were heard on board the shouts and songs of the sailors heaving the windlass round and hoisting the ponderous anchor. Then the yards were braced, and all sails set to the west wind, blowing steady and strong. And the Mayflower sailed from the harbour, rounded the point of the Gurnet, and leaving far to the southward island and cape of sand, and the field of the first encounter, took the wind on her quarter, and stood for the open Atlantic, borne on the send of the sea and the swelling hearts of the pilgrims. Long in silence they watched the receding sail of the vessel, much endeared to them all as something living and human. Then, as if filled with the Spirit, and wrapped in a vision prophetic, baring his hoary head, the excellent elder of Plymouth said, "Let us pray." And they prayed, and thanked the Lord, and took courage. Mournfully sobbed the waves at the base of the rock, and above them bowed and whispered the wheat on the hill of death, and their kindred seemed to awake in their graves, and to join in the prayer that they uttered. Sun-illumined and white on the eastern verge of the ocean gleamed the departing sail like a marble slab in a graveyard. Buried beneath it lay forever all hope of escaping. Lo, as they turned to depart, they saw the form of an Indian watching them from the hill, but while they spake with each other, pointing with outstretched hands and saying, "Look," he had vanished. So they returned to their homes. But Alden lingered a little, musing alone on the shore, and watching the wash of the billows round the base of the rock, and the sparkle and flash of the sunshine, like the Spirit of God, moving visibly over the waters. 6. Priscilla. Thus for a while he stood and mused by the shore of the ocean, thinking of many things, and most of all of Priscilla. And as if thought had the power to draw to itself like the lodestone whatsoever it touches by subtle laws of its nature, lo, as he turned to depart, Priscilla was standing beside him. "Are you so much offended you will not speak to me?" said she. Am I so much to blame that yesterday, when you were pleading warmly the cause of another, my heart, impulsive and wayward, pleaded your own, and spake out, forgetful perhaps of decorum? Certainly you can forgive me for speaking so frankly, for saying what I ought not to have said, yet now I can never unsay it. For there are moments in life when the heart is so full of emotion that if by chance it be shaken, or into its depths like a pebble drops some careless word, it overflows, and its secret, spilt on the ground like water, can never be gathered together. Yesterday I was shocked when I heard you speak of Miles Standish, praising his virtues, transforming his very defects into virtues, praising his courage and strength, and even his fighting in Flanders, as if by fighting alone you could win the heart of a woman, quite overlooking yourself and the rest, in exalting your hero. Therefore I spake as I did by an irresistible impulse. You will forgive me, I hope, for the sake of the friendship between us, which is too true and too sacred to be so easily broken. Thereupon answered John Alden, the scholar, the friend of Miles Standish, I was not angry with you. With myself alone I was angry, seeing how badly I managed the matter I had in my keeping. No, interrupted the maiden, with answer prompt and decisive. No, you were angry with me for speaking so frankly and freely. It was wrong, I acknowledge. For it is the fate of a woman long to be patient and silent, to wait like a ghost that is speechless till some questioning voice dissolves the spell of its silence. Hence is the inner life of so many suffering women sunless and silent and deep, like subterranean rivers running through caverns of darkness, unheard, unseen, and unfruitful, chafing their channels of stone with endless and profitless murmurs. Thereupon answered John Alden, the young man, the lover of women, Heaven forbid it, Priscilla. And truly, they seemed to me always more like the beautiful rivers that watered the Garden of Eden, more like the river Euphrates, through deserts of Havilah flowing, filling the land with delight and memories sweet of the garden. Ah, by these words I can see, again interrupted the maiden, how very little you prize me, or care for what I am saying. When from the depths of my heart, in pain and with secret misgiving, frankly I speak to you, asking for sympathy only and kindness, straightway you take up my words that are plain and direct and in earnest, turn them away from their meaning, and answer with flattering phrases. This is not right, is not just, is not true to the best that is in you. For I know and esteem you, and feel that your nature is noble, lifting mine up to a higher, a more ethereal level. Therefore I value your friendship, and feel it perhaps the more keenly if you say aught that implies I'm only as one among many. If you make use of those common and complimentary phrases most men think so fine in dealing and speaking with women, but which women reject as insipid, if not as insulting. Mute and amazed was Alden, and listened and looked at Priscilla, thinking he never had seen her more fair, more divine in her beauty. He who but yesterday pleaded so glibly the cause of another stood there embarrassed and silent, and seeking in vain for an answer. So the maiden went on, and little divined or imagined what was at work in his heart that made him so awkward and speechless. Let us then be what we are, and speak what we think, and in all things keep ourselves loyal to truth and the sacred professions of friendship. It is no secret, I tell you, nor am I ashamed to declare it. I have liked to be with you, to see you, to speak with you always. So I was hurt at your words, and a little affronted to hear you urge me to marry your friend, though he were the Captain Miles Standish. For I must tell you the truth. Much more to me is your friendship than all the love he could give, were he twice the hero you think him. Then she extended her hand, and Alden, who eagerly grasped it, felt all the wounds in his heart that were aching and bleeding so sorely healed by the touch of that hand, and he said, with a voice full of feeling, "Yes, we must ever be friends. And of all who offer you friendship, let me be ever the first, the truest, the nearest and dearest." Casting a farewell look at the glimmering sail of the Mayflower, distant but still in sight and sinking below the horizon, homeward together they walked, with a strange, indefinite feeling that all the rest had departed and left them alone in the desert. But as they went through the fields in the blessing and smile of the sunshine, lighter grew their hearts, and Priscilla said very archly, "Now that our terrible captain has gone in pursuit of the Indians, where he is happier far than he would be commanding a household, you may speak boldly and tell me of all that happened between you when you returned last night and said how ungrateful you found me." Thereupon answered John Alden and told her the whole of the story, told her his own despair and the direful wrath of mild Standish. Whereat the maiden smiled and said between laughing and earnest, "He is a little chimney, and heated hot in a moment." But as he gently rebuked her, and told her how he had suffered, how he had even determined to sail that day in the Mayflower, and had remained for her sake on hearing the dangers that threatened, all her manner was changed, and she said with a faltering accent, "Truly, I thank you for this. How good you have been to me always." Thus, as a pilgrim devout who toward Jerusalem journeys, taking 3 steps in advance and 1 reluctantly backward, urged by importunate zeal and withheld by pangs of contrition, slowly but steadily onward, receding yet ever advancing, journeyed this Puritan youth to the holy land of his longings, urged by the fervor of love and withheld by remorseful misgivings. 7. The March of Miles Standish. Meanwhile, the stalwart Miles Standish was marching steadily northward, winding through forest and swamp and along the trend of the seashore all day long with hardly a halt, the fire of his anger burning and crackling within, and the sulphurous odor of powder seeming more sweet to his nostrils than all the scents of the forest. Silent and moody he went, and much he revolved his discomfort. He who was used to success and to easy victories always, thus to be flouted, rejected, and laughed to scorn by a maiden, thus to be mocked and betrayed by the friend whom most he had trusted. 'Twas too much to be borne, and he fretted and chafed in his armor. "I alone am to blame," he muttered, "for mine was the folly. What has a rough old soldier grown grim and grey in the harness, used to the camp and its ways, to do with the wooing of maidens? 'Twas but a dream, let it pass, let it vanish like so many others. What I thought was a flower is only a weed, and is worthless. Out of my heart will I pluck it and throw it away, and henceforward be but a fighter of battles, a lover and wooer of dangers." Thus he revolved in his mind his sorry defeat and discomfort while he was marching by day or lying at night in the forest, looking up at the trees and the constellations beyond them. After a 3 days' march, he came to an Indian encampment pitched on the edge of a meadow between the sea and the forest, women at work by the tents, and warriors, horrid with war paint, seated about a fire, and smoking and talking together, who, when they saw from afar the sudden approach of the white men, saw the flash of the sun on breastplate and saber and musket, straightway leaped to their feet, and 2 from among them, advancing, came to parley with Standish, and offer him furs as a present. Friendship was in their looks, but in their hearts there was hatred. Braves of the tribe were these, and brothers, gigantic in stature, huge as Goliath of Gath, or the terrible Og, king of Bashan. One was Pecksuot named, and the other was called Wattawamut. Round their necks were suspended their knives in scabbards of wampum, two-edged, trenchant knives, with points as sharp as a needle. Other arms had they none, for they were cunning and crafty. "Welcome, English," they said. These words they had learned from the traders touching at times on the coast to barter and chaffer for peltries. Then in their native tongue they began to parley with Standish through his guide and interpreter, Hobomok, friend of the white man, begging for blankets and knives, but mostly for muskets and powder, kept by the white man, they said, concealed with the plague in his cellars, ready to be let loose and destroy his brother the red man. But when Standish refused and said he would give them the Bible...
We hope you are enjoying this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others. Click the playlist link in the description box below for more classic book readings.
Suddenly changing their tone, they began to boast and to bluster. Then Wattawamut advanced with a stride in front of the other, and with a lofty demeanour thus vauntingly spake to the captain. Now Wattawamut can see by the fiery eyes of the captain, angry is he in his heart. But the heart of the brave Wattawamut is not afraid at the sight. He was not born of a woman, but on a mountain at night, from an oak tree riven by lightning forth he sprang at a bound, with all his weapons about him, shouting, Who is there here to fight with the brave Wattawamut? Then he unsheathed his knife, and whetting the blade on his left hand, held it aloft, and displayed a woman's face on the handle, saying, with bitter expression and look of sinister meaning, I have another at home, with the face of a man on the handle. By and by they shall marry, and there will be plenty of children. Then stood Pecksuot forth, self-vaunting, insulting Miles Standish, while with his fingers he patted the knife that hung at his bosom, drawing it half from its sheath and plunging it back, as he muttered, By and by it shall see, it shall eat, aha, but shall speak not. This is the mighty captain the white men have sent to destroy us. He is a little man. Let him go and work with the women. Meanwhile Standish had noted the faces and figures of Indians peeping and creeping about from bush to tree in the forest, feigning to look for game, with arrows set on their bowstrings, drawing about him still closer and closer the net of their ambush. But undaunted he stood and dissembled, and treated them smoothly. So the old chronicles say that were writ in the days of the fathers. But when he heard their defiance, the boast, the taunt, and the insult, all the hot blood of his race, of Sir Hugh and of Thurston de Standish, boiled and beat in his heart and swelled in the veins of his temples. Headlong he leaped on the boaster, and snatching his knife from its scabbard, plunged it into his heart, and reeling backward, the savage fell with his face to the sky, and a fiend-like fierceness upon it. Straight there arose from the forest the awful sound of the war-whoop, and like a flurry of snow on the whistling wind of December, swift and sudden and keen, came a flight of feathery arrows. Then came a cloud of smoke, and out of the cloud came the lightning, out of the lightning thunder, and death unseen ran before it. Frightened, the savages fled for shelter in swamp and in thicket, hotly pursued and beset. But their sachem, the brave Wattawamut, fled not. He was dead. Unswerving and swift had a bullet passed through his brain, and he fell with both hands clutching the green sward, seeming in death to hold back from his foe the land of his fathers. There on the flowers of the meadow the warriors lay, and above them, silent with folded arms, stood Hobomok, friend of the white man. Smiling at length, he exclaimed to the stalwart captain of Plymouth, Pecksuot bragged very loud of his courage, his strength, and his stature, mocked the great captain, and called him a little man. But I see now, big enough have you been to lay him speechless before you. Thus the first battle was fought and won by the stalwart Miles Standish. When the tidings thereof were brought to the village of Plymouth, and as a trophy of war the head of the brave Wattawamut scowled from the roof of the fort, which at once was a church and a fortress, all who beheld it rejoiced, and praised the Lord, and took courage. Only Priscilla averted her face from this spectre of terror, thanking God in her heart that she had not married Miles Standish, shrinking, fearing almost, lest, coming home from his battles, he should lay claim to her hand as the prize and reward of his valor. 8. The Spinning Wheel. Month after month passed away, and in autumn the ships of the merchants came with kindred and friends, with cattle and corn for the pilgrims. All in the village was peace. The men were intent on their labors, busy with hewing and building, with garden plot and with mere stead, busy with breaking the glebe and mowing the grass in the meadows, searching the sea for its fish and hunting the deer in the forest. All in the village was peace. But at times the rumor of warfare filled the air with alarm and the apprehension of danger. Bravely the stalwart Standish was scouring the land with his forces, waxing valiant in fight and defeating the alien armies, till his name had become a sound of fear to the nations. Anger was still in his heart, but at times the remorse and contrition which in all noble natures succeed the passionate outbreak came like a rising tide that encounters the rush of a river, staying its current a while, but making it bitter and brackish. Meanwhile, Alden at home had built him a new habitation, solid, substantial, of timber rough-hewn from the firs of the forest. Wooden barred was the door, and the roof was covered with rushes. Latticed the windows were, and the window panes were of paper, oiled to admit the light, while wind and rain were excluded. There, too, he dug a well, and around it planted an orchard. Still may be seen to this day some trace of the well in the orchard. Close to the house was the stall, where, safe and secure from annoyance, Raghorn, the snow-white bull that had fallen to Alden's allotment in the division of cattle, might ruminate in the night-time over the pastures he cropped, made fragrant by sweet pennyroyal. Oft, when his labor was finished, with eager feet would the dreamer follow the pathway that ran through the woods to the house of Priscilla, led by illusions romantic and subtle deceptions of fancy, pleasure disguised as duty, and love in the semblance of friendship. Ever of her he thought when he fashioned the walls of his dwelling. Ever of her he thought when he delved in the soil of his garden. Ever of her he thought when he read in his Bible on Sunday praise of the virtuous woman, as she is described in the Proverbs. How the heart of her husband doth safely trust in her always, how all the days of her life she will do him good and not evil, how she seeketh the wool and the flax, and worketh with gladness, how she layeth her hand to the spindle, and holdeth the distaff, how she is not afraid of the snow for herself or her household, knowing her household are clothed with the scarlet cloth of her weaving. So, as she sat at her wheel one afternoon in the autumn, Alden, who opposite sat and was watching her dexterous fingers, as if the thread she was spinning were that of his life and his fortune, after a pause in their talk, thus spake to the sound of the spindle. "Truly, Priscilla," he said, "when I see you spinning and spinning, never idle a moment, but thrifty and thoughtful of others, suddenly you are transformed, are visibly changed in a moment. You are no longer Priscilla, but Bertha, the beautiful spinner." Here the light foot on the treadle grew swifter and swifter. The spindle uttered an angry snarl, and the thread snapped short in her fingers, while the impetuous speaker, not heeding the mischief, continued. "You are the beautiful Bertha, the spinner, the queen of Helvetia, she whose story I read at a stall in the streets of Southampton, who, as she rode on her palfrey o'er valley and meadow and mountain, ever was spinning her thread from a distaff fixed to her saddle. She was so thrifty and good that her name passed into a proverb, So shall it be with your own, when the spinning wheel shall no longer hum in the house of the farmer, and fill its chambers with music. Then shall the mothers, reproving, relate how it was in their childhood, praising the good old times, and the days of Priscilla the spinner. Straight uprose from her wheel the beautiful Puritan maiden, pleased with the praise of her thrift, from him whose praise was the sweetest, drew from the reel on the table a snowy skein of her spinning, thus making answer meanwhile to the flattering phrases of Alden. Come, you must not be idle. If I am a pattern for housewives, show yourself equally worthy of being the model of husbands. Hold this skein on your hands while I wind it ready for knitting. Then, who knows but hereafter, when fashions have changed, and the manners, fathers may talk to their sons of the good old times of John Alden. Thus, with a jest and a laugh, the skein on his hand she adjusted, he sitting awkwardly there, with his arms extended before him. She, standing graceful, erect, and winding the thread from his fingers, sometimes chiding a little his clumsy manner of holding, sometimes touching his hands as she disentangled expertly twist or knot in the yarn, unawares, for how could she help it, sending electrical thrills through every nerve in his body. Lo, in the midst of this scene, a breathless messenger entered, bringing in hurry and heat the terrible news from the village. Yes, mild Standish was dead. An Indian had brought them the tidings. Slain by a poisoned arrow, shot down in the front of the battle, into an ambush beguiled, cut off with the whole of his forces. All the town would be burned, and all the people be murdered. Such were the tidings of evil that burst on the hearts of the hearers. Silent and statue-like stood Priscilla, her face looking backward still at the face of the speaker, her arms uplifted in horror. But John Alden, upstarting, as if the barb of the arrow piercing the heart of his friend had struck his own, and had sundered once and forever the bonds that held him bound as a captive, wild with excess of sensation, the awful delight of his freedom, mingled with pain and regret, unconscious of what he was doing, clasped almost with a groan the motionless form of Priscilla, pressing her close to his heart as forever his own, and exclaiming, "Those whom the Lord hath united, let no man put them asunder." Even as rivulets twain from distant and separate sources, seeing each other afar as they leap from the rocks, and pursuing each one its devious path, but drawing nearer and nearer, rush together at last at their trysting place in the forest, so these lives, that had run thus far in separate channels, coming in sight of each other, then swerving and flowing asunder, parted by barriers strong, but drawing nearer and nearer, rushed together at last, and one was lost in the other. 9. The Wedding Day. Forth from the curtain of clouds, from the tent of purple and scarlet, issued the sun, the great high priest, in his garments resplendent. Holiness unto the Lord, in letters of light on his forehead. Round the hem of his robe, the golden bells and pomegranates. Blessing the world he came, and the bars of vapor beneath him gleamed like a grate of brass, and the sea at his feet was a laver. This was the wedding morn of Priscilla the Puritan maiden. Friends were assembled together. The elder and magistrate also graced the scene with their presence, and stood like the law and the gospel, one with the sanction of earth, and one with the blessing of heaven. Simple and brief was the wedding, as that of Ruth and of Boaz. Softly the youth and the maiden repeated the words of betrothal, taking each other for husband and wife in the magistrate's presence, after the Puritan way and the laudable custom of Holland. Fervently then and devoutly the excellent elder of Plymouth prayed for the hearth and the home that were founded that day in affection, speaking of life and of death, and imploring divine benedictions. Lo, when the service was ended, a form appeared on the threshold, clad in armor of steel, a somber and sorrowful figure. Why does the bridegroom start and stare at the strange apparition? Why does the bride turn pale and hide her face on his shoulder? Is it a phantom of air, a bodiless spectral illusion? Is it a ghost from the grave that has come to forbid the betrothal? Long had it stood there unseen, a guest uninvited, unwelcomed. Over its clouded eyes there had passed at times an expression softening the gloom and revealing the warm heart hidden beneath them, as when across the sky the driving rack of the rain cloud grows for a moment thin and betrays the sun by its brightness. Once it had lifted its hand and moved its lips, but was silent, as if an iron will had mastered the fleeting intention. But when were ended the troth and the prayer and the last benediction, into the room it strode, and the people beheld with amazement, bodily there in his armour, Miles Standish, the captain of Plymouth. Grasping the bridegroom's hand, he said with emotion, "Forgive me, I have been angry and hurt. Too long have I cherished the feeling. I have been cruel and hard, but now, thank God, it is ended. Mine is the same hot blood that leaped in the veins of Hugh Standish, sensitive, swift to resent, but as swift in atoning for error. Never so much as now was Miles Standish the friend of John Alden." Thereupon answered the bridegroom, "Let all be forgotten between us, all save the dear old friendship, and that shall grow older and dearer." Then the captain advanced, and bowing saluted Priscilla gravely and after the manner of old-fashioned gentry in England, something of camp and of court, of town and of country commingled, wishing her joy of her wedding and loudly lauding her husband. Then he said with a smile, "I should have remembered the adage, if you would be well served, you must serve yourself. And moreover, no man can gather cherries in Kent at the season of Christmas." Great was the people's amazement, and greater yet their rejoicing, thus to behold once more the sunburnt face of their captain, whom they had mourned as dead, and they gathered and crowded about him, eager to see him and hear him, forgetful of bride and of bridegroom, questioning, answering, laughing, and each interrupting the other, till the good captain declared, being quite overpowered and bewildered, he had rather by far break into an Indian encampment than come again to a wedding to which he had not been invited. Meanwhile the bridegroom went forth and stood with the bride at the doorway, breathing the perfumed air of that warm and beautiful morning. Touched with autumnal tints, but lonely and sad in the sunshine, lay extended before them the land of toil and privation. There were the graves of the dead, and the barren waste of the seashore. There the familiar fields, the groves of pine and the meadows. But to their eyes, transfigured, it seemed as the Garden of Eden, filled with the presence of God, whose voice was the sound of the ocean. Soon was their vision disturbed by the noise and stir of departure, friends coming forth from the house, and impatient of longer delaying, each with his plan for the day and the work that was left uncompleted. Then from a stall near at hand, amid exclamations of wonder, Alden the thoughtful, the careful, so happy, so proud of Priscilla, brought out his snow-white bull, obeying the hand of its master, led by a cord that was tied to an iron ring in its nostrils, covered with crimson cloth, and a cushion placed for a saddle. She should not walk, he said, through the dust and heat of the noonday. Nay, she should ride like a queen, not plod along like a peasant. Somewhat alarmed at first, but reassured by the others, placing her hand on the cushion, her foot in the hand of her husband, gaily, with joyous laugh, Priscilla mounted her palfrey. "Nothing is wanting now," he said with a smile, "but the distaff. Then you would be, in truth, my queen, my beautiful Bertha." Onward the bridal procession now moved to their new habitation, happy husband and wife, and friends conversing together. Pleasantly murmured the brook as they crossed the ford in the forest, pleased with the image that passed, like a dream of love through its bosom, tremulous, floating in air o'er the depths of the azure abysses. Down through the golden leaves the sun was pouring his splendors, gleaming on purple grapes that from branches above them suspended mingled their odorous breath with the balm of the pine and the fir tree, wild and sweet as the clusters that grew in the valley of Eshcol. Like a picture it seemed of the primitive pastoral ages, fresh with the youth of the world, and recalling Rebecca and Isaac, old and yet ever new, and simple and beautiful always. Love immortal and young in the endless succession of lovers. So through the Plymouth woods passed onward the bridal procession. The skeleton in armor. Speak, speak, thou fearful guest, who with thy hollow breast, still in rude armor dressed, comest to daunt me. Wrapped not in eastern balms, but with thy fleshless palms stretched as if asking alms, why dost thou haunt me? Then from those cavernous eyes pale flashes seemed to rise, as when the northern skies gleam in December. And like the waters flow under December's snow, came a dull voice of woe from the heart's chamber. I was a Viking old. My deeds, though manifold, no skald in song has told, no saga taught thee. Take heed, that in thy verse thou dost the tale rehearse, else dread a dead man's curse. For this I sought thee. Far in the northern land, by the wild Baltic strand, I with my childish hand tamed the gerfalcon, and with my skates fast bound skimmed the half-frozen sound that the poor whimpering hound trembled to walk on. Oft to his frozen lair tracked I the grisly bear, while from my path the hare fled like a shadow. Oft through the forest dark followed the werewolf's bark, until the soaring lark sang from the meadow. But when I older grew, joining a corsair's crew, o'er the dark sea I flew with the marauders. Wild was the life we led, many the souls that sped, many the hearts that bled by our stern orders. Many a wassail bout wore the long winter out. Often our midnight shout set the cocks crowing, as we the berserk's tale measured in cups of ale, draining the oaken pail filled to o'erflowing. Once, as I told in glee tales of the stormy sea, soft eyes did gaze on me, burning yet tender. And as the white stars shine on the dark Norway pine, on that dark heart of mine fell their soft splendor. I wooed the blue-eyed maid, yielding yet half afraid, and in the forest's shade our vows were plighted. Under its loosened vest fluttered her little breast, like birds within their nest by the hawk frighted. Bright in her father's hall shields gleamed upon the wall, loud sang the minstrels all, chanting his glory. When of old Hildebrand I asked his daughter's hand, mute did the minstrels stand to hear my story. While the brown ale he quaffed, loud then the champion laughed, and as the wind gusts waft the sea foam brightly, so the loud laugh of scorn out of those lips unshorn from the deep drinking horn blew the foam lightly. She was a prince's child, I but a Viking wild, and though she blushed and smiled, I was discarded. Should not the dove so white follow the sea-mew's flight? Why did they leave that night her nest unguarded? Scarce had I put to sea, bearing the maid with me, fairest of all was she among the Norsemen, when on the white sea strand, waving his armed hand, saw we old Hildebrand with 20 horsemen. Then launched they to the blast, bent like a reed each mast, yet we were gaining fast, when the wind failed us, and with a sudden flaw came round the gusty score, so that our foe we saw laugh as he hailed us. And as to catch the gale round veered the flapping sail, death was the helmsman's hail, death without quarter. Midships with iron keel struck we her ribs of steel. Down her black hulk did reel through the black water. As with his wings aslant sails the fierce cormorant, seeking some rocky haunt with his prey laden, so toward the open main, beating to sea again, through the wild hurricane, bore I the maiden. 3 weeks we westward bore, and when the storm was o'er, cloud-like we saw the shore stretching to leeward. There for my lady's bower built I the lofty tower, which to this very hour stands looking seaward. There lived we many years. Time dried the maiden's tears. She had forgot her fears. She was a mother. Death closed her mild blue eyes. Under that tower she lies. Ne'er shall the sun arise on such another. Still grew my bosom then, still as a stagnant fen. Hateful to me were men, the sunlight hateful. In the vast forest here, clad in my warlike gear, fell I upon my spear. Oh, death was grateful. Thus, seamed with many scars, bursting these prison bars, up to its native stars my soul ascended. There from the flowing bowl deep drinks the warrior's soul. Skoal to the Northland, skoal. Thus the tale ended. Hymn to the Night. Aspasie Trilistos, the welcome, the thrice prayed for. I heard the trailing garments of the night sweep through her marble halls. I saw her sable skirts all fringed with light from the celestial walls. I felt her presence by its spell of might stoop o'er me from above, the calm, majestic presence of the night, as of the one I love. I heard the sounds of sorrow and delight, the manifold soft chimes that filled the haunted chambers of the night like some old poet's rhymes. From the cool cisterns of the midnight air my spirit drank repose. The fountain of perpetual peace flows there. From those deep cisterns flows. O holy night, from thee I learned to bear what man has borne before. Thou layest thy finger on the lips of care, and they complain no more. Peace, peace. Orestes, like I breathe this prayer. Descend with broad-winged flight, the welcome, the thrice prayed for, the most fair, the best beloved night. Mezzo cammin, halfway in the journey. Half of my life is gone, and I have let the years slip from me and have not fulfilled the aspiration of my youth to build some tower of song with lofty parapet. Not indolence, nor pleasure, nor the fret of restless passions that would not be stilled, but sorrow and a care that almost killed kept me from what I may accomplish yet. Though halfway up the hill I see the past lying beneath me with its sounds and sights, a city in the twilight dim and vast, with smoking roofs, soft bells, and gleaming lights. And here above me, on the autumnal blast, the cataract of death far thundering from the heights. Autumn. Thou comest, autumn, heralded by the rain, with banners by great gales incessant fanned, brighter than brightest silks of Samarcand, and stately oxen harnessed to thy wain. Thou standest, like imperial Charlemagne, upon thy bridge of gold. thy royal hand outstretched with benedictions o'er the land, blessing the farms through all thy vast domain. Thy shield is the red harvest moon, suspended so long beneath the heavens' o'erhanging eaves. Thy steps are by the farmer's prayers attended. Like flames upon an altar shine the sheaves, and following thee in thy ovation splendid, thine almoner the wind scatters the golden leaves. Paul Revere's Ride. Listen, my children, and you shall hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere on the 18th of April in 75. Hardly a man is now alive who remembers that famous day and year. He said to his friend, "If the British march by land or sea from the town tonight, hang a lantern aloft in the belfry arch of the North Church Tower as a signal light. 1 if by land, and 2 if by sea. And I on the opposite shore will be, ready to ride and spread the alarm through every Middlesex village and farm, for the country folk to be up and to arm." Then he said good night, and with muffled oar silently rowed to the Charlestown shore, just as the moon rose over the bay, where swinging wide at her moorings lay the Somerset, British man-of-war, a phantom ship, with each mast and spar across the moon like a prison bar, and a huge black hulk that was magnified by its own reflection in the tide. Meanwhile, his friend, through alley and street, wanders and watches with eager ears, till in the silence around him he hears the muster of men at the barrack door, the sound of arms and the tramp of feet, and the measured tread of the grenadiers marching down to their boats on the shore. Then he climbed the tower of the old North Church by the wooden stairs with stealthy tread to the belfry chamber overhead, and startled the pigeons from their perch on the sombre rafters that round him made masses and moving shapes of shade, by the trembling ladder, steep and tall, to the highest window in the wall, where he paused to listen and look down a moment on the roofs of the town and the moonlight flowing over all. Beneath in the churchyard lay the dead in their night encampment on the hill, wrapped in silence so deep and still that he could hear, like a sentinel's tread, the watchful night wind, as it went creeping along from tent to tent, and seeming to whisper, "All is well." A moment only he feels the spell of the place and the hour, and the secret dread of the lonely belfry and the dead. For suddenly all his thoughts are bent on a shadowy something far away, where the river widens to meet the bay. A line of black that bends and floats on the rising tide like a bridge of boats. Meanwhile, impatient to mount and ride, booted and spurred, with a heavy stride on the opposite shore, walked Paul Revere. Now he patted his horse's side, now gazed at the landscape far and near, then impetuous stamped the earth, and turned and tightened his saddle girth. But mostly he watched with eager search the belfry tower of the old North Church as it rose above the graves on the hill, lonely and spectral and sombre and still. And lo, as he looks, on the belfry's height a glimmer, and then a gleam of light. He springs to the saddle, the bridle he turns, but lingers and gazes till full on his sight a second lamp in the belfry burns. A hurry of hoofs in a village street, a shape in the moonlight, a bulk in the dark, and beneath from the pebbles in passing a spark struck out by a steed flying fearless and fleet. That was all. And yet through the gloom and the light, the fate of a nation was riding that night, and the spark struck out by that steed in his flight kindled the land into flame with its heat. He has left the village and mounted the steep, and beneath him, tranquil and broad and deep, is the mystic, meeting the ocean tides. And under the alders that skirt its edge, now soft on the sand, now loud on the ledge, is heard the tramp of his steed as he rides. It was 12 by the village clock when he crossed the bridge into Medford town. He heard the crowing of the cock and the barking of the farmer's dog, and felt the damp of the river fog. that rises after the sun goes down. It was 1 by the village clock when he galloped into Lexington. He saw the gilded weathercock swim in the moonlight as he passed, and the meeting-house windows, blank and bare, gaze at him with a spectral glare, as if they already stood aghast at the bloody work they would look upon. It was 2 by the village clock when he came to the bridge in Concord town. He heard the bleating of the flock and the twitter of birds among the trees, and felt the breath of the morning breeze blowing over the meadows brown. And one was safe and asleep in his bed, who, at the bridge, would be first to fall, who that day would be lying dead, pierced by a British musket ball. You know the rest. In the books you have read, how the British regulars fired and fled, how the farmers gave them ball for ball from behind each fence and farmyard wall, chasing the redcoats down the lane, then crossing the fields to emerge again under the trees at the turn of the road, and only pausing to fire and load. So through the night rode Paul Revere, and so through the night went his cry of alarm to every Middlesex village and farm, a cry of defiance and not of fear. A voice in the darkness, a knock at the door, and a word that shall echo forevermore. For, born on the night wind of the past, through all our history to the last, in the hour of darkness and peril and need, the people will waken and listen to hear the hurrying hoofbeats of that steed and the midnight message of Paul Revere. The tide rises, the tide falls. The tide rises, the tide falls. The twilight darkens, the curlew calls. Along the sea sands damp and brown, the traveller hastens toward the town, and the tide rises, the tide falls. Darkness settles on roofs and walls, but the sea in the darkness calls. The little waves with their soft white hands efface the footprints in the sands, and the tide rises, the tide falls. The morning breaks. The steeds in their stalls stamp and neigh as the hostler calls. The day returns, but nevermore returns the traveller to the shore, and the tide rises, the tide falls. The Falcon of Sir Federigo. One summer morning, when the sun was hot, weary with labour in his garden plot, on a rude bench beneath his cottage eaves, Sir Federigo sat among the leaves of a huge vine that, with its arms outspread, hung its delicious clusters overhead. Below him, through the lovely valley, flowed the river Arno, like a winding road, and from its banks were lifted high in air the spires and roofs of Florence, called the Fair. To him, a marble tomb that rose above his wasted fortunes and his buried love. For there, in banquet and in tournament, his wealth had lavished been, his substance spent, to woo and lose, since ill his wooing sped, Monna Giovanna, who his rival wed. Yet ever in his fancy reigned supreme the ideal woman of a young man's dream. Then he withdrew in poverty and pain to this small farm, the last of his domain, his only comfort and his only care to prune his vines and plant the fig and pear, his only forester and only guest, his falcon, faithful to him when the rest, whose willing hands had found so light of yore the brazen knocker of his palace door, had now no strength to lift the wooden latch that entrance gave beneath the roof of thatch. Companion of his solitary ways, purveyor of his feasts on holidays, on him this melancholy man bestowed the love with which his nature overflowed. And so the empty-handed years went round, vacant, though voiceful with prophetic sound. And so, that summer morn, he sat and mused with folded patient hands as he was used, and dreamily before his half-closed sight floated the vision of his lost delight. Beside him, motionless, the drowsy bird dreamed of the chase, and in his slumber heard the sudden scythe-like sweep of wings that dare the headlong plunge through eddying gulfs of air. Then, starting broad awake upon his perch, tinkled his bells, like mass bells in a church, and looking at his master seemed to say, "Sir Federigo, shall we hunt today?" Sir Federigo thought not of the chase. The tender vision of her lovely face, I will not say he seems to see, he sees in the leaf shadows of the trellises, herself, yet not herself. A lovely child with flowing tresses and eyes wide and wild, coming undaunted up the garden walk, and looking not at him, but at the hawk. "Beautiful falcon," said he, "would that I might hold thee on my wrist, or see thee fly." The voice was hers, and made strange echoes start through all the haunted chambers of his heart, as an Aeolian harp through gusty doors of some old ruin its wild music pours. "Who is thy mother, my fair boy?" he said, his hand laid softly on that shining head. "Monna Giovanna, will you let me stay a little while and with your falcon play? We live there, just beyond your garden wall, in the great house behind the poplars tall." So he spake on, and Federigo heard as from afar each softly uttered word, and drifted onward through the golden gleams and shadows of the misty sea of dreams, as mariners becalmed through vapors drift, and feel the sea beneath them sink and lift, and hear far off the mournful breakers roar, and voices calling faintly from the shore. Then, waking from his pleasant reveries, he took the little boy upon his knees, and told him stories of his gallant bird, till in their friendship he became a third. Monna Giovanna, widowed in her prime, had come with friends to pass the summer-time in her grand villa halfway up the hill o'erlooking Florence, but retired and still, with iron gates that opened through long lines of sacred ilex and centennial pines, and terraced gardens, and broad steps of stone, and sylvan deities with moss o'ergrown, and fountains palpitating in the heat, and all Valdarno stretched beneath its feet. Here in seclusion, as a widow may, the lovely lady whiled the hours away, pacing in sable robes the statued hall, herself the stateliest statue among all, and seeing more and more with secret joy her husband risen and living in her boy, till the lost sense of life returned again, not as delight, but as relief from pain. Meanwhile the boy, rejoicing in his strength, stormed down the terraces from length to length. The screaming peacock chased in hot pursuit, and climbed the garden trellises for fruit. But his chief pastime was to watch the flight of a jerk falcon, soaring into sight beyond the trees that fringed the garden wall, then downward stooping at some distant call. And as he gazed, full often wondered he who might the master of the falcon be, until that happy morning when he found master and falcon in the cottage ground. And now a shadow and a terror fell on the great house, as if a passing bell tolled from the tower, and filled each spacious room with secret awe and preternatural gloom. The petted boy grew ill, and day by day pined with mysterious malady away. The mother's heart would not be comforted. Her darling seemed to her already dead, and often sitting by the sufferer's side, "What can I do to comfort thee?" she cried. At first the silent lips made no reply, but moved at length by her importunate cry, "Give me," he answered with imploring tone, "Sir Federigo's falcon for my own." No answer could the astonished mother make. How could she ask, e'en for her darling's sake, such favour at a luckless lover's hand, well knowing that to ask was to command, well knowing what all falconers confessed, in all the land that falcon was the best, the master's pride and passion and delight, and the sole pursuivant of this poor knight. But yet, for her child's sake, she could no less than give assent to soothe his restlessness. So promised, and then promising to keep her promise sacred, saw him fall asleep. The morrow was a bright September morn. The earth was beautiful as if newborn. There was that nameless splendor everywhere, that wild exhilaration in the air, which makes the passers in the city street congratulate each other as they meet. Two lovely ladies, clothed in cloak and hood, passed through the garden gate into the wood under the lustrous leaves, and through the sheen of dewy sunshine showering down between. The one, close-hooded, had the attractive grace which sorrow sometimes lends a woman's face. Her dark eyes moistened with the mists that roll from the gulf stream of passion in the soul. The other, with her hood thrown back, her hair making a golden glory in the air, her cheeks suffused with an auroral blush, her young heart singing louder than the thrush. So walked that morn through mingled light and shade, each by the other's presence lovelier made, Monna Giovanna and her bosom friend, intent upon their errand and its end. They found Sir Federigo at his toil, like banished Adam delving in the soil. And when he looked, and these fair women spied, the garden suddenly was glorified. His long-lost Eden was restored again, and the strange river winding through the plain no longer was the Arno to his eyes, but the Euphrates watering paradise. Monna Giovanna raised her stately head, and with fair words of salutation said, "Sir Federigo, we come here as friends, hoping in this to make some poor amends for past unkindness. I, who ne'er before would even cross the threshold of your door, I who in happier days such pride maintained, refused your banquets and your gifts disdained, this morning come a self-invited guest, to put your generous nature to the test, and breakfast with you under your own vine." To which he answered, "Poor desert of mine, not your unkindness call it. For if aught is good in me of feeling or of thought, from you it comes. And this last grace outweighs all sorrows, all regrets of other days." And after further compliment and talk, among the asters in the garden walk he left his guests, and to his cottage turned, and as he entered for a moment, yearned for the lost splendors of the days of old, the ruby glass, the silver and the gold, and felt how piercing is the sting of pride, by want embittered and intensified. He looked about him for some means or way to keep this unexpected holiday, searched every cupboard, and then searched again, summoned the maid, who came, but came in vain. "The Signor did not hunt today," she said. "There's nothing in the house but wine and bread." Then suddenly the drowsy falcon shook his little bells, with that sagacious look which said, as plain as language to the ear, "If anything is wanting, I am here." Yes, everything is wanting, gallant bird. The master seized thee without further word. Like thine own lure, he whirled thee round. Ah me! The pomp and flutter of brave falconry, the bells, the jesses, the bright scarlet hood, the flight and the pursuit o'er field and wood, all these for evermore are ended now. No longer victor, but the victim thou. Then on the board a snow-white cloth he spread, laid on its wooden dish the loaf of bread, brought purple grapes with autumn sunshine hot, the fragrant peach, the juicy bergamot. Then in the midst a flask of wine he placed, and with autumnal flowers the banquet graced. Sir Federigo, would not these suffice without thy falcon stuffed with cloves and spice? When all was ready, and the courtly dame with her companion to the cottage came, upon Sir Federigo's brain there fell the wild enchantment of a magic spell. The room they entered, mean and low and small, was changed into a sumptuous banquet hall, with fanfares by aerial trumpets blown. The rustic chair she sat on was a throne. He ate celestial food, and a divine flavour was given to his country wine. And the poor falcon, fragrant with his spice, a peacock was, or bird of paradise. When the repast was ended, they arose and passed again into the garden close. Then said the lady, "Far too well I know, remembering still the days of long ago, though you betray it not, with what surprise you see me here in this familiar wise. You have no children, and you cannot guess what anguish, what unspeakable distress a mother feels whose child is lying ill, nor how her heart anticipates his will. And yet for this you see me lay aside all womanly reserve and check of pride, and ask the thing most precious in your sight, your falcon, your sole comfort and delight, which, if you find it in your heart to give, my poor unhappy boy perchance may live." Sir Federigo listens and replies, with tears of love and pity in his eyes, "Alas, dear lady, there can be no task so sweet to me as giving when you ask. 1 little hour ago, if I had known this wish of yours, it would have been my own. But thinking in what manner I could best do honour to the presence of my guest, I deemed that nothing worthier could be than what most dear and precious was to me. And so my gallant falcon breathed his last to furnish forth this morning our repast." In mute contrition, mingled with dismay, the gentle lady turned her eyes away, grieving that he such sacrifice should make, and kill his falcon for a woman's sake, yet feeling in her heart a woman's pride, that nothing she could ask for was denied. Then took her leave, and passed out at the gate, with footsteps slow and soul disconsolate. 3 days went by, and lo, a passing bell tolled from the little chapel in the dell. 10 strokes Sir Federigo heard, and said, breathing a prayer, "Alas, her child is dead." 3 months went by, and lo, a merrier chime rang from the chapel bells at Christmas time. The cottage was deserted, and no more Sir Federigo sat beside its door, but now, with servitors to do his will, in the grand villa halfway up the hill, sat at the Christmas feast, and at his side Monna Giovanna, his beloved bride, never so beautiful, so kind, so fair, enthroned once more in the old rustic chair, high perched upon the back of which there stood the image of a falcon carved in wood, and underneath the inscription with a date, "All things come round to him who will but wait." The warning. Beware! The Israelite of old, who tore the lion in his path, when poor and blind he saw the blessed light of heaven no more, shorn of his noble strength, and forced to grind in prison, and at last led forth to be a pander to Philistine revelry, upon the pillars of the temple laid his desperate hands, and in its overthrow destroyed himself, and with him those who made a cruel mockery of his sightless woe. The poor blind slave, the scoff and jest of all, expired, and thousands perished in the fall. There is a poor blind Samson in this land, shorn of his strength, and bound in bonds of steel, who may in some grim revel raise his hand and shake the pillars of this commonweal till the vast temple of our liberties a shapeless mass of wreck and rubbish lies. Inscription on the Shanklin Fountain. O traveller, stay thy weary feet. Drink of this fountain pure and sweet. It flows for rich and poor the same. Then go thy way, remembering still the wayside well beneath the hill, the cup of water in his name. The Saga of King Olaf. 1. The Challenge of Thor. I am the god Thor. I am the war god. I am the thunderer. Here in my Northland, my fastness and fortress, reign I forever. Here amid icebergs rule I the nations. This is my hammer, Mjolnir the mighty. Giants and sorcerers cannot withstand it. These are the gauntlets wherewith I wield it and hurl it afar off. This is my girdle. Whenever I brace it, strength is redoubled. The light thou beholdest stream through the heavens in flashes of crimson is but my red beard, blown by the night wind, affrighting the nations. Jove is my brother. Mine eyes are the lightning. The wheels of my chariot roll in the thunder. The blows of my hammer ring in the earthquake. Force rules the world still. Has ruled it, shall rule it. Meekness is weakness. Strength is triumphant. Over the whole earth still is it Thor's day. Thou art a god too, O Galilean, and thus single-handed unto the combat, gauntlet or gospel, here I defy thee. 2. King Olaf's Return. And King Olaf heard the cry, saw the red light in the sky, laid his hand upon his sword as he leaned upon the railing, and his ships went sailing, sailing northward into Trondheim fjord. There he stood as one who dreamed, and the red light glanced and gleamed on the armor that he wore, and he shouted, as the rifted streamers o'er him shook and shifted, I accept thy challenge, Thor. To avenge his father slain, and reconquer realm and reign, came the youthful Olaf home, through the midnight, sailing, sailing, listening to the wild winds wailing, and the dashing of the foam. To his thoughts the sacred name of his mother Astrid came, and the tale she oft had told of her flight by secret passes through the mountains and morasses to the home of Håkon old. Then strange memories crowded back, of Queen Gunhild's wrath and wrack, and a hurried flight by sea, of grim Vikings, and the rapture of the sea fight, and the capture, and the life of slavery. How a stranger watched his face in the Esthonian marketplace, scanned his features one by one, saying, we should know each other. I am Sigurd, Astrid's brother. Thou art Olaf, Astrid's son. Then, as Queen Alogia's page, old in honours, young in age, chief of all her men-at-arms, till vague whispers and mysterious reached King Valdemar the Imperious, filling him with strange alarms. Then his cruisings o'er the seas, westward to the Hebrides and to Scilly's rocky shore, and the hermit's cavern dismal, Christ's great name, and rites baptismal in the ocean's rush and roar. All these thoughts of love and strife glimmered through his lurid life as the stars' intenser light through the red flames o'er him trailing, as his ships went sailing, sailing northward in the summer night. Trained for either camp or court, skillful in each manly sport, young and beautiful and tall, art of warfare, craft of chases, swimming, skating, snowshoe races, excellent alike in all. When at sea with all his rowers, he along the bending oars outside of his ship could run. He the small Sir Horn ascended, and his shining shield suspended on its summit like a sun. On the ship rails he could stand, wield his sword with either hand, and at once 2 javelins throw. At all feasts where ale was strongest, sat the merry monarch longest, first to come and last to go. Norway never yet had seen one so beautiful of mien, one so royal in attire when in arms completely furnished, harness gold inlaid and burnished, mantle like a flame of fire. Thus came Olaf to his own, when upon the night wind blown passed that cry along the shore, and he answered, while the rifted streamers o'er him shook and shifted, I accept thy challenge, Thor. 3. Thora of Rimol. Thora of Rimol, hide me, hide me. Danger and shame and death betide me, for Olaf the king is hunting me down through field and forest, through thorpe and town.
We hope you are enjoying this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others. Click the playlist link in the description box below for more classic book readings.
Thus cried Jarl Håkon to Thora, the fairest of women. Håkon Jarl, for the love I bear thee, neither shall shame nor death come near thee, but the hiding place wherein thou must lie is the cave underneath the swine and the sty. Thus to Jarl Håkon said Thora, the fairest of women. So Håkon Jarl and his base thrall, Karka, crouched in the cave, then a dungeon darker, as Olaf came riding with men in mail through the forest roads into Orkadale, demanding Jarl Håkon of Thora, the fairest of women. Rich and honoured shall be whoever the head of Håkon Jarl shall dissever. Håkon heard him, and Karka, the slave, through the breathing holes of the darksome cave. Alone in her chamber wept Thora, the fairest of women. Said Karka the crafty, I will not slay thee. For all the king's gold I will never betray thee. And why dost thou turn so pale, O churl? And then again black as the earth, said the earl. More pale and more faithful was Thora, the fairest of women. From a dream in the night the thrall started, saying, Round my neck a gold ring King Olaf was laying. And Håkon answered, Beware of the king. He will lay round thy neck a blood-red ring. At the ring on her finger gazed Thora, the fairest of women. At daybreak slept Håkon with sorrows encumbered, but screamed and drew up his feet as he slumbered. The thrall, in the darkness, plunged with his knife, and the earl awakened no more in this life. But wakeful and weeping sat Thora, the fairest of women. At Nidarholm the priests are all singing. 2 ghastly heads on the gibbet are swinging. One is Jarl Håkon's, and one is his thrall's, and the people are shouting from windows and walls, while alone in her chamber swoons Thora, the fairest of women. 4. Queen Sigrid the Haughty. Queen Sigrid the Haughty sat proud and aloft in her chamber that looked over meadow and croft. Heart's dearest, why dost thou sorrow so? The floor with tassels of fir was besprent, filling the room with their fragrant scent. She heard the birds sing, she saw the sun shine, the air of summer was sweeter than wine. Like a sword without scabbard the bright river lay between her own kingdom and Norroway. But Olaf the king had sued for her hand. The sword would be sheathed, the river be spanned. Her maidens were seated around her knee, working bright figures in tapestry, and one was singing the ancient rune of Brunhilda's love and the wrath of Gudrun. And through it and round it and over it all sounded incessant the waterfall. The queen in her hand held a ring of gold from the door of Lade's temple old. King Olaf had sent her this wedding gift, but her thoughts as arrows were keen and swift. She had given the ring to her goldsmiths twain, who smiled as they handed it back again, and Sigrid the queen in her haughty way said, "Why do you smile, my goldsmiths, say?" And they answered, "O queen, if the truth must be told, the ring is of copper and not of gold." The lightning flashed o'er her forehead and cheek. She only murmured, she did not speak, "If in his gifts he can faithless be, there will be no gold in his love to me." A footstep was heard on the outer stair, and in strode King Olaf with royal air. He kissed the queen's hand, and he whispered of love, and swore to be true as the stars are above. But she smiled with contempt as she answered, "O king, will you swear it, as Odin once swore, on the ring?" And the king, "O speak not of Odin to me. The wife of King Olaf a Christian must be." Looking straight at the king with her level brows, she said, "I keep true to my faith and my vows." Then the face of King Olaf was darkened with gloom. He rose in his anger and strode through the room. "Why then should I care to have thee?" he said, "a faded old woman, a heathenish jade." His zeal was stronger than fear or love, and he struck the queen in the face with his glove. Then forth from the chamber in anger he fled, and the wooden stairway shook with his tread. Queen Sigrid the haughty said under her breath, "This insult, King Olaf, shall be thy death." Heart's dearest, why dost thou sorrow so? 5. The Skerry of Shrieks. Now from all King Olaf's farms his men-at-arms gathered on the eve of Easter. To his house at Angvaldsness fast they press, drinking with the royal feaster. Loudly through the wide-flung door came the roar of the sea upon the Skerry, and its thunder loud and near reached the ear, mingling with their voices merry. "Hark!" said Olaf to his skald, Halfred the Bald, "listen to that song and learn it. Half my kingdom would I give as I live, if by such songs you would earn it. But of all the runes and rhymes of all times, best I like the ocean's dirges, when the old harper heaves and rocks, his hoary locks flowing and flashing in the surges." Halfred answered, "I am called the Unappalled. Nothing hinders me or daunts me. Hearken to me then, O king, while I sing the great ocean song that haunts me." "I will hear your song sublime some other time," says the drowsy monarch, yawning, and retires. Each laughing guest applauds the jest. Then they sleep till day is dawning. Pacing up and down the yard, King Olaf's guard saw the sea mist slowly creeping o'er the sands and up the hill, gathering still round the house where they were sleeping. It was not the fog he saw, nor misty floor that above the landscape brooded. It was Eyvind Kalda's crew of warlocks blue, with their caps of darkness hooded. Round and round the house they go, weaving slow magic circles to encumber and imprison in their ring Olaf the king, as he helpless lies in slumber. Then, athwart the vapours dun, the eastern sun streamed with one broad track of splendor. In their real forms appeared the warlocks weird, awful as the Witch of Endor. Blinded by the light that glared, they groped and stared round about with steps unsteady. From his window Olaf gazed, and amazed, "Who are these strange people?" said he. "Eyvind Kalda and his men," answered then from the yard a sturdy farmer, while the men-at-arms apace filled the place, busily buckling on their armour. From the gates they sallied forth, south and north, scoured the island coast around them. Seizing all the warlock band, foot and hand, on the Skerry's rocks, they bound them. And at eve the king again called his train, and with all the candles burning, silent sat, and heard once more the sullen roar of the ocean tides returning. Shrieks and cries of wild despair filled the air, growing fainter as they listened. Then the bursting surge alone sounded on. Thus the sorcerers were christened. "Sing, O Skald, your song sublime, your ocean rhyme," cried King Olaf. "It will cheer me." Said the Skald with pallid cheeks, "The Skerry of shrieks sings too loud for you to hear me." 6. The Wraith of Odin. The guests were loud, the ale was strong. King Olaf feasted late and long. The hoary skalds together sang, o'erhead the smoky rafters rang. Dead rides Sir Morten of Fogelsang. The door swung wide with creak and din, a blast of cold night air came in, and on the threshold, shivering, stood a one-eyed guest, with cloak and hood. Dead rides Sir Morten of Fogelsang. The king exclaimed, "O greybeard pale, come warm thee with this cup of ale." The foaming draught the old man quaffed, the noisy guests looked on and laughed. Dead rides Sir Morten of Fogelsang. Then spake the king, "Be not afraid, sit here by me." The guest obeyed, and seated at the table told tales of the sea and sagas old. Dead rides Sir Morten of Fogelsang. And ever when the tale was o'er, the king demanded yet one more, till Sigurd the bishop smiling said, "'Tis late, O king, and time for bed." Dead rides Sir Morten of Fogelsang. The king retired. The stranger guest followed and entered with the rest. The lights were out, the pages gone, but still the garrulous guest spake on. Dead rides Sir Morten of Fogelsang. As one who from a volume reads, he spake of heroes and their deeds, of lands and cities he had seen, and stormy gulfs that tossed between. Dead rides Sir Morten of Fogelsang. Then from his lips in music rolled the Habermal of Odin old, with sounds mysterious as the roar of billows on a distant shore. Dead rides Sir Morten of Fogelsang. Do we not learn from runes and rhymes made by the gods in elder times? And do not still the great skalds teach that silence better is than speech? Dead rides Sir Morten of Fogelsang. Smiling at this, the king replied, "Thy lore is by thy tongue belied, for never was I so enthralled, either by saga, man, or skald." Dead rides Sir Morten of Fogelsang. The bishop said, "Late hours we keep, night wanes, O king, 'tis time for sleep." Then slept the king, and when he woke, the guest was gone. The morning broke. Dead rides Sir Morten of Fogelsang. They found the doors securely barred. They found the watchdog in the yard. There was no footprint in the grass, and none had seen the stranger pass. Dead rides Sir Morten of Fogelsang. King Olaf crossed himself and said, "I know that Odin the Great is dead. Sure is the triumph of our faith. The one-eyed stranger was his wraith." Dead rides Sir Morten of Fogelsang. 7. Ironbeard. Olaf the king one summer morn blew a blast on his bugle horn, sending his signal through the land of Trondheim. And to the husting held at Mere gathered the farmers far and near with their war weapons ready to confront him. Ploughing under the morning star, old Ironbeard in Iriar heard the summons, chuckling with a low laugh. He wiped the sweat drops from his brow, unharnessed his horses from the plough, and clattering came on horseback to King Olaf. He was the churliest of the churls. Little he cared for king or earls. Bitter as home-brewed ale were his foaming passions. Hodden grey was the garb he wore, and by the hammer of Thor he swore. He hated the narrow town and all its fashions, but he loved the freedom of his farm, his ale at night by the fireside warm, Gudrun his daughter with her flaxen tresses. He loved his horses and his herds, the smell of the earth and the song of birds, his well-filled barns, his brook with its watercresses. Huge and cumbersome was his frame, his beard, from which he took his name, frosty and fierce, like that of Hymer the giant. So at the husting he appeared, the farmer of Revere, Ironbeard, on horseback in an attitude defiant, and to King Olaf he cried aloud out of the middle of the crowd that tossed about him like a stormy ocean, "Such sacrifices shalt thou bring to Odin and to Thor, O king, as other kings have done in their devotion." King Olaf answered, "I command this land to be a Christian land. Here is my bishop, who the folk baptizes. But if you ask me to restore your sacrifices stained with gore, then will I offer human sacrifices. Not slaves and peasants shall they be, but men of note and high degree, such men as Orm of Lura and Kar of Gryting." Then to their temple strode he in, and loud behind him heard the din of his men-at-arms and the peasants fiercely fighting. There in the temple, carved in wood, the image of great Odin stood, and other gods, with Thor supreme among them. King Olaf smote them with the blade of his huge war-axe, gold inlaid, and downward, shattered to the pavement, flung them. At the same moment rose without from the contending crowd a shout, a mingled sound of triumph and of wailing. And there upon the trampled plain the farmer Ironbeard lay slain, midway between the assailed and the assailing. King Olaf from the doorway spoke, "Choose ye between two things, my folk, to be baptized or given up to slaughter." And seeing their leader stark and dead, the people with a murmur said, "O king, baptize us with thy holy water." So all the Trondheim land became a Christian land in name and fame, in the old gods no more believing and trusting. And as a blood atonement, soon King Olaf wed the fair Gudrun, and thus in peace ended the Trondheim husting. 8. Gudrun. On King Olaf's bridal night shines the moon with tender light, and across the chamber streams its tide of dreams. At the fatal midnight hour, when all evil things have power, in the glimmer of the moon stands Gudrun. Close against her heaving breast, something in her hand is pressed. Like an icicle, its sheen is cold and keen. On the cairn are fixed her eyes, where her murdered father lies, and a voice remote and drear she seems to hear. What a bridal night is this! Cold will be the dagger's kiss, laden with the chill of death is its breath. Like the drifting snow, she sweeps to the couch where Olaf sleeps. Suddenly he wakes and stirs. His eyes meet hers. "What is that?" King Olaf said, "gleams so bright above my head? Wherefore standest thou so white in pale moonlight?" "'Tis the bodkin that I wear when at night I bind my hair. It woke me falling on the floor. 'Tis nothing more." Forests have ears and fields have eyes. Often treachery lurking lies underneath the fairest hair. Gudrun, beware. Ere the earliest peep of morn blew King Olaf's bugle horn, and forever sundered ride bridegroom and bride. 9. Thangbrand the priest. Short of stature, large of limb, burly face and russet beard, all the women stared at him when in Iceland he appeared. "Look," they said, with nodding head, "there goes Thangbrand, Olaf's priest." All the prayers he knew by rote. He could preach like Chrysostom. From the fathers he could quote. He had even been at Rome. A learned clerk, a man of mark, was this Thangbrand, Olaf's priest. He was quarrelsome and loud and impatient of control, boisterous in the market crowd, boisterous at the wassail bowl. Everywhere would drink and swear, swaggering Thangbrand, Olaf's priest. In his house this malcontent could the king no longer bear. So to Iceland he was sent to convert the heathen there. And away one summer day sailed this Thangbrand, Olaf's priest. There in Iceland o'er their books pored the people day and night, but he did not like their looks, nor the songs they used to write. "All this rhyme is waste of time," grumbled Thangbrand, Olaf's priest. To the alehouse where he sat came the skalds and Saga men. Is it to be wondered at that they quarrelled now and then, when o'er his beer began to leer drunken Thangbrand, Olaf's priest? All the folk in Altafjord boasted of their island grand, saying in a single word, "Iceland is the finest land that the sun doth shine upon." Loud laughed Thangbrand, Olaf's priest, and he answered, "What's the use of this bragging up and down, when 3 women and 1 goose make a market in your town?" Every skald satires drawled on poor Thangbrand, Olaf's priest. Something worse they did than that, and what vexed him most of all was a figure in shovel hat drawn in charcoal on the wall, with words that go sprawling below, "This is Thangbrand, Olaf's priest." Hardly knowing what he did, then he smote them might and main. Torvald Vela and Fetterlid lay there in the alehouse slain. "Today we are gold, tomorrow mould," muttered Thangbrand, Olaf's priest. Much in fear of axe and rope, back to Norway sailed he then. "O King Olaf, little hope is there of these Iceland men," meekly said with bending head pious Thangbrand, Olaf's priest. 10. Raud the Strong. All the old gods are dead, all the wild warlocks fled, but the white Christ lives and reigns, and throughout my wide domains his gospel shall be spread. On the evangelists thus swore King Olaf. But still, in dreams of the night, beheld he the crimson light, and heard the voice that defied him who was crucified, and challenged him to the fight. To Sigurd the bishop King Olaf confessed it, and Sigurd the bishop said, "The old gods are not dead, for the great Thor still reigns, and among the jarls and thanes the old witchcraft still is spread." Thus to King Olaf said Sigurd the bishop. "Far north, in the Saltenfjord, by rapine, fire, and sword, lives the Viking Raud the Strong. All the Godo Isles belong to him and his heathen horde." Thus went on speaking Sigurd the bishop. "A warlock, a wizard is he, and the lord of the wind and the sea, and whichever way he sails, he has ever favouring gales by his craft and sorcery." Here the sign of the cross, made devoutly King Olaf. "With rites that we both abhor, he worships Odin and Thor. So it cannot yet be said that all the old gods are dead, and the warlocks are no more." Flushing with anger, said Sigurd the bishop. Then King Olaf cried aloud, "I will talk with this mighty Raud, and along the Salten Fjord preach the gospel with my sword, or be brought back in my shroud." So northward from Trondheim sailed King Olaf. 11. Bishop Sigurd of Saltenfjord. Loud the angry wind was wailing as King Olaf's ships came sailing northward out of Trondheim haven to the mouth of Saltenfjord. Though the flying sea spray drenches fore and aft the rowers' benches, not a single heart is craven of the champions there on board. All without the fjord was quiet, but within it storm and riot. such as on his Viking cruises Raud the Strong was wont to ride. And the sea through all its tideways swept the reeling vessels sideways, as the leaves are swept through sluices when the floodgates open wide. "'Tis the warlock, 'tis the demon Raud," cried Sigurd to the seamen. "But the Lord is not affrighted by the witchcraft of his foes." To the ship's bow he ascended, by his choristers attended. Round him were the tapers lighted, and the sacred incense rose. On the bow stood Bishop Sigurd in his robes, as one transfigured, and the crucifix he planted high amid the rain and mist. Then, with holy water sprinkled all the ship, the mass bells tinkled, loud the monks around him chanted, loud he read the evangelist. As into the fjord they darted, on each side the water parted, down a path like silver molten. Steadily rode King Olaf's ships. Steadily burned all night the tapers, and the white Christ through the vapors gleamed across the fjord of Salten as through John's apocalypse, till at last they reached Raud's dwelling on the little isle of Gelling. Not a god was at the doorway, not a glimmer of light was seen. But at anchor, carved and gilded, lay the dragon ship he builded. 'Twas the grandest ship in Norway, with its crest and scales of green. Up the stairway softly creeping to the loft where Raud was sleeping, with their fists they burst asunder bolt and bar that held the door. Drunken with sleep and ale they found him, dragged him from his bed and bound him, while he stared with stupid wonder at the look and garb they wore. Then King Olaf said, "O Sea King, little time have we for speaking. Choose between the good and evil. Be baptized, or thou shalt die." But in scorn the heathen scoffer answered, "I disdain thine offer. Neither fear I God nor devil. Thee and thy gospel I defy." Then, between his jaws distended, when his frantic struggles ended, through King Olaf's horn an adder touched by fire they forced to glide. Sharp his tooth was as an arrow, as he gnawed through bone and marrow. But without a groan or shudder, Raud the Strong, blaspheming, died. Then baptized they all that region, swarthy Lapp and fair Norwegian, far as swims the salmon, leaping up the streams of Salten fjord. In their temples Thor and Odin lay in dust and ashes trodden, as King Olaf, onward sweeping, preached the gospel with his sword. Then he took the carved and gilded dragon ship that Raud had builded, and the tiller, single-handed grasping, steered into the main. Southward sailed the seagulls o'er him, southward sailed the ship that bore him, till at Trondheim haven landed Olaf and his crew again. 12. King Olaf's Christmas. At Trondheim, Olaf the king heard the bells of Yuletide ring, as he sat in his banquet hall, drinking the nut-brown ale, with his bearded berserks hale and tall. 3 days his Yuletide feasts he held with bishops and priests, and his horn filled up to the brim. But the ale was never too strong, nor the Saga man's tale too long for him. O'er his drinking horn the sign he made of the cross divine, as he drank and muttered his prayers. But the berserks evermore made the sign of the hammer of Thor over theirs. The gleams of the firelight dance upon helmet and hauberk and lance, and laugh in the eyes of the king, and he cries to Halford the skald, grey-bearded, wrinkled, and bald, "Sing! Sing me a song divine, with a sword in every line, and this shall be thy reward." And he loosened the belt at his waist, and in front of the singer placed his sword. Quern biter of Håkon the good, wherewith at a stroke he hewed the millstone through and through, and foot-breadth of Thoralf the strong, were neither so broad nor so long nor so true. Then the skald took his harp and sang, and loud through the music rang the sound of that shining word. And the harp's strings a clangour made, as if they were struck with the blade of a sword. And the berserks round about broke forth into a shout that made the rafters ring. They smote with their fists on the board and shouted, "Long live the sword and the king!" But the king said, "O my son, I missed the bright word in one of thy measures and thy rhymes." And Halfred the Scald replied, "In another 'twas multiplied 3 times." Then King Olaf raised the hilt of iron, cross-shaped and gilt, and said, "Do not refuse. Count well the gain and the loss. Thor's hammer or Christ's cross. Choose." And Halfred the Scald said, "This in the name of the Lord I kiss, who on it was crucified." And a shout went round the board, "In the name of Christ the Lord, who died." Then over the waste of snows the noonday sun uprose, through the driving mists revealed, like the lifting of the host by incense clouds almost concealed. On the shining wall a vast and shadowy cross was cast from the hilt of the lifted sword, and in foaming cups of ale the berserks drank, "Was hail to the Lord." 13. The building of the Long Serpent. Torberg Skafting, master builder, in his shipyard by the sea, whistling, said, "It would bewilder any man but Torberg Skafting, any man but me." Near him lay the dragon, stranded, built of old by Raud the Strong, and King Olaf had commanded he should build another dragon twice as large and long. Therefore whistled Torberg Skafting, as he sat with half-closed eyes and his head turned sideways, drafting that new vessel for King Olaf, twice the dragon's size. Round him busily hewed and hammered mallet huge and heavy axe. Workmen laughed and sang and clamoured, whirred the wheels that into rigging spun the shining flax. All this tumult heard the master. It was music to his ear. Fancy whispered all the faster, "Men shall hear of Torberg Skafting for 100 year." Workmen sweating at the forges fashioned iron bolt and bar. Like a warlock's midnight orgies smoked and bubbled the black cauldron with the boiling tar. Did the warlocks mingle in it, Torberg Skafting, any curse? Could you not be gone a minute, but some mischief must be doing, turning bad to worse? 'Twas an ill wind that came wafting from his homestead words of woe. To his farm went Torberg Skafting, oft repeating to his workmen, "Build ye thus and so." After long days returning came the master back by night. To his shipyard longing, yearning, hurried he, and did not leave it till the morning's light. "Come and see my ship, my darling," on the morrow said the king. "Finished now from keel to carling, never yet was seen in Norway such a wondrous thing." In the shipyard, idly talking, at the ship the workmen stared. Someone, all their labour balking, down her sides had cut deep gashes. Not a plank was spared. "Death be to the evildoer," with an oath King Olaf spoke, "but rewards to his pursuer." And with wrath his face grew redder than his scarlet cloak. Straight the master builder, smiling, answered thus the angry king, "Cease blaspheming and reviling, Olaf. It was Torberg Skafting who has done this thing." Then he chipped and smoothed the planking, till the king, delighted, swore with much lauding and much thanking, "Handsomer is now my dragon than she was before." 70 ells and 4 extended on the grass the vessel's keel. High above it, gilt and splendid, rose the figurehead ferocious with its crest of steel. Then they launched her from the trestles in the shipyard by the sea. She was the grandest of all vessels. Never ship was built in Norway half so fine as she. The Long Serpent was she christened, mid the roar of cheer on cheer. They who to the Saga listened heard the name of Torberg Skafting for 100 year. 14. The crew of the Long Serpent. Safe at anchor in Trondheim Bay, King Olaf's fleet assembled lay, and striped with white and blue, downward fluttered sail and banner, as alights the screaming lanner. Lustily cheered in their wild manner the long Serpent's crew. Her forecastle man was Ulf the Red. Like a wolf's was his shaggy head, his teeth as large and white. His beard of grey and russet blended, round as a swallow's nest descended. As standard-bearer he defended Olaf's flag in the fight. Near him Kolbjörn had his place, like the king in garb and face, so gallant and so hale. Every cabin boy and varlet wondered at his cloak of scarlet. Like a river frozen and starlit gleamed his coat of mail. By the bulkhead, tall and dark, stood Thrandrama of Telemark, a figure gaunt and grand. On his hairy arm imprinted was an anchor, azure-tinted. Like Thor's hammer, huge and dinted, was his brawny hand. Einar Tamberskelver, bare to the winds his golden hair, by the mainmast stood. Graceful was his form and slender, and his eyes were deep and tender as a woman's in the splendor of her maidenhood. In the forehold, Björn and Björk watched the sailors at their work. Heavens, how they swore! 30 men they each commanded, iron-sinewed, horny-handed, shoulders broad and chests expanded, tugging at the oar. These, and many more like these, with King Olaf sailed the seas, till the waters vast filled them with a vague devotion, with the freedom and the motion, with the roll and roar of ocean and the sounding blast. When they landed from the fleet, how they roared through Trondheim's street, boisterous as the gale, how they laughed and stamped and pounded, till the tavern roof resounded, and the host looked on astounded as they drank the ale. Never saw the wild North Sea such a gallant company sail its billows blue. Never, while they cruised and quarrelled, old King Gorm or Blue-Tooth Harold owned a ship so well apparelled, boasted such a crew. 15. A little bird in the air. A little bird in the air is singing of Turi the fair, the sister of Svend the Dane. And the song of the garrulous bird in the streets of the town is heard and repeated again and again. Hoist up your sails of silk and flee away from each other. To King Burislav, it is said, was the beautiful Turi wed, and a sorrowful bride went she. And after a week and a day she has fled away and away from his town by the stormy sea. Hoist up your sails of silk and flee away from each other. They say that through heat and through cold, through weald, they say, and through wold, by day and by night, they say, she has fled. And the gossips report she has come to King Olaf's court. And the town is all in dismay. Hoist up your sails of silk and flee away from each other. It is whispered King Olaf has seen, has talked with the beautiful queen, and they wonder how it will end. For surely, if here she remain, it is war with King Svend the Dane and King Burislav the Vend. Hoist up your sails of silk and flee away from each other. Oh, greatest wonder of all! It is published in hamlet and hall. It roars like a flame that is fanned. The king, yes, Olaf the king, has wedded her with his ring, and Turi is queen in the land. Hoist up your sails of silk and flee away from each other. 16. Queen Turi and the Angelica storks. Northward over Trondheim flew the clamorous seagulls, sang the lark and linnet from the meadows green. Weeping in her chamber, lonely and unhappy, sat the drottning Turi, sat King Olaf's queen. In at all the windows streamed the pleasant sunshine. On the roof above her softly cooed the dove. But the sound she heard not, nor the sunshine heeded, for the thoughts of Turi were not thoughts of love. Then King Olaf entered, beautiful as morning. Like the sun at Easter shone his happy face. In his hand he carried angelicas uprooted, with delicious fragrance filling all the place. Like a rainy midnight sat the drottning Turi. Even the smile of Olaf could not cheer her gloom, nor the storks he gave her with a gracious gesture, and with words as pleasant as their own perfume. In her hands he placed them, and her jeweled fingers through the green leaves glistened like the dews of morn. But she cast them from her, haughty and indignant. On the floor she threw them with a look of scorn. Richer presents, said she, gave King Harold Gormson to the Queen my mother, than such worthless weeds, when he ravaged Norway, laying waste the kingdom, seizing Scot and treasure for her royal needs. But thou darest not venture through the Sound to Vendland, my domains to rescue from King Burislav, lest King Svend of Denmark, forked beard, my brother, scatter all thy vessels as the wind the chaff. Then up sprang King Olaf like a reindeer bounding. With an oath he answered thus the luckless queen, Never yet did Olaf fear King Svend of Denmark. This right hand shall hale him by his forked chin. Then he left the chamber, thundering through the doorway. Loud his steps resounded down the outer stair. Smarting with the insult through the streets of Trondheim, strode he red and wrathful with his stately air. All his ships he gathered, summoned all his forces, making his war levy in the region round. Down the coast of Norway like a flock of seagulls sailed the fleet of Olaf through the Danish Sound. With his own hand, fearless steered he the long Serpent, strained the creaking cordage, bent each boom and gaff, till in Vendland landing the domains of Tyri he redeemed and rescued from King Burislav. Then said Olaf, laughing, Not 10 yoke of oxen have the power to draw us like a woman's hair. Now will I confess it, better things are jewels than Angelica stalks are for a queen to wear. 17. King Svend of the Forked Beard. Loudly the sailors cheered Svend of the Forked Beard, as with his fleet he steered southward to Vendland, where with their courses hauled, all were together called unto the Isle of Svold near to the mainland. After Queen Gunhild's death, so the old Saga saith, plighted King Svend his faith to Sigrid the Haughty, and to avenge his bride, soothing her wounded pride, over the waters wide King Olaf sought he. Still on her scornful face, blushing with deep disgrace, bore she the crimson trace of Olaf's gauntlet. Like a malignant star blazing in heaven afar, red shone the angry scar under her frontlet. Oft to King Svend she spake, For thine own honour's sake shalt thou swift vengeance take on the vile coward. Until the king at last, gusty and overcast, like a tempestuous blast, threatened and lowered. Soon as the spring appeared, Svend of the Forked Beard high his red standard reared, eager for battle, while every warlike Dane, seizing his arms again, left all unsown the grain, unhoused the cattle. Likewise the Swedish king summoned in haste a ting, weapons and men to bring in aid of Denmark. Eric the Norseman, too, as the war tidings flew, sailed with a chosen crew from Lapland and Finnmark. So upon Easter Day sailed the 3 kings away, out of the sheltered bay in the bright season. With them Earl Sigvald came, eager for spoil and fame. Pity that such a name stooped to such treason. Safe unto Svald at last, now were their anchors cast, safe from the sea and blast plotted the 3 kings, while with a base intent southward Earl Sigvald went, on a foul errand bent unto the sea kings. Thence to hold on his course unto King Olaf's force, lying within the horse mouths of Stethaven, him to ensnare, and bring unto the Danish king, who his dead corse would fling forth to the raven. 18. King Olaf and Earl Sigvald. On the grey sea sands King Olaf stands, northward and seaward he points with his hands. With eddy and whirl the sea tides curl, washing the sandals of Sigvald the Earl. The mariners shout, the ships swing about, the yards are all hoisted, the sails flutter out. The war horns are played, the anchors are weighed. Like moths in the distance the sails flit and fade. The sea is like lead, The harbor lies dead as a corse on the seashore whose spirit has fled. On that fatal day, the histories say, 70 vessels sailed out of the bay. But soon scattered wide o'er the billows they ride, while Sigvald and Olaf sail side by side. Cried the Earl, "Follow me, I your pilot will be, for I know all the channels where flows the deep sea." So into the strait where his foes lie in wait, gallant King Olaf sails to his fate. Then the sea fog veils the ships and their sails. Queen Sigrid the haughty, thy vengeance prevails. 19. King Olaf's war horns. "Strike the sails," King Olaf said. "Never shall men of mine take flight. Never away from battle I fled, never away from my foes. Let God dispose of my life in the fight." "Sound the horns," said Olaf the king. And suddenly through the drifting broom the blare of the horns began to ring, like the terrible trumpet shock of Ragnarok on the day of doom. Louder and louder the war horns sang over the level floor of the flood. All the sails came down with a clang, and there in the midst, overhead, the sun hung red as a drop of blood. Drifting down on the Danish fleet, 3 together the ships were lashed, so that neither should turn and retreat. In the midst, but in front of the rest, the burnished crest of the Serpent flashed. King Olaf stood on the quarter-deck, with bow of ash and arrows of oak. His gilded shield was without a fleck, his helmet inlaid with gold, and in many a fold hung his crimson cloak. On the forecastle, Ulf the Red watched the lashing of the ships. "If the Serpent lie so far ahead, we shall have hard work of it here," said he with a sneer on his bearded lips. King Olaf laid an arrow on string. "Have I a coward on board?" said he. "Shoot it another way, O king," sullenly answered Ulf, the old sea-wolf. "You have need of me." In front came Svend, the king of the Danes, sweeping down with his 50 rowers. To the right, the Swedish king with his thanes, and on board of the Iron Beard, Earl Eric steered, to the left with his oars. "These soft Danes and Swedes," said the king, "at home with their wives had better stay than come within reach of my Serpent's sting. But where Eric the Norseman leads, heroic deeds will be done today." Then, as together the vessels crashed, Eric severed the cables of hide with which King Olaf's ships were lashed, and left them to drive and drift with the current swift of the outward tide. Louder the war horns growl and snarl, sharper the dragons bite and sting. Eric, the son of Håkon Jarl, a death drink salt as the sea, pledges to thee, Olaf the king. 20. Einar Tamberskelver. It was Einar Tamberskelver stood beside the mast. From his yew-bow, tipped with silver, flew the arrows fast. Aimed at Eric unavailing as he sat concealed, half behind the quarter railing, half behind his shield. First an arrow struck the tiller just above his head. "Sing, O Eyvind Skaldaspiller," then Earl Eric said. "Sing the song of Håkon dying. Sing his funeral wail." And another arrow flying grazed his coat of mail. Turning to a Lapland yeoman as the arrow passed, said Earl Eric, "Shoot that bowman standing by the mast." Sooner than the word was spoken flew the yeoman's shaft. Einar's bow in twain was broken. Einar only laughed. "What was that?" said Olaf, standing on the quarter-deck. "Something heard I like the stranding of a shattered wreck." Einar then, the arrow taking from the loosened string, answered, "That was Norway breaking from thy hand, O king." "Thou art but a poor diviner," straightway Olaf said. "Take my bow, and swifter, Einar, let thy shafts be sped." Of his bows the fairest choosing reached he from above. Einar saw the blood drops oozing through his iron glove. But the bow was thin and narrow. At the first assay, o'er its head he drew the arrow, flung the bow away. Said with hot and angry temper, flushing in his cheek, "Olaf, for so great a kemper, are thy bows too weak?" Then with smile of joy defiant on his beardless lip, Scaled he, light and self-reliant, Eric's dragon ship. Loose his golden locks were flowing, bright his armor gleamed. Like St. Michael overthrowing Lucifer he seemed. 21. King Olaf's death drink. All day has the battle raged, all day have the ships engaged, but not yet is assuaged the vengeance of Eric the Earl. The decks with blood are red, the arrows of death are sped, the ships are filled with the dead, and the spears the champions hurl. They drift as wrecks on the tide, the grappling irons are plied, the boarders climb up the side, the shouts are feeble and few. Ah, never shall Norway again see her sailors come back o'er the main. They all lie wounded or slain, or asleep in the billows blue. On the deck stands Olaf the king. Around him whistle and sing the spears that the foemen fling, and the stones they hurl with their hands. In the midst of the stones and the spears, Kolbjörn the marshal appears. His shield in the air he uprears. By the side of King Olaf he stands. Over the slippery wreck of the long Serpent's deck sweeps Eric with hardly a check. His lips with anger are pale. He hews with his axe at the mast, till it falls with the sails overcast, like a snow-covered pine in the vast dim forests of Orkadale. Seeking King Olaf then, he rushes aft with his men, as a hunter into the den of the bear when he stands at bay. "Remember Jarl Håkon," he cries, when lo, on his wondering eyes, two kingly figures arise, two Olafs in warlike array. Then Kolbjörn speaks in the ear of King Olaf a word of cheer, in a whisper that none may hear, with a smile on his tremulous lip. Two shields raised high in the air, two flashes of golden hair, two scarlet meteors glare, and both have leaped from the ship. Earl Eric's men in the boat seize Kolbjörn's shield as it floats, and cry from their hairy throats, "See, it is Olaf the king!" While far on the opposite side floats another shield on the tide, like a jewel set in the wide sea current's eddying ring. There is told a wonderful tale, how the king stripped off his mail like leaves of the brown sea kale as he swam beneath the main. But the young grew old and grey, and never by night or by day in his kingdom of Norroway was King Olaf seen again. 22. The Nun of Nidaros. In the convent of Trondheim, alone in her chamber, knelt Astrid the abbess, at midnight, adoring, beseeching, entreating the Virgin and Mother. She heard in the silence the voice of one speaking without in the darkness, in gusts of the night wind, now louder, now nearer, now lost in the distance. The voice of a stranger, it seemed, as she listened, of someone who answered, beseeching, imploring, a cry from afar off she could not distinguish. The voice of St. John, the beloved disciple, who wandered and waited the Master's appearance, alone in the darkness, unsheltered and friendless. It is accepted, the angry defiance, the challenge of battle. It is accepted, but not with the weapons of war that thou wieldest. Cross against corselet, love against hatred, peace cry for war cry. Patience is powerful. He that o'ercometh hath power o'er the nations. As torrents in summer, half dried in their channels, suddenly rise, though the sky is still cloudless, for rain has been falling far off at their fountains, so hearts that are fainting grow full to o'erflowing, and they that behold it marvel, and know not that God at their fountains far off has been raining. Stronger than steel is the sword of the Spirit. Swifter than arrows the light of the truth is. Greater than anger is love, and subdueth. Thou art a phantom, a shape of the sea mist, a shape of the brumal rain, and the darkness fearful and formless. Day dawns, and thou art not. The dawn is not distant, nor is the night starless. Love is eternal. God is still God, and his faith shall not fail us. Christ is eternal. The Belfry of Bruges. Carolyn. In the ancient town of Bruges, in the quaint old Flemish city, as the evening shades descended, low and loud and sweetly blended, low at times and loud at times, and changing like a poet's rhymes, rang the beautiful wild chimes from the belfry in the market of the ancient town of Bruges. Then, with deep sonorous clangor, calmly answering their sweet anger, when the wrangling bells had ended, slowly struck the clock 11, and from out the silent heaven silence on the town descended. Silence, silence everywhere, on the earth and in the air, save that footsteps here and there of some burgher home returning, by the street lamps faintly burning, for a moment woke the echoes of the ancient town of Bruges. But amid my broken slumbers, still I heard those magic numbers, as they loud proclaimed the flight and stolen marches of the night, till their chimes in sweet collision mingled with each wandering vision, mingled with the fortune-telling gypsy bands of dreams and fancies, which amid the waste expanses of the silent land of trances have their solitary dwelling. All else seemed asleep in Bruges, in the quaint old Flemish city. And I thought how like these chimes are the poet's airy rhymes, all his rhymes and roundelays, his conceits and songs and ditties, from the belfry of his brain, scattered downward, though in vain, on the roofs and stones of cities. For by night the drowsy ear under its curtains cannot hear, and by day men go their ways, hearing the music as they pass, but deeming it no more, alas, than the hollow sound of brass. Yet perchance a sleepless wight, lodging at some humble inn in the narrow lanes of life, when the dusk and hush of night shut out the incessant din of daylight and its toil and strife, may listen with a calm delight to the poet's melodies, till he hears, or dreams he hears, intermingled with the song, thoughts that he has cherished long, hears amid the chime and singing the bells of his own village ringing, and wakes and finds his slumberous eyes wet with most delicious tears. Thus dreamed I, as by night I lay in Bruges at the Fleur de Blé, listening with a wild delight to the chimes that through the night rang their changes from the belfry of that quaint old Flemish city. The Belfry of Bruges. In the marketplace of Bruges stands the belfry old and brown. Thrice consumed and thrice rebuilded, still it watches o'er the town. As the summer morn was breaking, on that lofty tower I stood, and the world threw off the darkness like the weeds of widowhood. Thick with towns and hamlets studded, and with streams and vapors grey, like a shield embossed with silver, round and vast the landscape lay. At my feet the city slumbered. From its chimneys here and there, wreaths of snow-white smoke ascending vanished ghost-like into air. Not a sound rose from the city at that early morning hour, but I heard a heart of iron beating in the ancient tower. From their nests beneath the rafters sang the swallows wild and high, and the world beneath me sleeping seemed more distant than the sky. Then, most musical and solemn, bringing back the olden times, with their strange unearthly changes, rang the melancholy chimes, like the psalms from some old cloister, when the nuns sing in the choir. And the great bell tolled among them, like the chanting of a friar. Visions of the days departed, shadowy phantoms filled my brain. They who live in history only seem to walk the earth again. All the foresters of Flanders, mighty Baldwin, Bras de Fer, Lideric de Buc and Cressy, Philip, Guy de Dampierre. I beheld the pageants splendid that adorned those days of old. Stately dames like queens attended, knights who bore the fleece of gold. Lombard and Venetian merchants with deep-laden argosies, ministers from 20 nations, more than royal pomp and ease. I beheld proud Maximilian, kneeling humbly on the ground. I beheld the gentle Mary hunting with her hawk and hound, and her lighted bridal chamber, where a duke slept with the queen, and the armed guard around them, and the sword unsheathed between. I beheld the Flemish weavers with Namur and Julier bold, marching homeward from the bloody battle of the spurs of gold. Saw the fight at Minervata, saw the white hoods moving west, saw great Artevelde victorious scale the golden dragon's nest. And again the whiskered Spaniard all the land with terror smote, and again the wild alarum sounded from the tocsin's throat, till the bell of Ghent responded o'er lagoon and dike of sand, I am Roland, I am Roland, there is victory in the land. Then the sounds of drums aroused me. The awakened city's roar chased the phantoms I had summoned back into their graves once more. Hours had passed away like minutes, and before I was aware, lo, the shadow of the belfry crossed the sun-illumined square.
We hope you are enjoying this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others. Click the playlist link in the description box below for more classic book readings.
The Broken Oar. Once upon Iceland's solitary strand a poet wandered with his book and pen, seeking some final word, some sweet amen wherewith to close the volume in his hand. The billows rolled and plunged upon the sand. The circling seagulls swept beyond his ken, and from the parting cloud-rack now and then flashed the red sunset over sea and land. Then by the billows at his feet was tossed a broken oar, and carved thereon he read, Oft was I weary when I toiled at thee. And like a man who findeth what was lost, he wrote the words, then lifted up his head and flung his useless pen into the sea. The Reaper and the Flowers. There is a reaper whose name is Death, and with his sickle keen he reaps the bearded grain at a breath, and the flowers that grow between. Shall I have naught that is fair, saith he, have naught but the bearded grain? Though the breath of these flowers is sweet to me, I will give them all back again. He gazed at the flowers with tearful eyes, he kissed their drooping leaves. It was for the Lord of Paradise he bound them in his sheaves. My Lord has need of these flowerets gay, the reaper said and smiled. Dear tokens of the earth are they, where he was once a child. They shall all bloom in fields of light, transplanted by my care, and saints upon their garments white these sacred blossoms wear. And the mother gave in tears and pain the flowers she most did love. She knew she should find them all again in the fields of light above. Oh, not in cruelty, not in wrath, the reaper came that day. 'Twas an angel visited the green earth and took the flowers away. King Robert of Sicily. Robert of Sicily, brother of Pope Urban and Valmond, Emperor of Alamein, Apparelled in magnificent attire, with retinue of many a knight and squire, on St. John's Eve at vespers proudly sat, and heard the priests chant the Magnificat. And as he listened, o'er and o'er again, repeated, like a burden or refrain, he caught the words, Deposuit potentes de sede, et exaltavit humiles. And slowly lifting up his kingly head, he to a learned clerk beside him said, What mean these words? The clerk made answer meet. He has put down the mighty from their seat, and has exalted them of low degree. Thereat King Robert muttered scornfully, 'Tis well that such seditious words are sung only by priests, and in the Latin tongue. For unto priests and people be it known, there is no power can push me from my throne. And leaning back, he yawned and fell asleep, lulled by the chant monotonous and deep. When he awoke, it was already night. The church was empty, and there was no light save where the lamps that glimmered few and faint lighted a little space before some saint. He started from his seat and gazed around, but saw no living thing, and heard no sound. He groped towards the door, but it was locked. He cried aloud and listened, and then knocked and uttered awful threatenings and complaints and imprecations upon men and saints. The sounds re-echoed from the roof and walls as if dead priests were laughing in their stalls. At length the sexton, hearing from without the tumult of the knocking and the shout, and thinking thieves were in the house of prayer, came with his lantern, asking, Who is there? Half choked with rage, King Robert fiercely said, Open, 'tis I, the king, art thou afraid? The frightened sexton, muttering with a curse, This is some drunken vagabond or worse, turned the great key and flung the portal wide. A man rushed by him at a single stride, haggard, half naked, without hat or cloak, who neither turned nor looked at him nor spoke, but leaped into the blackness of the night and vanished like a spectre from his sight. Robert of Sicily, brother of Pope Urban and Valmond, Emperor of Alamein, despoiled of his magnificent attire, bareheaded, breathless, and besprent with mire, with sense of wrong and outrage desperate, strode on and thundered at the palace gate, rushed through the courtyard, thrusting in his rage to right and left each seneschal and page, and hurried up the broad and sounding stair, his white face ghastly in the torches' glare. From hall to hall he passed with breathless speed. Voices and cries he heard, but did not heed, until at last he reached the banquet room, blazing with light and breathing with perfume. There on the dais sat another king, wearing his robes, his crown, his signet ring, King Robert's self, in features, form, and height, but all transfigured with angelic light. It was an angel, and his presence there with a divine effulgence filled the air, an exaltation piercing the disguise, though none the hidden angel recognize. A moment speechless, motionless, amazed, the throneless monarch on the angel gazed, who met his look of anger and surprise with the divine compassion of his eyes, then said, Who art thou, and why comest thou here? To which King Robert answered with a sneer, I am the king, and come to claim my own from an impostor who usurps my throne. And suddenly at these audacious words up sprang the angry guests and drew their swords. The angel answered with unruffled brow, Nay, not the king, but the king's jester. Thou henceforth shalt wear the bells and scalloped cape, and for thy counsellor shall lead an ape. Thou shalt obey my servants when they call, and wait upon my henchmen in the hall. Deaf to King Robert's threats and cries and prayers, they thrust him from the hall and down the stairs. A group of tittering pages ran before, and as they opened wide the folding door, his heart failed, for he heard with strange alarms the boisterous laughter of the men-at-arms, and all the vaulted chamber roar and ring with the mock plaudits of Long live the king! Next morning, waking with the day's first beam, he said within himself, "It was a dream." But the straw rustled as he turned his head. There were the cap and bells beside his bed. Around him rose the bare, discolored walls. Close by, the steeds were champing in their stalls. And in the corner, a revolting shape, shivering and chattering, sat the wretched ape. It was no dream. The world he loved so much had turned to dust and ashes at his touch. Days came and went, and now returned again to Sicily the old Saturnian reign. Under the angel's governance benign, the happy island danced with corn and wine, and deep within the mountain's burning breast Enceladus the giant was at rest. Meanwhile King Robert yielded to his fate, sullen and silent and disconsolate. Dressed in the motley garb that jesters wear, with look bewildered and a vacant stare, close-shaven above the ears as monks are shorn, by courtiers mocked, by pages laughed to scorn, his only friend the ape, his only food what others left, he still was unsubdued. And when the angel met him on his way, and half in earnest, half in jest, would say, sternly though tenderly, that he might feel the velvet scabbard held a sword of steel, "Art thou the king?" the passion of his woe burst from him in resistless overflow, and lifting high his forehead he would fling the haughty answer back, I am the king." Almost 3 years were ended, when there came ambassadors of great repute and name from Valmond, Emperor of Alamein, unto King Robert, saying that Pope Urban, by letter, summoned them forthwith to come on Holy Thursday to his city of Rome. The angel with great joy received his guests, and gave them presents of embroidered vests, and velvet mantles with rich ermine lined, and rings and jewels of the rarest kind. Then he departed with them o'er the sea into the lovely land of Italy, whose loveliness was more resplendent made by the mere passing of that cavalcade, with plumes and cloaks and housings, and the stir of jewelled bridle and of golden spur. And lo, among the menials, in mock state, upon a piebald steed with shambling gait, his cloak of foxtails flapping in the wind, the solemn ape demurely perched behind, King Robert rode, making huge merriment in all the country towns through which they went. The Pope received them with great pomp and blare of bannered trumpets on St. Peter's Square, giving his benediction and embrace, fervent and full of apostolic grace. While with congratulations and with prayers he entertained the angel unawares, Robert the jester, bursting through the crowd, into their presence rushed, and cried aloud, I am the king! Look and behold in me Robert, your brother, king of Sicily. This man who wears my semblance to your eyes is an impostor in a king's disguise. Do you not know me? Does no voice within answer my cry and say we are akin? The Pope in silence, but with troubled mien, gazed at the angel's countenance serene. The emperor, laughing, said, It is strange sport to keep a madman for thy fool at court. And the poor baffled jester, in disgrace, was hustled back among the populace. In solemn state the Holy Week went by, and Easter Sunday gleamed upon the sky. The presence of the angel, with its light before the sun rose, made the city bright, and with new fervor filled the hearts of men, who felt that Christ indeed had risen again. Even the jester, on his bed of straw, with haggard eyes the unwonted splendor saw. He felt within a power unfelt before, and kneeling humbly on his chamber floor, he heard the rushing garments of the Lord sweep through the silent air, ascending heavenward. And now, the visit ending, and once more Valmond returning to the Danube shore, homeward the angel journeyed, and again the land was made resplendent with his train, flashing along the towns of Italy unto Salerno, and from thence by sea. And when once more within Palermo's wall, and seated on the throne in his great hall, he heard the Angelus from convent towers, as if the better world conversed with ours, he beckoned to King Robert to draw nigher, and with a gesture bade the rest retire. And when they were alone, the angel said, "Art thou the king?" Then, bowing down his head, King Robert crossed both hands upon his breast, and meekly answered him, "Thou knowest best. My sins as scarlet are. Let me go hence, and in some cloister's school of penitence, across those stones that pave the way to heaven, walk barefoot, till my guilty soul be shriven." The angel smiled, and from his radiant face a holy light illumined all the place, and through the open window loud and clear they heard the monks chant in the chapel near, above the stir and tumult of the street. He has put down the mighty from their seat, and has exalted them of low degree. And through the chant a second melody rose like the throbbing of a single string. I am an angel, and thou art the king. King Robert, who was standing near the throne, lifted his eyes, and lo, he was alone, but all apparelled as in days of old, with ermined mantle and with cloth of gold. And when his courtiers came, they found him there, kneeling upon the floor, absorbed in silent prayer. The Slave's Dream. Beside the ungathered rice he lay, his sickle in his hand. His breast was bare, his matted hair was buried in the sand. Again in the mist and shadow of sleep he saw his native land. Wide through the landscape of his dreams the lordly Niger flowed. Beneath the palm trees on the plain once more a king he strode, and heard the tinkling caravans descend the mountain road. He saw once more his dark-eyed queen among her children stand. They clasped his neck, they kissed his cheeks, they held him by the hand. A tear burst from the sleeper's lids and fell into the sand. And then, at furious speed, he rode along the Niger's bank. His bridle reins were golden chains, and with a martial clank at each leap he could feel his scabbard of steel smiting his stallion's flank. Before him, like a blood-red flag, the bright flamingos flew. From morn till night he followed their flight, o'er plains where the tamarind grew, till he saw the roofs of Kaffir huts, and the ocean rose to view. At night he heard the lion roar and the hyena scream, and the river horse as he crushed the reeds beside some hidden stream. And it passed like a glorious roll of drums through the triumph of his dream. The forests with their myriad tongues shouted of liberty, and the blast of the desert cried aloud with a voice so wild and free that he started in his sleep and smiled at their tempestuous glee. He did not feel the driver's whip, nor the burning heat of day, for death had illumined the land of sleep, and his lifeless body lay a worn-out fetter that the soul had broken and thrown away. The Leap of Rushan Beg. Mounted on Kirat, strong and fleet, his chestnut steed with 4 white feet, Rushan Beg, called Kuroglu, son of the road and bandit chief, seeking refuge and relief, up the mountain pathway flew. Such was Kirat's wondrous speed, never yet could any steed reach the dust cloud in his course. More than maiden, more than wife, more than gold, and next to life, Rushan the robber loved his horse. In the land that lies beyond Erzurum and Trebizond, garden-girt his fortress stood. Plundered Khan or caravan journeying north from Kurdistan gave him wealth and wine and food. 780 men-at-arms his livery wore, did his bidding night and day. Now, through regions all unknown, he was wandering, lost, alone, seeking without guide his way. Suddenly the pathway ends, sheer the precipice descends, loud the torrent roars unseen. 30 feet from side to side yawns the chasm. On air must ride he who crosses this ravine. Following close in his pursuit at the precipice's foot, Rehan the Arab of Orpha halted with his 100 men, shouting upward from the glen, La ilaha illallah! Gently Rushan Beg caressed Kirat's forehead, neck, and breast, kissed him upon both his eyes, sang to him in his wild way, as upon the topmost spray sings a bird before it flies. O my Kirat, O my steed, round and slender as a reed, carry me this peril through. Satin housings shall be thine, shoes of gold, O Kirat mine, O thou soul of Kuroglu. Soft thy skin as silken skein, soft as woman's hair thy mane, tender are thine eyes and true, all thy hoofs like ivory shine, polished bright. O life of mine, leap and rescue Kuroglu. Kirat then, the strong and fleet, drew together his 4 white feet, paused a moment on the verge, measured with his eye the space, and into the air's embrace leaped as leaps the ocean surge. As the ocean surge o'er sand bears a swimmer safe to land, Kirat safe his rider bore. Rattling down the deep abyss, fragments of the precipice rolled like pebbles on a shore. Rushan's tasselled cap of red trembled not upon his head. Careless sat he and upright. Neither hand nor bridle shook, nor his head he turned to look, as he galloped out of sight. Flash of harness in the air, seen a moment like the glare of a sword drawn from its sheath. Thus the phantom horseman passed, and the shadow that he cast leaped the cataract underneath. Rehan the Arab held his breath, while this vision of life and death passed above him. Allahu, cried he, in all Kurdistan lives there not so brave a man as this robber Kuroglu. Chaucer. An old man in a lodge within a park. The chamber walls depicted all around with portraitures of huntsman, hawk, and hound, and the hurt deer. He listeneth to the lark, whose song comes with the sunshine through the dark of painted glass in leaden lattice bound. He listeneth, and he laugheth at the sound, then writeth in a book like any clerk. He is the poet of the dawn, who wrote the Canterbury Tales, and his old age made beautiful with song. And as I read, I hear the crowing cock, I hear the note of lark and linnet, and from every page rise odors of ploughed field or flowery mead. A shadow. I said unto myself, if I were dead, what would befall these children? What would be their fate, who now are looking up to me for help and furtherance? Their lives, I said, would be a volume wherein I have read but the first chapters, and no longer see to read the rest of their dear history, so full of beauty and so full of dread. Be comforted. The world is very old, and generations pass as they have passed, a troop of shadows moving with the sun. Thousands of times has the old tale been told. The world belongs to those who come the last. They will find hope and strength, as we have done. Torquemada. In the heroic days when Ferdinand and Isabella ruled the Spanish land, and Torquemada with his subtle brain ruled them as Grand Inquisitor of Spain, in a great castle near Valladolid, moated and high and by fair woodlands hid, there dwelt, as from the chronicles we learn, an old hidalgo proud and taciturn, whose name has perished with his towers of stone, and all his actions, save this one alone. This one, so terrible, perhaps 'twere best if it too were forgotten with the rest, unless perchance our eyes can see therein the martyrdom triumphant o'er the sin. A double picture, with its gloom and glow, the splendor overhead, the death below. This sombre man counted each day as lost on which his feet no sacred threshold crossed. And when he chanced the passing host to meet, he knelt and prayed devoutly in the street. oft he confessed, and with each mutinous thought, as with wild beasts at Ephesus, he fought. In deep contrition scourged himself in Lent, walked in processions with his head down bent. At plays of Corpus Christi oft was seen, and on Palm Sunday bore his bough of green. His sole diversion was to hunt the boar through tangled thickets of the forest hoar, or with his jingling mules to hurry down to some grand bullfight in the neighboring town, or in the crowd with lighted tapers stand when Jews were burned or banished from the land. Then stirred within him a tumultuous joy. The demon whose delight is to destroy shook him, and shouted with a trumpet tone, "Kill, kill, and let the Lord find out his own." And now in that old castle in the wood, his daughters, in the dawn of womanhood, returning from their convent school, had made resplendent with their bloom the forest shade, reminding him of their dead mother's face when first she came into that gloomy place, a memory in his heart as dim and sweet as moonlight in a solitary street, where the same rays that lift the sea are thrown, lovely but powerless, upon walls of stone. These two fair daughters of a mother dead were all the dream had left him as it fled. A joy at first, and then a growing care, as if a voice within him cried, "Beware!" A vague presentiment of impending doom, like ghostly footsteps in a vacant room, haunted him day and night. A formless fear that death to someone of his house was near, with dark surmises of a hidden crime, made life itself a death before its time. Jealous, suspicious, with no sense of shame, a spy upon his daughters he became. With velvet slippers noiseless on the floors, he glided softly through half-open doors. Now in the room and now upon the stair, he stood beside them ere they were aware. He listened in the passage when they talked. He watched them from the casement when they walked. He saw the gypsy haunt the river's side. He saw the monk among the cork trees glide. And, tortured by the mystery and the doubt of some dark secret past his finding out, baffled he paused. Then, reassured again, pursued the flying phantom of his brain. He watched them even when they knelt in church, and then, descending lower in his search, questioned the servants, and with eager eyes listened incredulous to their replies. The gypsy? None had seen her in the wood. The monk? A mendicant in search of food. At length the awful revelation came, crushing at once his pride of birth and name. The hopes his yearning bosom forward cast, and the ancestral glories of the past, all fell together, crumbling in disgrace, a turret rent from battlement to base. His daughters talking in the dead of night in their own chamber and without a light, listening as he was wont, he overheard and learned the dreadful secret, word by word. And hurrying from his castle, with a cry he raised his hands to the unpitying sky, repeating one dread word, till bush and tree caught it, and shuddering answered, "Heresy." Wrapped in his cloak, his hat drawn o'er his face, now hurrying forward, now with lingering pace, he walked all night the alleys of his park, with one unseen companion in the dark, the demon who within him lay in wait, and by his presence turned his love to hate, forever muttering in an undertone, "Kill, kill, and let the Lord find out his own." Upon the morrow, after early mass, while yet the dew was glistening on the grass, and all the woods were musical with birds, the old hidalgo, uttering fearful words, walked homeward with the priest, and in his room summoned his trembling daughters to their doom. When questioned, with brief answers they replied, nor when accused evaded or denied. Expostulations, passionate appeals, all that the human heart most fears or feels, in vain the priest with earnest voice essayed. In vain the father threatened, wept and prayed, until at last he said with haughty mien, "The Holy Office, then, must intervene." And now the Grand Inquisitor of Spain, with all the 50 horsemen of his train, his awful name resounding like the blast of funeral trumpets as he onward passed, came to Valladolid, and there began to harry the rich Jews with fire and ban. To him the hidalgo went, and at the gate demanded audience on affairs of state, and in a secret chamber stood before a venerable grey-beard of 80, dressed in the hood and habit of a friar. Out of his eyes flashed a consuming fire, and in his hand the mystic horn he held, which poison and all noxious charms dispelled. He heard in silence the hidalgo's tale, then answered, in a voice that made him quail, "Son of the Church, when Abraham of old to sacrifice his only son was told, he did not pause to parley nor protest, but hastened to obey the Lord's behest. In him it was accounted righteousness. The Holy Church expects of thee no less." A sacred frenzy seized the father's brain, and mercy from that hour implored in vain. Ah, who will e'er believe the words I say? His daughters he accused, and the same day they both were cast into the dungeon's gloom, that dismal antechamber of the tomb, arraigned, condemned, and sentenced to the flame, the secret torture and the public shame. Then to the Grand Inquisitor once more the hidalgo went, more eager than before, and said, "When Abraham offered up his son, he clave the wood wherewith it might be done. By his example taught, let me too bring wood from the forest for my offering." And the deep voice without a pause replied, "Son of the Church, by faith now justified, complete thy sacrifice even as thou wilt. The Church absolves thy conscience from all guilt." Then this most wretched father went his way into the woods that round his castle lay, where once his daughters in their childhood played with their young mother in the sun and shade. Now all the leaves had fallen. The branches bare made a perpetual moaning in the air, and screaming from their eyries overhead, the ravens sailed athwart the sky of lead. With his own hands he lopped the boughs, and bound faggots that crackled with foreboding sound, and on his mules, caparisoned and gay with bells and tassels, sent them on their way. Then, with his mind on one dark purpose bent, again to the Inquisitor he went, and said, "Behold the faggots I have brought, and now, lest my atonement be as naught, grant me one more request, one last desire, with my own hand to light the funeral fire." And Torquemada answered from his seat, "Son of the Church, thine offering is complete. Her servants through all ages shall not cease to magnify thy deed. Depart in peace." Upon the marketplace, builded of stone, the scaffold rose, whereon death claimed his own. At the four corners, in stern attitude, 4 statues of the Hebrew prophets stood, gazing with calm indifference in their eyes upon this place of human sacrifice, round which was gathering fast the eager crowd, with clamor of voices dissonant and loud, and every roof and window was alive with restless gazers, swarming like a hive. The church bells tolled, the chant of monks drew near, loud trumpets stammered forth their notes of fear. A line of torches smoked along the street. There was a stir, a rush, a tramp of feet, and with its banners floating in the air, slowly the long procession crossed the square. And to the statues of the prophets bound, the victims stood with faggots piled around. Then all the air a blast of trumpets shook, and louder sang the monks with bell and book, and the hidalgo, lofty, stern, and proud, lifted his torch, and bursting through the crowd, lighted in haste the faggots, and then fled, lest those imploring eyes should strike him dead. O pitiless skies! Why did your clouds retain for peasants' fields their floods of hoarded rain? O pitiless earth, why opened no abyss to bury in its chasm a crime like this? That night, a mingled column of fire and smoke from the dark thickets of the forest broke, and glaring o'er the landscape leagues away, made all the fields and hamlets bright as day. Wrapped in a sheet of flame the castle blazed, and as the villagers in terror gazed, they saw the figure of that cruel knight lean from a window in the turret's height, his ghastly face illumined with the glare, his hands upraised above his head in prayer, till the floor sank beneath him, and he fell down the black hollow of that burning well. 3 centuries and more above his bones have piled the oblivious years like funeral stones. His name has perished with him, and no trace remains on earth of his afflicted race. But Torquemada's name, with clouds o'ercast, looms in the distant landscape of the past, like a burnt tower upon a blackened heath, lit by the fires of burning woods beneath. My lost youth. Often I think of the beautiful town that is seated by the sea. Often in thoughts go up and down the pleasant streets of that dear old town, and my youth comes back to me. And a verse of a Lapland song is haunting my memory still. A boy's will is the wind's will, and the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. I can see the shadowy lines of its trees, and catch in sudden gleams the sheen of the far surrounding seas, and islands that were the Hesperides of all my boyish dreams. And the burden of that old song, it murmurs and whispers still, a boy's will is the wind's will, and the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. I remember the black wharves and the slips, and the sea tides tossing free, and Spanish sailors with bearded lips, and the beauty and mystery of the ships, and the magic of the sea. And the voice of that wayward song is singing and saying still, a boy's will is the wind's will, and the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. I remember the bulwarks by the shore, and the fort upon the hill, the sunrise gun with its hollow roar, the drum beat repeated o'er and o'er, and the bugle wild and shrill. And the music of that old song throbs in my memory still. A boy's will is the wind's will, and the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. I remember the sea fight far away, how it thundered o'er the tide, and the dead captains as they lay in their graves o'erlooking the tranquil bay where they in battle died. And the sound of that mournful song goes through me with a thrill. A boy's will is the wind's will, and the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. I can see the breezy dome of groves, the shadows of Deering's woods, and the friendships old and the early loves come back with a Sabbath sound as of doves in quiet neighborhoods. And the verse of that sweet old song, it flutters and murmurs still, a boy's will is the wind's will, and the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. I remember the gleams and glooms that dart across the schoolboy's brain, the song and the silence in the heart, that in part are prophecies, and in part are longings wild and vain. And the voice of that fitful song sings on and is never still, a boy's will is the wind's will, and the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. There are things of which I may not speak. There are dreams that cannot die. There are thoughts that make the strong heart weak, and bring a pallor into the cheek and a mist before the eye, and the words of that fatal song come over me like a chill. A boy's will is the wind's will, and the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. Strange to me now are the forms I meet when I visit the dear old town, but the native air is pure and sweet, and the trees that o'ershadow each well-known street as they balance up and down are singing the beautiful song, are sighing and whispering still, a boy's will is the wind's will, and the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. And Deering's woods are fresh and fair, and with joy that is almost pain, my heart goes back to wander there, and among the dreams of the days that were, I find my lost youth again. And the strange and beautiful song, the groves are repeating it still. A boy's will is the wind's will, and the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. Emma and Eginhard. When Alcuin taught the sons of Charlemagne in the free schools of Aix how kings should reign, and with them taught the children of the poor how subjects should be patient and endure, he touched the lips of some, as best befit, with honey from the hives of Holy Writ. Others intoxicated with the wine of ancient history, sweet but less divine. Some with the wholesome fruits of grammar fed, others with mysteries of the stars o'erhead that hang suspended in the vaulted sky like lamps in some fair palace vast and high. In sooth, it was a pleasant sight to see that Saxon monk with hood and rosary, with inkhorn at his belt and pen and book, and mingled love and reverence in his look, or hear the cloister and the court repeat the measured footfalls of his sandaled feet, or watch him with the pupils of his school, gentle of speech, but absolute of rule. Among them, always earliest in his place, was Eginhard, a youth of Frankish race, whose face was bright with flashes that forerun the splendors of a yet unrisen sun. To him all things were possible, and seemed not what he had accomplished, but had dreamed, and what were tasks to others were his play, the pastime of an idle holiday. Smaragdo, abbot of St. Michael's, said with many a shrug and shaking of the head, surely some demon must possess the lad, who showed more wit than ever schoolboy had, and learned his trivium thus without the rod. But Alcuin said it was the grace of God. Thus he grew up, in logic, point, device, perfect in grammar, and in rhetoric nice. Science of numbers, geometric art, and lore of stars, and music knew by heart. A minnesinger long before the times of those who sang their love in Swabian rhymes. The emperor, when he heard this good report of Eginhard, much buzzed about the court, said to himself, "This stripling seems to be purposely sent into the world for me. He shall become my scribe, and shall be schooled in all the arts whereby the world is ruled." Thus did the gentle Eginhard attain to honor in the court of Charlemagne, became the sovereign's favorite, his right hand, so that his fame was great in all the land, and all men loved him for his modest grace and comeliness of figure and of face. An inmate of the palace, yet recluse, a man of books, yet sacred from abuse among the armed knights with spur on heel, the tramp of horses and the clang of steel. And, as the emperor promised, he was schooled in all the arts by which the world is ruled. But the one art supreme, whose law is fate, the emperor never dreamed of till too late. Home from her convent to the palace came the lovely Princess Emma, whose sweet name, whispered by seneschal or sung by bard, had often touched the soul of Eginhard. He saw her from his window, as in state she came, by knights attended through the gate. He saw her at the banquet of that day, fresh as the morn and beautiful as May. He saw her in the garden as she strayed among the flowers of summer with her maid, and said to him, O Eginhard, disclose the meaning and the mystery of the rose. And trembling he made answer, in good sooth, its mystery is love, its meaning youth. How can I tell the signals and the signs by which one heart another heart divines? How can I tell the many thousand ways by which it keeps the secret it betrays? O mystery of love! O strange romance! Among the peers and paladins of France, shining in steel and prancing on gay steeds, noble by birth, yet nobler by great deeds, the Princess Emma had no words nor looks but for this clerk, this man of thought and books. The summer passed, the autumn came, the stalks of lilies blackened in the garden walks. The leaves fell, russet golden and blood red, love letters, thought the poet, fancy led, or Jove descending in a shower of gold into the lap of Danae of old. For poets cherish many a strange conceit, and love transmutes all nature by its heat. No more the garden lessons, nor the dark and hurried meetings in the twilight park, but now the studious lamp and the delights of firesides in the silent winter nights, and watching from his window hour by hour the light that burned in Princess Emma's tower. At length, one night, while musing by the fire, o'ercome at last by his insane desire, for what will reckless love not do and dare, he crossed the court and climbed the winding stair with some feigned message in the emperor's name. But when he to the lady's presence came, he knelt down at her feet until she laid her hand upon him like a naked blade, and whispered in his ear, "Arise, Sir Knight, to my heart's level, O my heart's delight." And there he lingered, till the crowing cock, the electrion of the farmyard and the flock, sang his obad with lusty voice and clear, to tell the sleeping world that dawn was near. And then they parted, but at parting, lo, they saw the palace courtyard white with snow, and placid as a nun, the moon on high, gazing from cloudy cloisters of the sky. "Alas," he said, "how hide the fatal line of footprints leading from thy door to mine, and none returning?" Ah, he little knew what woman's wit, when put to proof, can do. That night the emperor, sleepless with the cares and troubles that attend on state affairs, had risen before the dawn, and musing gazed into the silent night, as one amazed to see the calm that reigned o'er all supreme, when his own reign was but a troubled dream. The moon lit up the gables capped with snow, and the white roofs, and half the court below. And he beheld a form that seemed to cower beneath a burden come from Emma's tower, a woman, who upon her shoulders bore Clerk Eginhard to his own private door, and then returned in haste, but still essayed to tread the footprints she herself had made. And as she passed across the lighted space, the emperor saw his daughter Emma's face. He started not. He did not speak or moan, but seemed as one who hath been turned to stone, and stood there like a statue, nor awoke out of his trance of pain till morning broke, till the stars faded, and the moon went down, and o'er the towers and steeples of the town came the grey daylight. Then the sun, who took the empire of the world with sovereign look, suffusing with a soft and golden glow all the dead landscape in its shroud of snow, touching with flame the tapering chapel spires, windows and roofs, and smoke of household fires, and kindling park and palace as he came. The stork's nest on the chimney seemed in flame. And thus he stood till Eginhard appeared, demure and modest, with his comely beard and flowing flaxen tresses, come to ask, as was his wont, the day's appointed task. The emperor looked upon him with a smile, and gently said, "My son, Wait yet a while. This hour my council meets upon some great and very urgent business of the state. Come back within the hour. On thy return, the work appointed for thee shalt thou learn." Having dismissed this gallant troubadour, he summoned straight his council, and, secure and steadfast in his purpose, from the throne all the adventure of the night made known. Then asked for sentence, and with eager breath some answered banishment, and others death. Then spake the king, "Your sentence is not mine. Life is the gift of God, and is divine. Nor from these palace walls shall one depart who carries such a secret in his heart. My better judgment points another way. Good Alcuin, I remember how one day when my Peppino asked you, 'What are men?' you wrote upon his tablets with your pen, 'Guests of the grave and travellers that pass.' This being true of all men, we, alas, being all fashioned of the self-same dust, let us be merciful as well as just. This passing traveller, who hath stolen away the brightest jewel of my crown today, shall of himself the precious gem restore. By giving it, I make it mine once more. Over those fatal footprints I will throw my ermine mantle like another snow." Then Eginhard was summoned to the hall, and entered, and in presence of them all the emperor said, "My son, for thou to me hast been a son, and evermore shalt be, long hast thou served thy sovereign, and thy zeal pleads to me with importunate appeal, while I have been forgetful to requite thy service and affection, as was right. But now the hour is come when I, thy lord, will crown thy love with such supreme reward. A gift so precious, kings have striven in vain to win it from the hands of Charlemagne." Then sprang the portals of the chamber wide, and Princess Emma entered in the pride of birth and beauty, that in part o'ercame the conscious terror and the blush of shame. And the good emperor rose up from his throne, and taking her white hand within his own, placed it in Eginhardt's, and said, "My son, this is the gift thy constant zeal hath won. Thus I repay the royal debt I owe, and cover up the footprints in the snow." The Children's Hour. Between the dark and the daylight, when the night is beginning to lower, comes a pause in the day's occupations that is known as the Children's Hour. I hear in the chamber above me the patter of little feet, the sound of a door that is opened, and voices soft and sweet. From my study I see in the lamplight, descending the broad hall stair, grave Alice and laughing Allegra, and Edith with golden hair. A whisper, and then a silence. Yet I know by their merry eyes they are plotting and planning together to take me by surprise. A sudden rush from the stairway, a sudden raid from the hall. By 3 doors left unguarded, they enter my castle wall. They climb up into my turret, or the arms and back of my chair. If I try to escape, they surround me. They seem to be everywhere. They almost devour me with kisses. Their arms about me entwine, till I think of the Bishop of Bingen in his mouse tower on the Rhine. Do you think, O blue-eyed banditti, because you have scaled the wall, such an old moustache as I am is not a match for you all? I have you fast in my fortress, and will not let you depart, but put you down into the dungeon, in the round tower of my heart. And there will I keep you forever, yes, forever and a day, till the wall shall crumble to ruin and moulder in dust away. A Psalm of Life. What the young man said to the psalmist. Tell me not in mournful numbers life is but an empty dream, for the soul is dead that slumbers, and things are not what they seem. Life is real, life is earnest, and the grave is not its goal. Dust thou art, to dust returnest, was not spoken of the soul. Not enjoyment and not sorrow is our destined end or way, but to act that each tomorrow find us farther than today. Art is long and time is fleeting, and our hearts, though stout and brave, still like muffled drums are beating funeral marches to the grave. In the world's broad field of battle, in the bivouac of life, be not like dumb driven cattle. Be a hero in the strife. Trust no future, howe'er pleasant. Let the dead past bury its dead. Act in the living present, heart within and God o'erhead. Lives of great men all remind us we can make our lives sublime, and departing leave behind us footprints on the sands of time, footprints that perhaps another, sailing o'er life's solemn main, a forlorn and shipwrecked brother, seeing, shall take heart again. Let us then be up and doing, with a heart for any fate, still achieving, still pursuing, learn to labor and to wait. Excelsior. The shades of night were falling fast, as through an alpine village passed a youth who bore mid snow and ice a banner with the strange device, Excelsior. His brow was sad, his eye beneath flashed like a falchion from its sheath, and like a silver clarion rung the accents of that unknown tongue, Excelsior. In happy homes he saw the light of household fires gleam warm and bright. Above the spectral glaciers shone, and from his lips escaped a groan, Excelsior. Try not the pass, the old man said. Dark lowers the tempest overhead, the roaring torrent is deep and wide. And loud that clarion voice replied, Excelsior. Oh, stay, the maiden said, and rest thy weary head upon this breast. A tear stood in his bright blue eye, but still he answered with a sigh, Excelsior. Beware the pine tree's withered branch, beware the awful avalanche. This was the peasant's last good night. A voice replied far up the height, Excelsior. At break of day, as heavenward the pious monks of St. Bernard uttered the oft-repeated prayer, a voice cried through the startled air, Excelsior! A traveller, by the faithful hound half buried in the snow, was found, still grasping in his hand of ice that banner with the strange device, Excelsior. There in the twilight cold and gray, lifeless but beautiful he lay, and from the sky, serene and far, a voice fell like a falling star, Excelsior. Curfew. 1. Solemnly, mournfully dealing its dole, the curfew bell is beginning to toll. Cover the embers and put out the light. Toil comes with the morning, and rest with the night. Dark grow the windows, and quenched is the fire. Sound fades into silence. All footsteps retire. No voice in the chambers, no sound in the hall. Sleep and oblivion reign over all. 2. The book is completed and closed like the day, and the hand that has written it lays it away. Dim grow its fancies, forgotten they lie. Like coals in the ashes they darken and die. Song sinks into silence. The story is told. The windows are darkened. The hearthstone is cold. Darker and darker the black shadows fall. Sleep and oblivion reign over all. The rainy day. The day is cold and dark and dreary. It rains, and the wind is never weary. The vine still clings to the mouldering wall, but at every gust the dead leaves fall, and the day is dark and dreary. My life is cold and dark and dreary. It rains, and the wind is never weary. My thoughts still cling to the mouldering past, but the hopes of youth fall thick in the blast, and the days are dark and dreary. Be still, sad heart, and cease repining. Behind the clouds is the sun still shining. Thy fate is the common fate of all. Into each life some rain must fall. Some days must be dark and dreary. The day is done. The day is done, and the darkness falls from the wings of night as a feather is wafted downward from an eagle in his flight. I see the lights of the village gleam through the rain and the mist, and a feeling of sadness comes o'er me that my soul cannot resist. A feeling of sadness and longing that is not akin to pain, and resembles sorrow only as the mist resembles the rain. Come, read to me some poem, some simple and heartfelt lay, that shall soothe this restless feeling and banish the thoughts of day. Not from the grand old masters, not from the bards sublime, whose distant footsteps echo life of corridors of time. For, like strains of martial music, their mighty thoughts suggest life's endless toil and endeavor, and tonight I long for rest. Read from some humbler poet, whose songs gushed from his heart as showers from the clouds of summer, or tears from the eyelids start, who through long days of labor and nights devoid of ease still heard in his soul the music of wonderful melodies. Such songs have power to quiet the restless pulse of care, and come like the benediction that follows after prayer. Then read from the treasured volume the poem of thy choice, and lend to the rhyme of the poet the beauty of thy voice, and the night shall be filled with music, and the cares that infest the day shall fold their tents like the Arabs, and as silently steal away.
We hope you are enjoying this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others. Click the playlist link in the description box below for more classic book readings.
Footsteps of Angels. When the hours of day are numbered, and the voices of the night wake the better soul that slumbered to a holy, calm delight, ere the evening lamps are lighted, and like phantoms grim and tall, shadows from the fitful firelight dance upon the parlor wall, then the forms of the departed enter at the open door. The beloved, the true-hearted, come to visit me once more. He, the young and strong, who cherished noble longings for the strife, by the roadside fell and perished, weary with the march of life. They, the holy ones and weakly, who the cross of suffering bore, folded their pale hands so meekly, spake with us on earth no more. And with them the being beauteous, who unto my youth was given, more than all things else, to love me, and is now a saint in heaven. With a slow and noiseless footstep comes that messenger divine, takes the vacant chair beside me, lays her gentle hand in mine. And she sits and gazes at me with those deep and tender eyes, like the stars, so still and saint-like, looking downward from the skies. Uttered not, yet comprehended, is the Spirit's voiceless prayer, soft rebukes in blessings ended, breathing from her lips of air. Oh, though oft depressed and lonely, all my fears are laid aside, if I but remember only, such as these have lived and died. Haunted houses. All houses wherein men have lived and died are haunted houses. Through the open doors the harmless phantoms on their errands glide, with feet that make no sound upon the floors. We meet them at the doorway, on the stair. Along the passages they come and go. Impalpable impressions on the air, a sense of something moving to and fro. There are more guests at table than the hosts invited. The illuminated hall is thronged with quiet, inoffensive ghosts, as silent as the pictures on the wall. The stranger at my fireside cannot see the forms I see, nor hear the sounds I hear. He but perceives what is, while unto me all that has been is visible and clear. We have no title deeds to house or lands. Owners and occupants of earlier dates, from graves forgotten, stretch their dusty hands, and hold in mortmain still their old estates. The spirit world around this world of sense floats like an atmosphere, and everywhere wafts through these earthly mists and vapors dense a vital breath of more ethereal air. Our little lives are kept in equipoise by opposite attractions and desires, the struggle of the instinct that enjoys and the more noble instinct that aspires. These perturbations, this perpetual jar of earthly wants and aspirations high, come from the influence of an unseen star, an undiscovered planet in our sky. And as the moon from some dark gate of cloud throws o'er the sea a floating bridge of light, across whose trembling planks our fancies crowd into the realm of mystery and night, so from the world of spirits there descends a bridge of light, connecting it with this, o'er whose unsteady floor that sways and bends wander our thoughts above the dark abyss. A fragment. Awake, arise, the hour is late. Angels are knocking at thy door. They are in haste and cannot wait, and once departed come no more. Awake, arise. The athlete's arm loses its strength by too much rest. The fallow land, the untilled farm, produces only weeds at best. The Song of Hiawatha. Introduction. Should you ask me whence these stories, whence these legends and traditions, with the odors of the forest, with the dew and damp of meadows, with the curling smoke of wigwams, with the rushing of great rivers, with their frequent repetitions and their wild reverberations as of thunder in the mountains, I should answer, I should tell you, from the forests and the prairies, from the great lakes of the Northland, from the land of the Ojibways, from the land of the Dakotas, from the mountains, moors, and fenlands, where the heron, the shushuga, feeds among the reeds and rushes. I repeat them as I heard them from the lips of Nawadaha, the musician, the sweet singer. Should you ask where Nawadaha found these songs so wild and wayward, found these legends and traditions, I should answer, I should tell you, in the birds' nests of the forest, in the lodges of the beaver, in the hoof-prints of the bison, in the eyrie of the eagle. All the wildfowl sang them to him, in the moorlands and the fenlands, in the melancholy marshes. Chetawake the plover sang them, Mung the loon, the wild goose wawa, the blue heron the shushuga, and the grouse the mushkodasa. If still further you should ask me, saying, who was Nawadaha, tell us of this Nawadaha, I should answer your inquiries straightway in such words as follow. In the vale of Tawasentha, in the green and silent valley by the pleasant watercourses, dwelt the singer Nawadaha. Round about the Indian village spread the meadows and the cornfields, and beyond them stood the forest, stood the groves of singing pine trees, green in summer, white in winter, ever sighing, ever singing. And the pleasant watercourses, you could trace them through the valley, by the rushing in the springtime, by the alders in the summer, by the white fog in the autumn, by the black line in the winter. And beside them dwelt the singer, in the vale of Tawasentha, in the green and silent valley. There he sang of Hiawatha, sang the song of Hiawatha, sang his wondrous birth and being, how he prayed and how he fasted, how he lived and toiled and suffered, that the tribes of men might prosper, that he might advance his people. Ye who love the haunts of nature, Love the sunshine of the meadow, love the shadow of the forest, love the wind among the branches, and the rain shower and the snowstorm, and the rushing of great rivers through their palisades of pine trees, and the thunder in the mountains, whose innumerable echoes flap like eagles in their eyries. Listen to these wild traditions, to this song of Hiawatha. Ye who love a nation's legends, love the ballads of a people, that like voices from afar off call to us to pause and listen, speak in tones so plain and childlike, scarcely can the ear distinguish whether they are sung or spoken. Listen to this Indian legend, to this song of Hiawatha. Ye whose hearts are fresh and simple, who have faith in God and nature, who believe that in all ages every human heart is human, that in even savage bosoms there are longings, yearnings, strivings for the good they comprehend not, that the feeble hands and helpless, groping blindly in the darkness, touch God's right hand in that darkness, and are lifted up and strengthened. Listen to this simple story, to this song of Hiawatha. Ye who sometimes in your rambles through the green lanes of the country, where the tangled barberry bushes hang their tufts of crimson berries over stone walls grey with mosses, pause by some neglected graveyard for a while to muse and ponder on a half-effaced inscription written with little skill of songcraft, homely phrases, but each letter full of hope and yet of heartbreak, full of all the tender pathos of the here and the hereafter. Stay and read this rude inscription. Read this song of Hiawatha. The Peace Pipe. On the mountains of the prairie, on the great red pipestone quarry, Gitche Manito the mighty, he the master of life, descending on the red crags of the quarry, stood erect, and called the nations, called the tribes of men together. From his footprints flowed a river, leaped into the light of morning, o'er the precipice plunging downward, gleamed like Ishkuda the comet. And the spirit, stooping earthward, with his finger on the meadow, traced a winding pathway for it, saying to it, "Run in this way." From the red stone of the quarry, with his hand he broke a fragment, molded it into a pipe head, shaped and fashioned it with figures. From the margin of the river took a long reed for a pipe stem, with its dark green leaves upon it, filled the pipe with bark of willow, with the bark of the red willow, breathed upon the neighboring forest, made its great boughs chafe together, till in flame they burst and kindled. And erect upon the mountains, Gitche Manito the mighty smoked the calumet, the peace pipe, as a signal to the nations. And the smoke rose slowly, slowly through the tranquil air of morning. First a single line of darkness, then a denser, bluer vapor, then a snow-white cloud unfolding like the tree-tops of the forest, ever rising, 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 till it touched the top of heaven, till it broke against the heaven and rolled outward all around it. From the vale of Tawasentha, from the valley of Wyoming, from the groves of Tuscaloosa, from the far-off Rocky Mountains, from the northern lakes and rivers, all the tribes beheld the signal, saw the distant smoke ascending, the Pukwana of the peace pipe. And the prophets of the nation said, "Behold it, the Pukwana." By the signal of the peace pipe, bending like a wand of willow, waving like a hand that beckons, Gitche Manito the mighty calls the tribes of men together, calls the warriors to his council. Down the rivers, o'er the prairies, came the warriors of the nations, came the Delawares and Mohawks, came the Choctaws and Comanches, came the Shoshones and Blackfeet, came the Pawnees and Omahas, came the Mandans and Dakotas, came the Hurons and Ojibways, all the warriors drawn together by the signal of the peace pipe, to the mountains of the prairie, to the great red pipestone quarry. And they stood there on the meadow, with their weapons and their war gear, painted like the leaves of autumn, painted like the sky of morning, wildly glaring at each other. In their faces stern defiance, in their hearts the feuds of ages, the hereditary hatred, the ancestral thirst of vengeance. Gitche Manito the Mighty, the creator of the nations, looked upon them with compassion, with paternal love and pity, looked upon their wrath and wrangling but as quarrels among children, but as feuds and fights of children. Over them he stretched his right hand, to subdue their stubborn natures, to allay their thirst and fever by the shadow of his right hand, spake to them with voice majestic as the sound of far-off waters falling into deep abysses, warning, chiding, spake in this wise: O my children, my poor children, listen to the words of wisdom. Listen to the words of warning from the lips of the Great Spirit, from the Master of Life who made you. I have given you lands to hunt in. I have given you streams to fish in. I have given you bear and bison. I have given you roe and reindeer. I have given you brant and beaver, filled the marshes full of wildfowl, filled the rivers full of fishes. Why then are you not contented? Why then will you hunt each other? I am weary of your quarrels, weary of your wars and bloodshed, weary of your prayers for vengeance, of your wranglings and dissensions. All your strength is in your union. All your danger is in discord. Therefore be at peace henceforward, and as brothers live together. I will send a prophet to you, a deliverer of the nations, who shall guide you and shall teach you, who shall toil and suffer with you. If you listen to his counsels, you will multiply and prosper. If his warnings pass unheeded, you will fade away and perish. Bathe now in the stream before you. Wash the war paint from your faces. Wash the blood stains from your fingers. Bury your war clubs and your weapons. Break the red stone from this quarry. Mold and make it into peace pipes. Take the reeds that grow beside you. Deck them with your brightest feathers. Smoke the calumet together, and as brothers live henceforward. Then upon the ground the warriors threw their cloaks and shirts of deerskin, threw their weapons and their war gear, leaped into the rushing river, washed the war paint from their faces. Clear above them flowed the water, clear and limpid from the footprints of the Master of Life descending. Dark below them flowed the water, soiled and stained with streaks of crimson, as if blood were mingled with it. From the river came the warriors, clean and washed from all their war paint. On the banks their clubs they buried all their warlike weapons. Gitche Manito the Mighty, the Great Spirit, the Creator, smiled upon his helpless children. And in silence all the warriors broke the red stone of the quarry, smoothed and formed it into peace pipes, broke the long reeds by the river, decked them with their brightest feathers, and departed each one homeward, while the Master of Life, ascending through the opening of cloud curtains, through the doorways of the heaven, vanished from before their faces in the smoke that rolled around him, the Pokwana of the peace pipe. The Four Winds. "Honor be to Mudjekeewis," cried the warriors, cried the old men, when he came in triumph homeward with the sacred belt of wampum, from the regions of the north wind, from the kingdom of Wabasso, from the land of the white rabbit. He had stolen the belt of wampum from the neck of Mishimokwa, from the great bear of the mountains, from the terror of the nations, as he lay asleep and cumbrous on the summit of the mountains, like a rock with mosses on it, spotted brown and gray with mosses. Silently he stole upon him, till the red nails of the monster almost touched him, almost scared him, till the hot breath of his nostrils warmed the hands of Mudjekeewis, as he drew the belt of wampum over the round ears that heard not, over the small eyes that saw not, over the long nose and nostrils, the black muffle of the nostrils, out of which the heavy breathing warmed the hands of Mudjekeewis. Then he swung aloft his war-club, shouted loud and long his war-cry, smote the mighty Mishimokwa in the middle of the forehead. Right between the eyes he smote him. With the heavy blow bewildered, rose the great bear of the mountains, but his knees beneath him trembled, and he whimpered like a woman, as he reeled and staggered forward, as he sat upon his haunches. And the mighty Mudjekeewis, standing fearlessly before him, taunted him in loud derision, spake disdainfully in this wise: "Hark you, bear, you are a coward, and no brave as you pretended. Else you would not cry and whimper like a miserable woman. Bear, you know our tribes are hostile, long have been at war together. Now you find that we are strongest. You go sneaking in the forest, you go hiding in the mountains. Had you conquered me in battle, not a groan would I have uttered. But you, bear, sit here and whimper, and disgrace your tribe by crying like a wretched Shogodaya, like a cowardly old woman." Then again he raised his war-club, smote again the Mishimokwa in the middle of his forehead, broke his skull, as ice is broken when one goes to fish in winter. Thus was slain the Mishimokwa, he the great bear of the mountains, he the terror of the nations. "Honor be to Mudjekeewis!" with a shout exclaimed the people. "Honor be to Mudjekeewis! Henceforth he shall be the west wind, and hereafter and forever shall he hold supreme dominion over all the winds of heaven. Call him no more Mudjekeewis, call him Kabeyun, the west wind." Thus was Mudjekeewis chosen father of the winds of heaven. For himself he kept the west wind, gave the others to his children. Unto Waban gave the east wind, gave the south to Shawandasi, and the north wind, wild and cruel, to the fierce Kabibonaka. Young and beautiful was Waban. He it was who brought the morning. He it was whose silver arrows chased the dark o'er hill and valley. He it was whose cheeks were painted with the brightest streaks of crimson, and whose voice awoke the village, called the deer, and called the hunter. Lonely in the sky was Waban, though the birds sang gaily to him, though the wild flowers of the meadow filled the air with odors for him, though the forests and the rivers sang and shouted at his coming. Still his heart was sad within him, for he was alone in heaven. But one morning, gazing earthward, while the village still was sleeping and the fog lay on the river like a ghost that goes at sunrise, he beheld a maiden walking all alone upon a meadow, gathering water flags and rushes by a river in the meadow. Every morning, gazing earthward, still the first thing he beheld there was her blue eyes looking at him, two blue lakes among the rushes. And he loved the lonely maiden who thus waited for his coming, for they both were solitary, she on earth and he in heaven. And he wooed her with caresses, wooed her with his smile of sunshine, with his flattering words. He wooed her with his sighing and his singing, gentlest whispers in the branches, softest music, sweetest odors, till he drew her to his bosom, folded in his robes of crimson, till into a star he changed her, trembling still upon his bosom. And forever in the heavens they are seen together walking, Waban and the Waban Anung, Waban and the star of morning. But the fierce Kabibonaka had his dwelling among icebergs, in the everlasting snowdrifts, in the kingdom of Wabasso, in the land of the white rabbit. He it was whose hand in autumn painted all the trees with scarlet, stained the leaves with red and yellow. He it was who sent the snowflakes sifting, hissing through the forest, froze the ponds, the lakes, the rivers, drove the loon and seagull southward, drove the cormorant and curlew to their nests of sedge and sea-tang in the realms of Shawandasi. Once the fierce Kabibonaka issued from his lodge of snowdrifts, from his home among the icebergs, and his hair with snow besprinkled streamed behind him like a river, like a black and wintry river, as he howled and hurried southward over frozen lakes and moorlands. There among the reeds and rushes found he Shingebis the diver, trailing strings of fish behind him o'er the frozen fens and moorlands, lingering still among the moorlands, though his tribe had long departed to the land of Shawandassi. Cried the fierce Kabibonokka, "Who is this that dares brave me, dares to stay in my dominions when the Wawa has departed, when the wild goose has gone southward, and the heron, the Shushuga, long ago departed southward? I will go into his wigwam, I will put his smouldering fire out." And at night Kabibonokka to the lodge came, wild and wailing, heaped the snow in drifts about it, shouted down into the smoke flue, shook the lodge poles in his fury, flapped the curtain of the doorway. Shingebis the diver feared not, Shingebis the diver cared not. 4 great logs had he for firewood, 1 for each moon of the winter, and for food the fishes served him. By his blazing fire he sat there, warm and merry, eating, laughing, singing, "O Kabibonokka, you are but my fellow mortal." Then Kabibonokka entered, and though Shingebis the diver felt his presence by the coldness, felt his icy breath upon him, still he did not cease his singing, still he did not leave his laughing, only turned the log a little, only made the fire burn brighter, made the sparks fly up the smoke flue. From Kabibonokka's forehead, from his snow-besprinkled tresses, drops of sweat fell fast and heavy, making dints upon the ashes, as along the eaves of lodges, as from drooping boughs of hemlock, drips the melting snow in springtime, making hollows in the snowdrifts. Till at last he rose defeated, could not bear the heat and laughter, could not bear the merry singing, but rushed headlong through the doorway, stamped upon the crusted snowdrifts, stamped upon the lakes and rivers, made the snow upon them harder, made the ice upon them thicker, challenged Shingebis the diver to come forth and wrestle with him, to come forth and wrestle naked on the frozen fens and moorlands. Forth went Shingebis the diver, wrestled all night with the north wind, wrestled naked on the moorlands with the fierce Kabibonokka, till his panting breath grew fainter, till his frozen grasp grew feebler, till he reeled and staggered backward and retreated, baffled, beaten, to the kingdom of Wabasso, to the land of the white rabbit, hearing still the gusty laughter, hearing Shingebis the diver singing, "O Kabibonokka, you are but my fellow mortal." Shawandassi, fat and lazy, had his dwelling far to southward, in the drowsy, dreamy sunshine, in the never-ending summer. He it was who sent the wood-birds, sent the robin, the opichi, sent the bluebird, the owesa, sent the shawshaw, sent the swallow, sent the wild goose wawa northward, sent the melons and tobacco and the grapes in purple clusters. From his pipe the smoke ascending filled the sky with haze and vapor, filled the air with dreamy softness, gave a twinkle to the water, touched the rugged hills with smoothness, brought the tender Indian summer to the melancholy northland, in the dreary moon of snowshoes. Listless, careless Shawandassi. In his life he had one shadow, in his heart one sorrow had he. Once, as he was gazing northward, far away upon a prairie, he beheld a maiden standing, saw a tall and slender maiden all alone upon a prairie. Brightest green were all her garments, and her hair was like the sunshine. Day by day he gazed upon her. Day by day he sighed with passion. Day by day his heart within him grew more hot with love and longing for the maid with yellow tresses. But he was too fat and lazy to bestir himself and woo her. Yes, too indolent and easy to pursue her and persuade her. So he only gazed upon her, only sat and sighed with passion for the maiden of the prairie. till one morning, looking northward, he beheld her yellow tresses changed, and covered o'er with whiteness, covered as with whitest snowflakes. "Ah, my brother from the Northland, from the kingdom of Wabasso, from the land of the White Rabbit, you have stolen the maiden from me, you have laid your hand upon her, you have wooed and won my maiden with your stories of the Northland." Thus the wretched Shawondasee breathed into the air his sorrow, and the south wind o'er the prairie wandered warm with sighs of passion, with the sighs of Shawondasee, till the air seemed full of snowflakes, full of thistledown the prairie, and the maid with hair like sunshine vanished from his sight forever. Nevermore did Shawondasee see the maid with yellow tresses. Poor deluded Shawondasee! 'Twas no woman that you gazed at, 'twas no maiden that you sighed for. 'Twas the prairie dandelion that through all the dreamy summer you had gazed at with such longing, you had sighed for with such passion, and had puffed away forever, blown into the air with sighing. Ah, deluded Shawondasee! Thus the four winds were divided. Thus the sons of Mudjekeewis had their stations in the heavens, at the corners of the heavens. For himself, the west wind only kept the mighty Mudjekeewis. Hiawatha's childhood. Dawnward through the evening twilight, in the days that are forgotten, in the unremembered ages, from the full moon fell Nokomis, fell the beautiful Nokomis, she a wife, but not a mother. She was sporting with her women, swinging in a swing of grapevines, when her rival, the rejected, full of jealousy and hatred, cut the leafy swing asunder, cut in twain the twisted grapevines, and Nokomis fell affrighted downward through the evening twilight on the muscoday, the meadow, on the prairie full of blossoms. "See, a star falls," said the people. "From the sky a star is falling." There among the ferns and mosses, there among the prairie lilies, on the muscoday, the meadow, in the moonlight and the starlight, fair Nokomis bore a daughter. And she called her name Winona, as the firstborn of her daughters. And the daughter of Nokomis grew up like the prairie lilies, grew a tall and slender maiden, with the beauty of the moonlight, with the beauty of the starlight. And Nokomis warned her often, saying oft and oft repeating, "Oh, beware of Mudjekeewis, of the west wind Mudjekeewis. Listen not to what he tells you. Lie not down upon the meadow, stoop not down among the lilies, lest the west wind come and harm you." But she heeded not the warning, heeded not those words of wisdom. And the west wind came at evening, walking lightly o'er the prairie, whispering to the leaves and blossoms, bending low the flowers and grasses, found the beautiful Winona lying there among the lilies, wooed her with his words of sweetness, wooed her with his soft caresses, till she bore a son in sorrow, bore a son of love and sorrow. Thus was born my Hiawatha. Thus was born the child of wonder. But the daughter of Nokomis, Hiawatha's gentle mother, in her anguish died deserted by the west wind, false and faithless, by the heartless Mudjekeewis. For her daughter long and loudly wailed and wept the sad Nokomis. "Oh, that I were dead," she murmured. "Oh, that I were dead as thou art. No more work and no more weeping. Wahonowin, Wahonowin." By the shores of Gitchigumi, by the shining Big Sea water, stood the wigwam of Nokomis, daughter of the moon Nokomis. Dark behind it rose the forest, rose the black and gloomy pine trees, rose the firs with cones upon them. Bright before it beat the water, beat the clear and sunny water, beat the shining Big Sea water. There the wrinkled old Nokomis nursed the little Hiawatha, rocked him in his linden cradle, bedded soft in moss and rushes, safely bound with reindeer sinews, stilled his fretful wail by saying, "Hush, the naked bear will hear thee," lulled him into slumber, singing, "Iwaye, my little owlet. Who is this that lights the wigwam, with his great eyes lights the wigwam? Iwaye, my little owlet." Many things Nokomis taught him of the stars that shine in heaven, showed him Ishkuda, the comet, Ishkuda with fiery tresses, showed the death dance of the spirits, warriors with their plumes and war clubs flaring far away to northward in the frosty nights of winter, showed the broad white road in heaven, pathway of the ghosts, the shadows, running straight across the heavens, crowded with the ghosts, the shadows. At the door on summer evenings sat the little Hiawatha, heard the whispering of the pine trees, heard the lapping of the waters, sounds of music, words of wonder. "Miniwawa," said the pine trees. "Madweoshka," said the water. Saw the firefly, Wawatesi, flitting through the dusk of evening, with the twinkle of its candle lighting up the brakes and bushes, and he sang the song of children, sang the song Nokomis taught him. "Wawatesi, little firefly, little flitting white fire insect, little dancing white fire creature, light me with your little candle, ere upon my bed I lay me, ere in sleep I close my eyelids." Saw the moon rise from the water, rippling, rounding from the water, saw the flecks and shadows on it, whispered, "What is that, Nokomis?" And the good Nokomis answered, "Once a warrior, very angry, seized his grandmother and threw her up into the sky at midnight. Right against the moon he threw her. 'Tis her body that you see there." Saw the rainbow in the heaven, in the eastern sky the rainbow, whispered, "What is that, Nokomis?" And the good Nokomis answered, "'Tis the heaven of flowers you see there. All the wild flowers of the forest, all the lilies of the prairie, when on earth they fade and perish, blossom in that heaven above us." When he heard the owls at midnight hooting, laughing in the forest, "What is that?" he cried in terror. "What is that?" he said. "Nokomis." And the good Nokomis answered, "That is but the owl and owlet, talking in their native language, talking, scolding at each other." Then the little Hiawatha learned of every bird its language, learned their names and all their secrets, how they built their nests in summer, where they hid themselves in winter, talked with them whene'er he met them, called them Hiawatha's chickens. Of all beasts he learned the language, learned their names and all their secrets, how the beavers built their lodges, where the squirrels hid their acorns, how the reindeer ran so swiftly, why the rabbit was so timid, talked with them whene'er he met them, called them Hiawatha's brothers. Then Iago, the great boaster, he, the marvelous storyteller, he, the traveller and the talker, he, the friend of old Nokomis, made a bow for Hiawatha. From a branch of ash he made it. From an oak bough made the arrows, tipped with flint and winged with feathers, and the cord he made of deerskin. Then he said to Hiawatha, "Go, my son, into the forest where the red deer herd together. Kill for us a famous roebuck. Kill for us a deer with antlers." Forth into the forest straightway all alone walked Hiawatha proudly with his bow and arrows. And the birds sang round him, o'er him, "Do not shoot us, Hiawatha." Sang the robin, the opiche, sang the bluebird, the owesa, "Do not shoot us, Hiawatha." Up the oak tree close beside him sprang the squirrel, Ajidomo. In and out among the branches, coughed and chattered from the oak tree, laughed and said between his laughing, "Do not shoot me, Hiawatha." And the rabbit from his pathway leaped aside, and at a distance sat erect upon his haunches, half in fear and half in frolic, saying to the little hunter, "Do not shoot me, Hiawatha." But he heeded not nor heard them, for his thoughts were with the red deer. On their tracks his eyes were fastened, leading downward to the river, to the ford across the river. And as one in slumber walked he. Hidden in the alder bushes there he waited till the deer came, till he saw 2 antlers lifted, saw 2 eyes look from the thicket, saw 2 nostrils point to windward. And a deer came down the pathway, flecked with leafy light and shadow. And his heart within him fluttered, trembled like the leaves above him, like the birch leaf palpitated as the deer came down the pathway. Then upon one knee uprising, Hiawatha aimed an arrow. Scarce a twig moved with his motion, scarce a leaf was stirred or rustled. But the wary roebuck started, stamped with all his hoofs together, listened with one foot uplifted, leaped as if to meet the arrow. Ah, the singing, fatal arrow! Like a wasp it buzzed and stung him. Dead he lay there in the forest, by the ford across the river. Beat his timid heart no longer. But the heart of Hiawatha throbbed and shouted and exulted as he bore the red deer homeward, and Iago and Nokomis hailed his coming with applauses. From the red deer's hide Nokomis made a cloak for Hiawatha. From the red deer's flesh Nokomis made a banquet to his honor. All the village came and feasted. All the guests praised Hiawatha, called him Strongheart, Sorngitach, called him Loonheart, Mangotesi. Hiawatha and Mudjekeewis. Out of childhood into manhood now had grown my Hiawatha, skilled in all the craft of hunters, learned in all the lore of old men, in all youthful sports and pastimes, in all manly arts and labors. Swift of foot was Hiawatha. He could shoot an arrow from him and run forward with such fleetness that the arrow fell behind him. Strong of arm was Hiawatha. He could shoot 10 arrows upward, shoot them with such strength and swiftness that the 10th had left the bowstring ere the first to earth had fallen. He had mittens, Minjakawan, magic mittens made of deerskin. When upon his hands he wore them, he could smite the rocks asunder, he could grind them into powder. He had moccasins enchanted, magic moccasins of deerskin. When he bound them round his ankles, when upon his feet he tied them, at each stride a mile he measured. Much he questioned old Nokomis of his father Mudjekeewis, learned from her the fatal secret of the beauty of his mother, of the falsehood of his father. And his heart was hot within him, like a living coal his heart was. Then he said to old Nokomis, "I will go to Mudjekeewis, see how fares it with my father, at the doorways of the west wind, at the portals of the sunset." From his lodge went Hiawatha, dressed for travel, armed for hunting, dressed in deerskin shirt and leggings, richly wrought with quills and wampum. On his head his eagle feathers, round his waist his belt of wampum, in his hand his bow of ashwood, strung with sinews of the reindeer. In his quiver oaken arrows tipped with jasper, winged with feathers. With his mittens Minjakawan, with his moccasins enchanted. "Warning," said the old Nokomis, "go not forth, O Hiawatha, to the kingdom of the west wind, to the realms of Mudjekeewis, lest he harm you with his magic, lest he kill you with his cunning." But the fearless Hiawatha heeded not her woman's warning. Forth he strode into the forest, at each stride a mile he measured. Lurid seemed the sky above him, lurid seemed the earth beneath him, hot and close the air around him, filled with smoke and fiery vapors, as of burning woods and prairies. For his heart was hot within him, like a living coal his heart was. So he journeyed westward, westward, left the fleetest deer behind him, left the antelope and bison, crossed the rushing Escanaba, crossed the mighty Mississippi, past the mountains of the prairie, past the land of crows and foxes, past the dwellings of the Blackfeet, came unto the Rocky Mountains, to the kingdom of the west wind, where upon the gusty summits sat the ancient Mudjekeewis, ruler of the winds of heaven. Filled with awe was Hiawatha at the aspect of his father. On the air about him wildly tossed and streamed his cloudy tresses, gleamed like drifting snow his tresses, glared like Ishkudah the comet, like the star with fiery tresses. Filled with joy was Mudjekeewis when he looked on Hiawatha, saw his youth rise up before him in the face of Hiawatha, saw the beauty of Winona from the grave rise up before him. "Welcome," said he, "Hiawatha, to the kingdom of the west wind. Long have I been waiting for you. Youth is lovely, age is lonely. Youth is fiery, age is frosty. You bring back the days departed. You bring back my youth of passion and the beautiful Winona." Many days they talked together, questioned, listened, waited, answered. Much the mighty Mudjekeewis boasted of his ancient prowess, of his perilous adventures, his indomitable courage, his invulnerable body. Patiently sat Hiawatha, listening to his father's boasting. With a smile he sat and listened, uttered neither threat nor menace. Neither word nor look betrayed him, but his heart was hot within him. Like a living coal his heart was. Then he said, "O Mudjekeewis, is there nothing that can harm you? Nothing that you are afraid of?" And the mighty Mudjekeewis, grand and gracious in his boasting, answered, saying, "There is nothing, nothing but the black rock yonder, nothing but the fatal war-beak." And he looked at Hiawatha with a wise look and benignant, with a countenance paternal, looked with pride upon the beauty of his tall and graceful figure, saying, "O my Hiawatha, is there anything can harm you, anything you are afraid of?" But the wary Hiawatha paused a while, as if uncertain, held his peace, as if resolving, and then answered, "There is nothing. Nothing but the bulrush yonder, nothing but the great Apocwa." And as Mudjekeewis, rising, stretched his hand to pluck the bulrush, Hiawatha cried in terror, cried in well-dissembled terror, "Kago, Kago, do not touch it." "Ah, Kaween," said Mudjekeewis, "no, indeed, I will not touch it." Then they talked of other matters, first of Hiawatha's brothers, first of Wabun of the east wind, of the south wind Shawundasi, of the north wind Kabibonoka, then of Hiawatha's mother, of the beautiful Winona, of her birth upon the meadow, of her death, as old Nokomis had remembered and related. And he cried, "O Mudjekeewis, it was you who killed Winona, took her young life and her beauty, broke the lily of the prairie, trampled it beneath your footsteps. You confess it, you confess it." And the mighty Mudjekeewis tossed upon the wind his tresses, bowed his hoary head in anguish, with a silent nod assented. Then up started Hiawatha, and with threatening look and gesture laid his hand upon the black rock, on the fatal war-beak laid it, with his mittens Minjekahwan, rent the jutting crag asunder, smote and crushed it into fragments, hurled them madly at his father, the remorseful Mudjekeewis. For his heart was hot within him, like a living coal his heart was. But the ruler of the west wind blew the fragments backward from him, with the breathing of his nostrils, with the tempest of his anger, blew them back at his assailant, seized the bulrush, the Apocwa, dragged it with its roots and fibers from the margin of the meadow, from its ooze, the giant bulrush. Long and loud laughed Hiawatha. Then began the deadly conflict, hand to hand among the mountains. From his eyrie screamed the eagle, the Keneu, the great war-eagle, sat upon the crags around them, wheeling, flapped his wings above them. Like a tall tree in the tempest, bent and lashed the giant bulrush, and in masses huge and heavy, crashing fell the fatal war-beak, till the earth shook with the tumult and confusion of the battle, and the air was full of shoutings, and the thunder of the mountains, starting, answered, Bim-wah-wah. Back retreated Mudjekeewis, rushing westward o'er the mountains, stumbling westward down the mountains. 3 whole days retreated fighting, still pursued by Hiawatha, to the doorways of the west wind, to the portals of the sunset, to the earth's remotest border, where into the empty spaces sinks the sun, as a flamingo drops into her nest at nightfall in the melancholy marshes. "Hold!" at length cried Mudjekeewis. "Hold, my son, my Hiawatha! 'Tis impossible to kill me, for you cannot kill the immortal. I have put you to this trial, but to know and prove your courage. Now receive the prize of valor. Go back to your home and people, live among them, toil among them, cleanse the earth from all that harms it, clear the fishing grounds and rivers, slay all monsters and magicians, all the Wendigos, the giants, all the serpents, the Canabiques, as I slew the Mishimokwa, slew the great bear of the mountains. And at last, when death draws near you, when the awful eyes of Porguk glare upon you in the darkness, I will share my kingdom with you. Ruler shall you be thenceforward of the northwest wind, Keewaydin, of the home wind, the Keewaydin." Thus was fought that famous battle in the dreadful days of Shasha, in the days long since departed in the kingdom of the west wind. Still the hunter sees its traces scattered far o'er hill and valley, sees the giant bulrush growing by the ponds and watercourses, sees the masses of the warbeak lying still in every valley. Homeward now went Hiawatha. Pleasant was the landscape round him, pleasant was the air above him, for the bitterness of anger had departed wholly from him, from his brain the thought of vengeance, from his heart the burning fever. Only once his pace he slackened. Only once he paused or halted, paused to purchase heads of arrows of the ancient arrow-maker in the land of the Dakotas, where the falls of Minnehaha flash and gleam among the oak trees, laugh and leap into the valley. There the ancient arrow-maker made his arrowheads of sandstone, arrowheads of chalcedony, arrowheads of flint and jasper, smoothed and sharpened at the edges, hard and polished, keen and costly. With him dwelt his dark-eyed daughter, wayward as the Minnehaha, with her moods of shade and sunshine, eyes that smiled and frowned alternate, feet as rapid as the river, tresses flowing like the water, and as musical a laughter. And he named her from the river, from the waterfall he named her, Minnehaha, laughing water. Was it then for heads of arrows, arrowheads of chalcedony, arrowheads of flint and jasper that my Hiawatha halted in the land of the Dakotas? Was it not to see the maiden, see the face of laughing water peeping from behind the curtain, hear the rustling of her garments from behind the waving curtain, as one sees the Minnehaha gleaming, glancing through the branches, as one hears the laughing water from behind its screen of branches? Who shall say what thoughts and visions fill the fiery brains of young men? Who shall say what dreams of beauty filled the heart of Hiawatha? All he told to old Nokomis when he reached the lodge at sunset was the meeting with his father, was his fight with Mudjekeewis. Not a word he said of arrows, not a word of laughing water. Hiawatha's fasting. You shall hear how Hiawatha prayed and fasted in the forest, not for greater skill in hunting, not for greater craft in fishing, not for triumphs in the battle and renown among the warriors, but for profit of the people, for advantage of the nations. First he built a lodge for fasting, built a wigwam in the forest by the shining big sea water. In the blithe and pleasant springtime, in the moon of leaves he built it, and with dreams and visions many, 7 whole days and nights he fasted. On the first day of his fasting, through the leafy woods he wandered, saw the deer start from the thicket, saw the rabbit in his burrow, heard the pheasant Bina drumming, heard the squirrel Agidomo rattling in his hoard of acorns, saw the pigeon, the omimi, building nests among the pine trees, and in flocks the wild goose, Wawa, flying to the fenlands northward, whirring, wailing far above him. Master of life, he cried desponding, must our lives depend on these things? On the next day of his fasting, by the river's brink he wandered, through the muscoday, the meadow, saw the wild rice, manomoni, saw the blueberry, minaga, and the strawberry, odamin, and the gooseberry, shabomin, and the grapevine, the bemagut, trailing o'er the alder branches, filling all the air with fragrance. Master of life, he cried desponding, must our lives depend on these things? On the third day of his fasting, by the lake he sat and pondered, by the still transparent water, saw the sturgeon, Nama, leaping, scattering drops like beads of wampum, saw the yellow perch, the sawa, like a sunbeam in the water, saw the pike, the maskanoja, and the herring, okahawis, and the saugashi, the crawfish. Master of life, he cried, desponding, must our lives depend on these things? On the fourth day of his fasting, in his lodge he lay exhausted. From his couch of leaves and branches, gazing with half-open eyelids, full of shadowy dreams and visions, on the dizzy swimming landscape, on the gleaming of the water, on the splendor of the sunset. And he saw a youth approaching, dressed in garments green and yellow, coming through the purple twilight, through the splendor of the sunset. Plumes of green bent o'er his forehead, and his hair was soft and golden. Standing at the open doorway, long he looked at Hiawatha, looked with pity and compassion on his wasted form and features, and in accents like the sighing of the south wind in the treetops, said he, O my Hiawatha, all your prayers are heard in heaven, for you pray not like the others, not for greater skill in hunting, not for greater craft in fishing, not for triumph in the battle, nor renown among the warriors, but for profit of the people, for advantage of the nations. From the Master of life descending, I, the friend of man, Mondamin, come to warn you and instruct you, how by struggle and by labor you shall gain what you have prayed for. Rise up from your bed of branches, rise, O youth, and wrestle with me. Faint with famine, Hiawatha started from his bed of branches, from the twilight of his wigwam forth into the flush of sunset came, and wrestled with Mondamin. At his touch he felt new courage throbbing in his brain and bosom, felt new life and hope and vigor run through every nerve and fiber. So they wrestled there together in the glory of the sunset, and the more they strove and struggled, stronger still grew Hiawatha, till the darkness fell around them, and the heron, the shushuga, from her nest among the pine trees, gave a cry of lamentation, gave a scream of pain and famine. "'Tis enough," then said Mondamin, smiling upon Hiawatha. "But tomorrow, when the sun sets, I will come again to try you." And he vanished and was seen not. Whether sinking as the rain sinks, whether rising as the mists rise, Hiawatha saw not, knew not, only saw that he had vanished, leaving him alone and fainting, with the misty lake below him and the reeling stars above him. On the morrow and the next day, when the sun through heaven descending like a red and burning cinder from the hearth of the Great Spirit fell into the western waters, came Mondamin for the trial, for the strife with Hiawatha. Came as silent as the dew comes, from the empty air appearing, into empty air returning, taking shape when earth it touches, but invisible to all men in its coming and its going. Thrice they wrestled there together, in the glory of the sunset, till the darkness fell around them, till the heron, the shushuga, from her nest among the pine trees uttered her loud cry of famine, and Mondamin paused to listen. Tall and beautiful he stood there, in his garments green and yellow. To and fro his plumes above him waved and nodded with his breathing, and the sweat of the encounter stood like drops of dew upon him. And he cried, "O Hiawatha, bravely have you wrestled with me, thrice have wrestled stoutly with me, and the Master of Life who sees us, he will give to you the triumph." Then he smiled and said, "Tomorrow is the last day of your conflict, is the last day of your fasting. You will conquer and o'ercome me. Make a bed for me to lie in, where the rain may fall upon me, where the sun may come and warm me. Strip these garments green and yellow, strip this nodding plumage from me. Lay me in the earth, and make it soft and loose and light above me. Let no hand disturb my slumber, let no weed nor worm molest me. Let not Kagagi the raven come to haunt me and molest me. Only come yourself to watch me, till I wake and start and quicken, till I leap into the sunshine." And thus saying, he departed. Peacefully slept Hiawatha, but he heard the Wawanesa, heard the whippoorwill complaining, perched upon his lonely wigwam, heard the rushing Sebowisha, heard the rivulet rippling near him, talking to the darksome forest, heard the sighing of the branches as they lifted and subsided at the passing of the night wind, heard them as one hears in slumber far-off murmurs, dreamy whispers. Peacefully slept Hiawatha. On the morrow came Nokomis, on the 7th day of his fasting, came with food for Hiawatha, came imploring and bewailing, lest his hunger should o'ercome him, lest his fasting should be fatal. But he tasted not and touched not, only said to her, "Nokomis, wait until the sun is setting, till the darkness falls around us, till the heron, the shushuga, crying from the desolate marshes, tells us that the day is ended." Homeward weeping went Nokomis, sorrowing for her Hiawatha, fearing lest his strength should fail him, lest his fasting should be fatal. He meanwhile sat weary, waiting for the coming of Mondamin, till the shadows pointing eastward lengthened over field and forest.
We hope you are enjoying this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others. Click the playlist link in the description box below for more classic book readings.
Till the sun dropped from the heaven, floating on the waters westward, as a red leaf in the autumn falls and floats upon the water, falls and sinks into its bosom. And behold, the young Mondamin, with his soft and shining tresses, with his garments green and yellow, with his long and glossy plumage, stood and beckoned at the doorway. And as one in slumber walking, pale and haggard, but undaunted, from the wigwam Hiawatha came and wrestled with Mondamin. Round about him spun the landscape. Sky and forest reeled together, and his strong heart leaped within him, as the sturgeon leaps and struggles in a net to break its meshes. Like a ring of fire around him blazed and flared the red horizon, and 100 suns seemed looking at the combat of the wrestlers. Suddenly, Upon the green sward, all alone, stood Hiawatha, panting with his wild exertion, palpitating with the struggle. And before him, breathless, lifeless, lay the youth, with hair disheveled, plumage torn, and garments tattered. Dead he lay there in the sunset. And victorious Hiawatha made the grave as he commanded, stripped the garments from Mondamin, stripped his tattered plumage from him, laid him in the earth, and made it soft and loose and light above him. And the heron, the shushuga, from the melancholy moorlands gave a cry of lamentation, gave a cry of pain and anguish. Homeward then went Hiawatha to the lodge of old Nokomis, and the 7 days of his fasting were accomplished and completed. But the place was not forgotten where he wrestled with Mondamin, nor forgotten nor neglected was the grave where lay Mondamin sleeping in the rain and sunshine, where his scattered plumes and garments faded in the rain and sunshine. Day by day did Hiawatha go to wait and watch beside it, kept the dark mold soft above it, kept it clean from weeds and insects, drove away with scoffs and shoutings Kagagi, the king of ravens, till at length a small green feather from the earth shot slowly upward, then another and another, and before the summer ended stood the maize in all its beauty, with its shining robes about it, and its long, soft, yellow tresses, and in rapture Hiawatha cried aloud, "It is Mondamin! Yes, the friend of man, Mondamin!" Then he called to old Nokomis and Iago the great boaster, showed them where the maize was growing, told them of his wondrous vision, of his wrestling and his triumph, of this new gift to the nations, which should be their food forever. And still later, when the autumn changed the long green leaves to yellow, and the soft and juicy kernels grew like wampum, hard and yellow, then the ripened ears he gathered, stripped the withered husks from off them, as he once had stripped the wrestler, gave the first feast of Mondamin, and made known unto the people this new gift of the Great Spirit. Hiawatha's friends. 2 good friends had Hiawatha singled out from all the others, bound to him in closest union, and to whom he gave the right hand of his heart in joy and sorrow, Chibiabos the musician, and the very strong man Kwasind. Straight between them ran the pathway, never grew the grass upon it. Singing birds that utter falsehoods, storytellers, mischief-makers, found no eager ear to listen, could not breed ill will between them, for they kept each other's counsel, spake with naked hearts together, pondering much and much contriving how the tribes of men might prosper. Most beloved by Hiawatha was the gentle Chibiabos, he the best of all musicians, he the sweetest of all singers. Beautiful and childlike was he, brave as man is, soft as woman, pliant as a wand of willow, stately as a deer with antlers. When he sang, the village listened. All the warriors gathered round him, all the women came to hear him. Now he stirred their souls to passion, now he melted them to pity. From the hollow reeds he fashioned flutes so musical and mellow that the brook, the Sibawisha, ceased to murmur in the woodland, that the woodbirds ceased from singing, and the squirrel Ajidomo ceased his chatter in the oak tree, and the rabbit, the Wabasso, sat upright to look and listen. Yes, the brook, the Sibawisha, pausing, said, "Oh, Chibiabos, teach my waves to flow in music softly as your words in singing." Yes, the bluebird, the Owesa, Envious said, O Chibiabos, teach me tones as wild and wayward, teach me songs as full of frenzy. Yes, the robin, the opichi, joyous said, O Chibiabos, teach me tones as sweet and tender, teach me songs as full of gladness. And the whippoorwill, Wawanesa, sobbing said, O Chibiabos, teach me tones as melancholy, teach me songs as full of sadness. All the many sounds of nature borrowed sweetness from his singing. All the hearts of men were softened by the pathos of his music. For he sang of peace and freedom, sang of beauty, love, and longing, sang of death and life undying in the islands of the blessed, in the kingdom of Ponima, in the land of the hereafter. Very dear to Hiawatha was the gentle Chibiabos, he the best of all musicians, he the sweetest of all singers. For his gentleness he loved him, and the magic of his singing. Dear, too, unto Hiawatha was the very strong man Kwasind, he the strongest of all mortals, he the mightiest among many. For his very strength he loved him, for his strength allied to goodness. Idle in his youth was Kwasind, very listless, dull, and dreamy, never played with other children, never fished, and never hunted. Not like other children was he. But they saw that much he fasted, much his manito entreated, much besought his guardian spirit. Lazy Kwasind, said his mother, in my work you never help me. In the summer you are roaming idly in the fields and forests, in the winter you're cowering o'er the firebrands in the wigwam. In the coldest days of winter I must break the ice for fishing. With my nets you never help me. At the door my nets are hanging dripping, freezing with the water. Go and wring them, ye na dizzy. Go and dry them in the sunshine. Slowly from the ashes Kwasind rose, but made no angry answer. From the lodge went forth in silence, took the nets that hung together, dripping, freezing at the doorway. Like a wisp of straw he wrung them. Like a wisp of straw he broke them. Could not wring them without breaking, such the strength was in his fingers. Lazy Kwasind, said his father, in the hunt you never helped me. Every bow you touch is broken, snapped asunder every arrow. Yet come with me to the forest, you shall bring the hunting homeward. Down a narrow pass they wandered, where a brooklet led them onward, where the trail of deer and bison marked the soft mud on the margin, till they found all further passage shut against them, barred securely by the trunks of trees uprooted, lying lengthwise, lying crosswise, and forbidding further passage. We must go back, said the old man, or these logs we cannot clamber. Not a woodchuck could get through them, not a squirrel clamber o'er them. And straightway his pipe he lighted, and sat down to smoke and ponder. But before his pipe was finished, lo, the path was cleared before him. All the trunks had Kwasind lifted. To the right hand, to the left hand, shot the pine trees, swift as arrows, hurled the cedars, light as lances. Lazy Kwasind, said the young men, as they sported in the meadow, why stand idly looking at us, leaning on the rock behind you? Come and wrestle with the others. Let us pitch the quoit together. Lazy Kwasind made no answer. To their challenge made no answer, only rose, and slowly turning, seized the huge rock in his fingers, tore it from its deep foundation, poised it in the air a moment, pitched it sheer into the river, sheer into the swift Powhatan, where it still is seen in summer. Once, as down that foaming river, down the rapids of Powhatan, Kwasind sailed with his companions, in the stream he saw a beaver, saw Amik, the king of beavers, struggling with the rushing currents, rising, sinking in the water. Without speaking, without pausing, Kwasind leaped into the river, plunged beneath the bubbling surface, through the whirlpools chased the beaver, followed him among the islands, stayed so long beneath the water that his terrified companions cried, Alas, goodbye to Kwasind, we shall never more see Kwasind. But he reappeared triumphant, and upon his shining shoulders brought the beaver, dead and dripping, brought the king of all the beavers. And these two, as I've told you, were the friends of Hiawatha, Chibiabos the musician, and the very strong man Kwasind. Long they lived in peace together, spake with naked hearts together, pondering much, and much contriving how the tribes of men might prosper. Hiawatha's sailing. Give me of your bark, O birch tree, of your yellow bark, O birch tree, growing by the rushing river, tall and stately in the valley. I a light canoe will build me, build a swift chimon for sailing, that shall float upon the river like a yellow leaf in autumn, like a yellow water lily. Lay aside your cloak, O birch tree, lay aside your white skin wrapper, for the summertime is coming and the sun is warm in heaven, and you need no white skin wrapper. Thus aloud cried Hiawatha in the solitary forest by the rushing Torquemada, when the birds were singing gaily, and the moon of leaves was singing, and the sun from sleep awaking started up and said, Behold me, Gizis, the great sun, behold me. And the tree with all its branches rustled in the breeze of morning, saying with a sigh of patience, Take my cloak, O Hiawatha. With his knife the tree he girdled. Just beneath its lowest branches, just above the roots he cut it, till the sap came oozing outward. Down the trunk from top to bottom, sheer he cleft the bark asunder. With a wooden wedge he raised it, stripped it from the trunk unbroken. Give me of your boughs, O cedar, of your strong and pliant branches, my canoe to make more steady, make more strong and firm beneath me. Through the summit of the cedar went a sound, a cry of horror, went a murmur of resistance. But it whispered, bending downward, Take my boughs, O Hiawatha. Down he hewed the boughs of cedar, shaped them straightway to a framework. Like two bows he formed and shaped them, like two bended bows together. Give me of your roots, O tamarack, of your fibrous roots, O larch tree, my canoe to bind together, so to bind the ends together that the water may not enter, that the river may not wet me. And the larch, with all its fibers, shivered in the air of morning, touched his forehead with its tassels, said with one long sigh of sorrow, Take them all, O Hiawatha. From the earth he tore the fibers, tore the tough roots of the larch tree, closely sewed the bark together, bound it closely to the framework. Give me of your balm, O fir tree, of your balsam and your resin, so to close the seams together that the water may not enter, that the river may not wet me. And the fir tree, tall and sombre, sobbed through all its robes of darkness, rattled like a shore with pebbles, answered wailing, answered weeping, Take my balm, O Hiawatha. And he took the tears of balsam, took the resin of the fir tree, smeared therewith each seam and fissure, made each crevice safe from water. Give me of your quills, O hedgehog, all your quills, O Cag, the hedgehog. I will make a necklace of them, make a girdle for my beauty, and 2 stars to deck her bosom. From a hollow tree the hedgehog, with his sleepy eyes, looked at him, shot his shining quills like arrows, saying with a drowsy murmur through the tangle of his whiskers, Take my quills, O Hiawatha. From the ground the quills he gathered, all the little shining arrows, stained them red and blue and yellow, with the juice of roots and berries. Into his canoe he wrought them, round its waist a shining girdle, round its bows a gleaming necklace, on its breast 2 stars resplendent. Thus the birch canoe was builded, in the valley by the river, in the bosom of the forest. And the forest's life was in it, all its mystery and its magic, all the lightness of the birch tree, all the toughness of the cedar, all the larch's supple sinews. and it floated on the river like a yellow leaf in autumn, like a yellow water lily. Paddles none had Hiawatha, paddles none he had or needed, for his thoughts as paddles served him, and his wishes served to guide him. Swift or slow at will he glided, veered to right or left at pleasure. Then he called aloud to Kwasind, to his friend the strong man Kwasind, saying, "Help me clear this river of its sunken logs and sandbars." Straight into the river Kwasind plunged as if he were an otter, dived as if he were a beaver, stood up to his waist in water, to his armpits in the water, swam and shouted in the river, tugged at sunken logs and branches. With his hands he scooped the sandbars, with his feet the ooze and tangle. And thus sailed my Hiawatha down the rushing Torquemada, sailed through all its bends and windings, sailed through all its deeps and shallows, while his friend the strong man Kwasind swam the deeps, the shallows waded. Up and down the river went they, in and out among its islands, cleared its bed of root and sandbar, dragged the dead trees from its channel, made its passage safe and certain, made a pathway for the people from its springs among the mountains to the waters of Powhatan, to the bay of Torquemada. Hiawatha's fishing. Forth upon the Gitchigumi, on the shining big sea water, with his fishing line of cedar, of the twisted bark of cedar, forth to catch the sturgeon Nama, Miscellaneous, king of fishes, in his birch canoe exulting, all alone went Hiawatha. Through the clear transparent water he could see the fishes swimming far down in the depths below him, see the yellow perch, the sawa, like a sunbeam in the water, see the shawgashi, the crawfish, like a spider on the bottom, on the white and sandy bottom. At the stern sat Hiawatha with his fishing line of cedar. In his plumes the breeze of morning played as in the hemlock branches. On the boughs, with tail erected, sat the squirrel Ajidomo. In his fur the breeze of morning played as in the prairie grasses. On the white sand of the bottom lay the monster Mishinama, lay the sturgeon, king of fishes. Through his gills he breathed the water, with his fins he fanned and winnowed, with his tail he swept the sand floor. There he lay in all his armor. On each side a shield to guard him, plates of bone upon his forehead. Down his sides and back and shoulders, plates of bone with spines projecting. Painted was he with his war paints, stripes of yellow, red, and azure, spots of brown and spots of sable. And he lay there on the bottom, fanning with his fins of purple, as above him Hiawatha in his birch canoe came sailing with his fishing line of cedar. "Take my bait," cried Hiawatha down into the depths beneath him. "Take my bait, O sturgeon, Nama. Come up from below the water. Let us see which is the stronger." And he dropped his line of cedar through the clear transparent water, waited vainly for an answer, long sat waiting for an answer, and repeating loud and louder, "Take my bait, O king of fishes." Quiet lay the sturgeon, Nama, fanning slowly in the water, looking up at Hiawatha, listening to his call and clamor, his unnecessary tumult, till he wearied of the shouting, and he said to the canosia, to the pike, the mascanosia, "Take the bait of this rude fellow, break the line of Hiawatha." In his fingers Hiawatha felt the loose line jerk and tighten. As he drew it in, it tugged so that the birch canoe stood endwise, like a birch log in the water, with the squirrel Ajidomo perched and frisking on the summit. Full of scorn was Hiawatha when he saw the fish rise upward, saw the pike, the mascanosia, coming nearer, nearer to him, and he shouted through the water, "Isa, Isa, shame upon you! You are but the pike, canosia. You are not the fish I wanted. You are not the king of fishes." Reeling downward to the bottom sank the pike in great confusion, and the mighty sturgeon Nama said to Ugudwash the sunfish, to the bream with scales of crimson, "Take the bait of this great boaster, break the line of Hiawatha." Slowly upward, wavering, gleaming, rose the Ugudwash the sunfish, seized the line of Hiawatha, swung with all his weight upon it, made a whirlpool in the water, whirled the birch canoe in circles, round and round, in gurgling eddies, till the circles in the water reached the far-off sandy beaches, till the water flags and rushes nodded on the distant margins. But when Hiawatha saw him slowly rising through the water, lifting up his disk refulgent, loud he shouted in derision, "Isa, Isa, shame upon you! You are Ugudwash the sunfish! You are not the fish I wanted, you are not the king of fishes!" Slowly downward, wavering, gleaming, sank the Ugudwash the sunfish. And again the sturgeon Nama heard the shout of Hiawatha, heard his challenge of defiance, the unnecessary tumult ringing far across the water. From the white sand of the bottom, up he rose with angry gesture, quivering in each nerve and fibre, clashing all his plates of armor, gleaming bright with all his war paint. In his wrath he darted upward, flashing, leaped into the sunshine, opened his great jaws, and swallowed both canoe and Hiawatha. Down into that darksome cavern plunged the headlong Hiawatha, as a log on some black river shoots and plunges down the rapids, found himself in utter darkness, groped about in helpless wonder, till he felt a great heart beating, throbbing in that utter darkness. And he smote it in his anger with his fist. The heart of Nama felt the mighty king of fishes shudder through each nerve and fibre, heard the water gurgle round him as he leaped and staggered through it, sick at heart and faint and weary. Crosswise then did Hiawatha drag his birch canoe for safety, lest from out the jaws of Nama, in the turmoil and confusion, forth he might be hurled and perish. And the squirrel Ajidomo frisked and chatted very gaily, toiled and tugged with Hiawatha till the labor was completed. Then said Hiawatha to him, "O my little friend the squirrel, bravely have you toiled to help me. Take the thanks of Hiawatha, and the name which now he gives you. For hereafter and forever, boys shall call you Ajidomo. Tail in air the boys shall call you." And again the sturgeon Nama gasped and quivered in the water, then was still, and drifted landward till he grated on the pebbles, till the listening Hiawatha heard him grate upon the margin, felt him strand upon the pebbles, knew that Nama, king of fishes, lay there dead upon the margin. Then he heard a clang and flapping as of many wings assembling, heard a screaming and confusion as of birds of prey contending, saw a gleam of light above him, shining through the ribs of Nama, saw the glittering eyes of seagulls, of Kayoshk, the seagulls, peering, gazing at him through the opening, heard them saying to each other, "'Tis our brother Hiawatha." And he shouted from below them, cried exulting from the caverns, "O ye seagulls, O my brothers, I have slain the sturgeon Nama. Make the rifts a little larger, with your claws the openings widen, set me free from this dark prison, and henceforward and forever men shall speak of your achievements, calling you Kayoshk the seagulls. Yes, Kayoshk, the noble scratchers." And the wild and clamorous seagulls toiled with beak and claws together, made the rifts and openings wider in the mighty ribs of Nama, and from peril and from prison, from the body of the sturgeon, from the peril of the water, they released my Hiawatha. He was standing near his wigwam on the margin of the water, and he called to old Nokomis, called and beckoned to Nokomis, pointed to the sturgeon Nama, lying lifeless on the pebbles with the seagulls feeding on him. "I have slain the Mishi Nama, slain the king of fishes," said he. "Look, the seagulls feed upon him. Yes, my friends Kayoshk, the seagulls. Drive them not away, Nokomis. They have saved me from great peril in the body of the sturgeon. Wait until their meal is ended. till their craws are full with feasting, till they homeward fly at sunset to their nests among the marshes. Then bring all your pots and kettles, and make oil for us in winter." And she waited till the sun set, till the pallid moon, the night sun, rose above the tranquil water, till Kiosk the sated seagulls from their banquet rose with clamor, and across the fiery sunset winged their way to far-off islands, to their nests among the rushes. To his sleep went Hiawatha, and Nokomis to her labor, toiling patient in the moonlight, till the sun and moon changed places, till the sky was red with sunrise, and Kiosk the hungry seagulls came back from the reedy islands, clamorous for their morning banquet. 3 whole days and nights alternate, old Nokomis and the seagulls stripped the oily flesh of Nama, till the waves washed through the rib bones, till the seagulls came no longer, and upon the sands lay nothing but the skeleton of Nama. Hiawatha and the Pearl Feather. On the shores of Gitchigumi, of the shining Big Sea water, stood Nokomis, the old woman, pointing with her finger westward, or the water pointing westward to the purple clouds of sunset. Fiercely the red sun descending burned his way along the heavens, set the sky on fire behind him, as war parties, when retreating, burn the prairies on their war trail. And the moon, the night sun, eastward, suddenly starting from his ambush, followed fast those bloody footprints, followed in that fiery war trail, with its glare upon his features. And Nokomis, the old woman, pointing with her finger westward, spake these words to Hiawatha: "Yonder dwells the great Pearl Feather, Megisogwon the magician, Manito of wealth and wampum, guarded by his fiery serpents, guarded by the black pitch water. You can see his fiery serpents, the Kenabeak, the great serpents, coiling, playing in the water. You can see the black pitch water stretching far away beyond them to the purple clouds of sunset. He it was who slew my father by his wicked wiles and cunning, when he from the moon descended, when he came on earth to seek me. He, the mightiest of magicians, sends the fever from the marshes, sends the pestilential vapors, sends the poisonous exhalations, sends the white fog from the fenlands, sends disease and death among us. Take your bow, O Hiawatha, take your arrows jasper-headed, take your war-club, Puggawagan, and your mittens, Minjikawan, and your birch canoe for sailing, and the oil of Mishinama, so to smear its sides that swiftly you may pass the black pitch water. Slay this merciless magician, save the people from the fever that he breathes across the fenlands, and avenge my father's murder." Straightway then my Hiawatha armed himself with all his war gear, launched his birch canoe for sailing. With his palm its sides he patted, said with glee, "Chimorn, my darling, O my birch canoe, leap forward where you see the fiery serpents, where you see the black pitch water." Forward leaped Chimorn exulting, and the noble Hiawatha sang his war song, wild and woeful, and above him the war eagle, the Keneu, the great war eagle, master of all fowls with feathers, screamed and hurtled through the heavens. Soon he reached the fiery serpents, the Kenabeak, the great serpents, lying huge upon the water, sparkling, rippling in the water, lying coiled across the passage, with their blazing crests uplifted, breathing fiery fogs and vapors, so that none could pass beyond them. But the fearless Hiawatha cried aloud, and spake in this wise: "Let me pass my way, Kenabeak, let me go upon my journey." And they answered, hissing fiercely, with their fiery breath made answer, "Back, go back, O Shaugodaya, back to old Nokomis' faint heart." Then the angry Hiawatha raised his mighty bow of ash tree, seized his arrows jasper-headed, shot them fast among the serpents. Every twanging of the bowstring was a war cry and a death cry. Every whizzing of an arrow was a death song of Kenabik. Weltering in the bloody water, dead lay all the fiery serpents, and among them Hiawatha, harmless, sailed, and cried exulting, "Onward, O Chimon, my darling, onward to the black pitch water." Then he took the oil of Nama, and the bows and sides anointed, smeared them well with oil, that swiftly he might pass the black pitch water. All night long he sailed upon it, sailed upon that sluggish water, covered with its mould of ages, black with rotting water rushes, rank with flags and leaves of lilies, stagnant, lifeless, dreary, dismal, lighted by the shimmering moonlight, and by will-o'-the-wisps illumined, fires by ghosts of dead men kindled in their weary night encampments. All the air was white with moonlight, all the water black with shadow, and around him the sagima, the mosquito, sang his war song, and the fireflies, wawatesi, waved their torches to mislead him, and the bullfrog, the dahinda, thrust his head into the moonlight, fixed his yellow eyes upon him, sobbed, and sank beneath the surface. And anon 1,000 whistles answered over all the fenlands, and the heron, the shushuga, far off on the reedy margin, heralded the hero's coming. Westward thus fared Hiawatha toward the realm of Megisogwon, toward the land of the pearl feather, till the level moon stared at him, and his face stared pale and haggard, till the sun was hot behind him, till it burned upon his shoulders, and before him on the upland he could see the shining wigwam of the Manito of Wampum, of the mightiest of magicians. Then once more Chimon he patted, to his birch canoe said, "Onward." And it stirred in all its fibers, and with one great bound of triumph leaped across the water lilies, leaped through tangled flags and rushes, and upon the beach beyond them dry-shod landed Hiawatha. Straight he took his bow of ash tree, on the sand one end he rested, with his knee he pressed the middle, stretched the faithful bowstring tighter, took an arrow jasper-headed, shot it at the shining wigwam, sent it singing as a herald, as a bearer of his message, of his challenge loud and lofty. "Come forth from your lodge, Pearl Feather! Hiawatha waits your coming." Straightway from the shining wigwam came the mighty Megisogwon, tall of stature, broad of shoulder, dark and terrible in aspect, clad from head to foot in wampum, armed with all his warlike weapons, painted like the sky of morning, streaked with crimson, blue, and yellow, crested with great eagle feathers, streaming upward, streaming outward. "Well I know you, Hiawatha!" cried he in a voice of thunder, in a tone of loud derision. "Hasten back, O Shogodaya! Hasten back among the women, back to old Nokomis. Faint heart, I will slay you as you stand there, as of old I slew her father." But my Hiawatha answered, nothing daunted, fearing nothing, "Big words do not smite like war-clubs. Boastful breath is not a bowstring. Taunts are not so sharp as arrows. Deeds are better things than words are. Actions mightier than boastings." Then began the greatest battle that the sun had ever looked on, that the war-birds ever witnessed. All a summer's day it lasted, from the sunrise to the sunset. For the shafts of Hiawatha harmless hit the shirt of wampum, harmless fell the blows he dealt it with his mittens, Minjakawan, harmless fell the heavy war-club. It could dash the rocks asunder, but it could not break the meshes of that magic shirt of wampum. Till at sunset Hiawatha, leaning on his bow of ash tree, wounded, weary, and desponding, with his mighty war-club broken, with his mittens torn and tattered, and 3 useless arrows only, paused to rest beneath a pine tree, from whose branches trailed the mosses, and whose trunk was coated over with the dead man's moccasin leather, with the fungus white and yellow. Suddenly from the boughs above him sang the mamma, the woodpecker. Aim your arrows, Hiawatha, at the head of Megisogwon. Strike the tuft of hair upon it. At their roots the long black tresses. There alone can he be wounded. Winged with feathers, tipped with jasper, swift flew Hiawatha's arrow, just as Megisogwon, stooping, raised a heavy stone to throw it. Full upon the crown it struck him, at the roots of his long tresses, and he reeled and staggered forward, plunging like a wounded bison, yes, like Pejiki the bison when the snow is on the prairie. Swifter flew the second arrow in the pathway of the other, piercing deeper than the other, wounding sorer than the other, and the knees of Megisogwon shook like windy reeds beneath him, bent and trembled like the rushes. But the third and latest arrow swiftest flew, and wounded sorest, and the mighty Megisogwon saw the fiery eyes of Porguk, saw the eyes of death glare at him, heard his voice call in the darkness. At the feet of Hiawatha, lifeless lay the great pearl feather, lay the mightiest of magicians. Then the grateful Hiawatha called the mamma, the woodpecker, from his perch among the branches of the melancholy pine tree, and in honor of his service, stained with blood the tuft of feathers on the little head of mamma. Even to this day he wears it, wears the tuft of crimson feathers as a symbol of his service. Then he stripped the shirt of wampum from the back of Megisogwon as a trophy of the battle, as a signal of his conquest. On the shore he left the body, half on land and half in water. In the sand his feet were buried, and his face was in the water. And above him wheeled and clamored the Keneu, the great war-eagle, sailing round in narrower circles, hovering nearer, nearer, nearer. From the wigwam Hiawatha bore the wealth of Megisogwon, all his wealth of skins and wampum, furs of bison and of beaver, furs of sable and of ermine, wampum belts and strings and pouches, quivers wrought with beads of wampum, filled with arrows silver-headed. Homeward then he sailed exulting, homeward through the black pitch water, homeward through the weltering serpents, with the trophies of the battle, with a shout and song of triumph. On the shore stood old Nokomis, on the shore stood Chibiabos, and the very strong man Kwasind, waiting for the hero's coming, listening to his songs of triumph. And the people of the village welcomed him with songs and dances, made a joyous feast, and shouted, "Honor be to Hiawatha! He has slain the great pearl feather, slain the mightiest of magicians, him who sent the fiery fever, sent the white fog from the fenlands, sent disease and death among us." Ever dear to Hiawatha was the memory of Mamma, and in token of his friendship, as a mark of his remembrance, he adorned and decked his pipe stem with the crimson tuft of feathers, with the blood-red crest of Mamma. But the wealth of Megisogwon, all the trophies of the battle, he divided with his people, shared it equally among them. Hiawatha's wooing. As unto the bow the cord is, so unto the man is woman. Though she bends him, she obeys him. Though she draws him, yet she follows, useless each without the other. Thus the youthful Hiawatha said within himself, and pondered, much perplexed by various feelings, listless, longing, hoping, fearing, dreaming still of Minnehaha, of the lovely laughing water in the land of the Dakotas. "Wed a maiden of your people," warning said the old Nokomis. "Go not eastward, go not westward, for a stranger whom we know not. Like a fire upon the hearthstone is a neighbor's homely daughter. Like the starlight or the moonlight is the handsomest of strangers." Thus dissuading spake Nokomis, and my Hiawatha answered only this, "Dear old Nokomis, very pleasant is the firelight, but I like the starlight better, better do I like the moonlight." Gravely then said old Nokomis, "Bring not here an idle maiden, Bring not here a useless woman, hands unskilful, feet unwilling. Bring a wife with nimble fingers, heart and hand that move together, feet that run on willing errands. Smiling answered Hiawatha, In the land of the Dakotas lives the arrow-maker's daughter Minnehaha, Laughing Water, handsomest of all the women. I will bring her to your wigwam. She shall run upon your errands, be your starlight, moonlight, firelight, be the sunlight of my people. Still dissuading, said Nokomis, Bring not to my lodge a stranger from the land of the Dakotas. Very fierce are the Dakotas, often is there war between us. There are feuds yet unforgotten, wounds that ache and still may open. Laughing answered Hiawatha, For that reason, if no other, would I wed the fair Dakota, that our tribes might be united, that old feuds might be forgotten, and old wounds be healed forever. Thus departed Hiawatha to the land of the Dakotas, to the land of handsome women, striding over moor and meadow, through interminable forests, through uninterrupted silence. With his moccasins of magic at each stride a mile he measured, yet the way seemed long before him, and his heart outran his footsteps. And he journeyed without resting, till he heard the cataract's laughter, heard the falls of Minnehaha calling to him through the silence. Pleasant is the sound, he murmured. Pleasant is the voice that calls me. On the outskirts of the forests, twixt the shadow and the sunshine, herds of fallow deer were feeding, but they saw not Hiawatha. To his bow he whispered, Fail not. To his arrow whispered, Swerve not. Sent it singing on its errand to the red heart of the roebuck, threw the deer across his shoulder, and sped forward without pausing. At the doorway of his wigwam sat the ancient arrow-maker in the land of the Dakotas, making arrowheads of jasper, arrowheads of chalcedony. At his side, in all her beauty, sat the lovely Minnehaha, sat his daughter, Laughing Water, plaiting mats of flags and rushes. Of the past the old man's thoughts were, and the maiden's of the future. He was thinking as he sat there of the days when with such arrows he had struck the deer and bison on the muscoday, the meadow, shot the wild goose flying southward on the wing, the clamorous wawa, thinking of the great war parties, how they came to buy his arrows, could not fight without his arrows. Ah, no more such noble warriors could be found on earth as they were. Now the men were all like women, only used their tongues for weapons. She was thinking of a hunter from another tribe and country, young and tall and very handsome, who one morning in the springtime came to buy her father's arrows, sat and rested in the wigwam, lingered long about the doorway, looking back as he departed. She had heard her father praise him, praise his courage and his wisdom. Would he come again for arrows to the falls of Minnehaha? On the mat her hands lay idle, and her eyes were very dreamy. Through their thoughts they heard a footstep, heard a rustling in the branches, and with glowing cheek and forehead, with the deer upon his shoulders, suddenly from out the woodlands Hiawatha stood before them. Straight the ancient arrow-maker looked up gravely from his labor, laid aside the unfinished arrow, bade him enter at the doorway, saying as he rose to meet him, Hiawatha, you are welcome. At the feet of Laughing Water, Hiawatha laid his burden, threw the red deer from his shoulders, and the maiden looked up at him, looked up from her mat of rushes, said with gentle look and accent, You are welcome, Hiawatha. Very spacious was the wigwam, made of deerskins dressed and whitened, with the gods of the Dakotas drawn and painted on its curtains, and so tall the doorway, hardly Hiawatha stooped to enter, hardly touched his eagle feathers as he entered at the doorway. Then uprose the Laughing Water, from the ground fair Minnehaha, laid aside her mat unfinished, brought forth food and set before them. Water brought them from the brooklet, gave them food in earthen vessels, gave them drink in bowls of basswood. listened while the guest was speaking, listened while her father answered. But not once her lips she opened, not a single word she uttered. Yes, as in a dream she listened to the words of Hiawatha as he talked of old Nokomis who had nursed him in his childhood, as he told of his companions, Chibiabos the musician, and the very strong man Kwasind, and of happiness and plenty in the land of the Ojibways, in the pleasant land and peaceful. After many years of warfare, many years of strife and bloodshed, there is peace between the Ojibways and the tribe of the Dakotas. Thus continued Hiawatha, and then added, speaking slowly, that this peace may last forever, and our hands be clasped more closely, and our hearts be more united, give me as my wife this maiden, Minnehaha, Laughing Water, loveliest of Dakota women. And the ancient arrow-maker paused a moment ere he answered, smoked a little while in silence, looked at Hiawatha proudly, fondly looked at Laughing Water, and made answer very gravely, yes, if Minnehaha wishes. Let your heart speak, Minnehaha. And the lovely Laughing Water seemed more lovely as she stood there, neither willing nor reluctant, as she went to Hiawatha, softly took the seat beside him, while she said, and blushed to say it, I will follow you, my husband. This was Hiawatha's wooing. Thus it was he won the daughter of the ancient arrow-maker in the land of the Dakotas. From the wigwam he departed, leading with him Laughing Water. Hand in hand they went together through the woodland and the meadow, left the old man standing lonely at the doorway of his wigwam, heard the falls of Minnehaha calling to them from the distance, crying to them from afar off, Fare thee well, O Minnehaha. And the ancient arrow-maker turned again unto his labor, sat down by his sunny doorway, murmuring to himself and saying, Thus it is our daughters leave us, those we love and those who love us. Just when they have learned to help us, when we are old and lean upon them, comes a youth with flaunting feathers. With his flute of reeds a stranger wanders piping through the village, beckons to the fairest maiden, and she follows where he leads her, leaving all things for the stranger. Pleasant was the journey homeward, through interminable forests, over meadow, over mountain, over river, hill, and hollow. Short it seemed to Hiawatha, though they journeyed very slowly, though his pace he checked and slackened to the steps of Laughing Water. Over wide and rushing rivers in his arms he bore the maiden. Light he thought her as a feather, as the plume upon his headgear. Cleared the tangled pathway for her, bent aside the swaying branches, made at night a lodge of branches, and a bed with boughs of hemlock, and a fire before the doorway with the dry cones of the pine tree. All the traveling winds went with them, o'er the meadows through the forest. All the stars of night looked at them, watched with sleepless eyes their slumber. From his ambush in the oak tree peeped the squirrel, Ajidomo, watched with eager eyes the lovers. And the rabbit, the Wabasso, scampered from the path before them, peering, peeping from his burrow, sat erect upon his haunches, watched with curious eyes the lovers. Pleasant was the journey homeward. All the birds sang loud and sweetly, songs of happiness and heart's ease. Sang the bluebird, the owaissa, Happy are you, Hiawatha, having such a wife to love you. Sang the robin, the opeechee, Happy are you, Laughing Water, having such a noble husband. From the sky the sun benignant looked upon them through the branches, saying to them, O my children, love is sunshine, hate is shadow, life is checkered shade and sunshine, ruled by love, O Hiawatha. From the sky the moon looked at them, filled the lodge with mystic splendors, whispered to them, O my children, day is restless, night is quiet, man imperious, woman feeble. half is mine, although I follow. Rule by patience, laughing water. Thus it was they journeyed homeward. Thus it was that Hiawatha to the lodge of old Nokomis brought the moonlight, starlight, firelight, brought the sunshine of his people, Minnehaha, laughing water, handsomest of all the women in the land of the Dakotas, in the land of handsome women. Hiawatha's wedding feast. You shall hear how poor Pakiwis, how the handsome Yenadizzi, danced at Hiawatha's wedding, how the gentle Chibiabos, he the sweetest of musicians, sang his songs of love and longing, how Iago, the great boaster, he the marvelous storyteller, told his tales of strange adventure, that the feast might be more joyous, that the time might pass more gaily, and the guests be more contented. Sumptuous was the feast Nokomis made at Hiawatha's wedding. All the bowls were made of basswood, white and polished very smoothly. All the spoons of horn of bison, black and polished very smoothly. She had sent through all the village messengers with wands of willow as a sign of invitation, as a token of the feasting. And the wedding guests assembled, clad in all their richest raiment, robes of fur and belts of wampum, splendid with their paint and plumage, beautiful with beads and tassels. First they ate the sturgeon, Nama, and the pike, the Maskinoja, caught and cooked by old Nokomis. Then on pemmican they feasted, pemmican and buffalo marrow, haunch of deer and hump of bison, yellow cakes of the mundamin, and the wild rice of the river. But the gracious Hiawatha and the lovely laughing water and the careful old Nokomis tasted not the food before them, only waited on the others, only served their guests in silence. And when all the guests had finished, old Nokomis, brisk and busy, from an ample pouch of otter, filled the red stone pipes for smoking, with tobacco from the southland, mixed with bark of the red willow, and with herbs and leaves of fragrance. Then she said, O poor Pakiwis, dance for us your merry dances. Dance the beggar's dance to please us, that the feast may be more joyous, that the time may pass more gaily, and our guests be more contented. Then the handsome poor Pakiwis, he the idle Yenadizzi, he the merry mischief-maker whom the people called the storm-fool, rose among the guests assembled. Skilled was he in sports and pastimes, in the merry dance of snowshoes, in the play of quoits and ball-play. Skilled was he in games of hazard, in all games of skill and hazard, pugasaying, the bowl encounters, puntasu, the game of plum-stones. Though the warriors called him faint-heart, called him coward, Shogadaya, idler, gambler, Yenadizzi, little heeded he their jesting, little cared he for their insults. For the women and the maidens loved the handsome poor Pakiwis. He was dressed in shirt of doeskin, white and soft and fringed with ermine, all inwrought with beads of wampum. He was dressed in deerskin leggings, fringed with hedgehog quills and ermine, and in moccasins of buckskin, thick with quills and beads embroidered. On his head were plumes of swan's down. On his heels were tails of foxes. In one hand a fan of feathers, and a pipe was in the other. Barred with streaks of red and yellow, streaks of blue and bright vermilion, shone the face of poor Pakiwis. From his forehead fell his tresses smooth and parted like a woman's, shining bright with oil and plaited, hung with braids of scented grasses. As among the guests assembled, to the sound of flutes and singing, to the sound of drums and voices, rose the handsome poor Pakiwis and began his mystic dances. First, he danced a solemn measure, very slow in step and gesture, in and out among the pine trees, through the shadows and the sunshine, treading softly, like a panther. Then, more swiftly, and still swifter, whirling, spinning round in circles, leaping o'er the guests assembled, eddying round and round the wigwam, till the leaves went whirling with him, till the dust and wind together swept in eddies round about him. Then along the sandy margin of the lake, the big sea water, on he sped with frenzied gestures, stamped upon the sand and tossed it wildly in the air around him, till the wind became a whirlwind, till the sand was blown and sifted like great snowdrifts o'er the landscape, heaping all the shores with sand dunes, sand hills of the Nago Wadju. Thus the merry Porpakiwis danced his beggar's dance to please them, and returning sat down laughing there among the guests assembled, sat and fanned himself serenely with his fan of turkey feathers. Then they said to Chibiabos, to the friend of Hiawatha, to the sweetest of all singers, to the best of all musicians, "Sing to us, O Chibiabos, songs of love and songs of longing, that the feast may be more joyous, that the time may pass more gaily, and our guests be more contented." And the gentle Chibiabos sang in accents sweet and tender, sang in tones of deep emotion songs of love and songs of longing. Looking still at Hiawatha, looking at fair laughing water, sang he softly, sang in this wise: "On away, awake, beloved, thou the wild flower of the forest, thou the wild bird of the prairie, thou with eyes so soft and fawn-like. If thou only lookest at me, I am happy, as the lilies of the prairie when they feel the dew upon them. Sweet thy breath is as the fragrance of the wild flowers in the morning, as their fragrance is at evening in the moon when leaves are falling. Does not all the blood within me leap to meet thee, as the springs to meet the sunshine in the moon when nights are brightest? On away, my heart sings to thee, sings with joy when thou art near me, as the sighing, singing branches in the pleasant moon of strawberries. When thou art not pleased, beloved, then my heart is sad and darkened, as the shining river darkens when the clouds drop shadows on it. When thou smilest, my beloved, then my troubled heart is brightened, as in sunshine gleam the ripples that the cold wind makes in rivers. Smiles the earth, and smile the waters, smile the cloudless skies above us. But I lose the way of smiling when thou art no longer near me. I myself, behold me, blood of my beating heart, behold me. Oh, awake, awake, beloved, on away, awake, beloved." Thus the gentle Chibiabo sang his song of love and longing. And Iago, the great boaster, he the marvelous storyteller, he the friend of old Nokomis, jealous of the sweet musician, jealous of the applause they gave him, saw in all the eyes around him, saw in all their looks and gestures, that the wedding guests assembled longed to hear his pleasant stories, his immeasurable falsehoods. Very boastful was Iago. Never heard he an adventure but himself had met a greater, never any deed of daring but himself had done a bolder, never any marvelous story but himself could tell a stranger. Would you listen to his boasting? Would you only give him credence? No one ever shot an arrow half so far and high as he had, ever caught so many fishes, ever killed so many reindeer, ever trapped so many beaver. None could run so fast as he could. None could dive so deep as he could. None could swim so far as he could. None had made so many journeys, none had seen so many wonders as this wonderful Iago, as this marvelous storyteller.
We hope you are enjoying this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others. Click the playlist link in the description box below for more classic book readings.
Thus his name became a byword and a jest among the people, and whene'er a boastful hunter praised his own address too highly, or a warrior home returning talked too much of his achievements, all his hearers cried, "Iago, here's Iago come among us." He it was who carved the cradle of the little Hiawatha, carved its framework out of linden, bound it strong with reindeer sinews. He it was who taught him later how to make his bows and arrows, how to make the bows of ash tree and the arrows of the oak tree. So among the guests assembled at my Hiawatha's wedding sat Iago, old and ugly, sat the marvelous storyteller. And they said, "O good Iago, tell us now a tale of wonder. Tell us of some strange adventure, that the feast may be more joyous, that the time may pass more gaily, and our guests be more contented." And Iago answered straightway, "You shall hear a tale of wonder. You shall hear the strange adventures of Osseo, the magician, from the evening star descended." The son of the evening star. Can it be the sun descending o'er the level plain of water? Or the red swan, floating, flying, wounded by the magic arrow, staining all the waves with the crimson of its lifeblood, filling all the air with the splendor of its plumage? Yes, it is the sun descending, sinking down into the water. All the sky is stained with purple, all the water flushed with crimson. No, it is the red swan floating, diving down beneath the water. To the sky its wings are lifted, with its blood the waves are reddened. Over it the star of evening melts and trembles through the purple, hangs suspended in the twilight. No, it is a bead of wampum on the robes of the Great Spirit as he passes through the twilight, walks in silence through the heavens. This with joy beheld Iago, and he said in haste, "Behold it! See the sacred star of evening! You shall hear a tale of wonder. Hear the story of Osseo, son of the evening star, Osseo." Once, in days no more remembered, ages nearer the beginning, when the heavens were closer to us, and the gods were more familiar, in the Northland lived a hunter with 10 young and comely daughters, tall and lithe as wands of willow. Only Oweenee, the youngest, she the wilful and the wayward, she the silent, dreamy maiden, was the fairest of the sisters. All these women married warriors, married brave and haughty husbands. Only Oweenee, the youngest, laughed and flouted all her lovers, all her young and handsome suitors, and then married old Osseo. Old Osseo, poor and ugly, broken with age and weak with coughing, always coughing like a squirrel. Ah, but beautiful within him was the spirit of Osseo, from the evening star descended, star of evening, star of woman, star of tenderness and passion. All its fire was in his bosom, all its beauty in his spirit, all its mystery in his being, all its splendor in his language. And her lovers, the rejected, handsome men with belts of wampum, handsome men with paint and feathers, pointed at her in derision, followed her with jest and laughter, but she said, "I care not for you, care not for your belts of wampum, care not for your paint and feathers, care not for your jests and laughter. I am happy with Osseo." Once to some great feast invited, through the damp and dusk of evening, walked together the 10 sisters, walked together with their husbands. Slowly followed old Osseo, with fair Oweenee beside him. All the others chatted gaily, these 2 only walked in silence. At the western sky Osseo gazed intent, as if imploring, often stopped and gazed imploring at the trembling star of evening, at the tender star of woman. And they heard him murmur softly, "Ah, Shawain Amishin Nosa, pity, Pity me, my father." "Listen," said the eldest sister, "he is praying to his father. What a pity that the old man does not stumble in the pathway, does not break his neck by falling." And they laughed till all the forest rang with their unseemly laughter. On their pathway through the woodlands lay an oak by storms uprooted, lay the great trunk of an oak tree, buried half in leaves and mosses, mouldering, crumbling, huge and hollow. And Osseo, when he saw it, gave a shout, a cry of anguish, leaped into its yawning cavern. At one end went in an old man, wasted, wrinkled, old and ugly. From the other came a young man, tall and straight and strong and handsome. Thus Osseo was transfigured, thus restored to youth and beauty. But alas for good Osseo, and for Owini the faithful. Strangely, too, was she transfigured, changed into a weak old woman. With a staff she tottered onward, wasted, wrinkled, old and ugly. And the sisters and their husbands laughed until the echoing forest rang with their unseemly laughter. But Osseo turned not from her, walked with slower step beside her, took her hand, as brown and withered as an oak leaf is in winter, called her sweetheart, Nenemusha, soothed her with soft words of kindness, till they reached the lodge of feasting, till they sat down in the wigwam, sacred to the star of evening, to the tender star of woman. Wrapped in visions, lost in dreaming, at the banquet sat Osseo. All were merry, all were happy, all were joyous but Osseo. Neither food nor drink he tasted, neither did he speak nor listen. But as one bewildered sat he, looking dreamily and sadly, first at Owini, then upward at the gleaming sky above them. Then a voice was heard, a whisper, coming from the starry distance, coming from the empty vastness, low and musical and tender. And the voice said, "O Osseo, O my son, my best beloved, broken are the spells that bound you, all the charms of the magicians, all the magic powers of evil. Come to me, ascend, Osseo. Taste the food that stands before you. It is blessed and enchanted. It has magic virtues in it. It will change you to a spirit. All your bowls and all your kettles shall be wood and clay no longer, but the bowls be changed to wampum, and the kettles shall be silver. They shall shine like shells of scarlet, like the fire shall gleam and glimmer. And the women shall no longer bear the dreary doom of labor, but be changed to birds, and glisten with the beauty of the starlight, painted with the dusky splendors of the skies and clouds of evening." What Osseo heard as whispers, what as words he comprehended, was but music to the others, music as of birds afar off, of the whippoorwill afar off, of the lonely Wawanesa singing in the darksome forest. Then the lodge began to tremble, straight began to shake and tremble, and they felt it rising, rising, slowly through the air, ascending, from the darkness of the tree-tops forth into the dewy starlight, till it passed the topmost branches. And behold, the wooden dishes all were changed to shells of scarlet, and behold, the earthen kettles all were changed to bowls of silver, and the roof poles of the wigwam were as glittering rods of silver, and the roof of bark upon them as the shining shards of beetles. Then Osseo gazed around him, and he saw the 9 fair sisters, all the sisters and their husbands, changed to birds of various plumage. Some were jays, and some were magpies, others thrushes, others blackbirds, and they hopped and sang and twittered, perked and fluttered all their feathers, strutted in their shining plumage, and their tails like fans unfolded. Only Owini, the youngest, was not changed, but sat in silence, wasted, wrinkled, old, and ugly, looking sadly at the others, till Osseo, gazing upward, gave another cry of anguish, such a cry as he had uttered by the oak tree in the forest. Then returned her youth and beauty, and her soiled and tattered garments were transformed to robes of ermine, and her staff became a feather. Yes, a shining silver feather. And again the wigwam trembled, swayed and rushed through airy currents, through transparent cloud and vapor, and amid celestial splendors on the evening star alighted, as a snowflake falls on snowflake, as a leaf drops on a river, as the thistledown on water. Forth with cheerful words of welcome came the father of Osseo, he with radiant locks of silver, he with eyes serene and tender, and he said, "My son Osseo, hang the cage of birds you bring there. Hang the cage with rods of silver, and the birds with glistening feathers, at the doorway of my wigwam." At the door he hung the bird cage, and they entered in and gladly listened to Osseo's father, ruler of the Star of Evening, as he said, "O my Osseo, I have had compassion on you, given you back your youth and beauty. Into birds of various plumage changed your sisters and their husbands. Changed them thus because they mocked you in the figure of the old man, in that aspect sad and wrinkled, could not see your heart of passion, could not see your youth immortal. Only Owini the faithful saw your naked heart and loved you. In the lodge that glimmers yonder, in the little star that twinkles through the vapors, on the left hand, lives the envious evil spirit, the Wabino, the magician, who transformed you to an old man. Take heed, lest his beams fall on you, for the rays he darts around him are the power of his enchantment, are the arrows that he uses. Many years, in peace and quiet, on the peaceful Star of Evening, dwelt Osseo with his father. Many years, in song and flutter, at the doorway of the wigwam, hung the cage with rods of silver. And fair Owini the faithful bore a son unto Osseo, with the beauty of his mother, with the courage of his father. And the boy grew up and prospered. And Osseo, to delight him, made him little bows and arrows, opened the great cage of silver, and let loose his aunts and uncles, all those birds with glossy feathers, for his little son to shoot at. Round and round they wheeled and darted, filled the evening star with music, with their songs of joy and freedom, filled the evening star with splendor, with the fluttering of their plumage, till the boy, the little hunter, bent his bow and shot an arrow, shot a swift and fatal arrow, and a bird with shining feathers at his feet fell wounded sorely. But, O wondrous transformation, 'twas no bird he saw before him. 'Twas a beautiful young woman, with the arrow in her bosom. When her blood fell on the planet, on the sacred Star of Evening, broken was the spell of magic, powerless was the strange enchantment. And the youth, the fearless bowman, suddenly felt himself descending, held by unseen hands, but sinking downward through the empty spaces, downward through the clouds and vapors, till he rested on an island green and grassy, yonder in the big sea water. After him he saw descending all the birds with shining feathers, fluttering, falling, wafted downward like the painted leaves of autumn. And the lodge with poles of silver, with its roof like wings of beetles, like the shining shards of beetles, by the winds of heaven uplifted, slowly sank upon the island, bringing back the good Osseo, bringing Owini the faithful. Then the birds, again transfigured, reassumed the shape of mortals, took their shape, but not their stature. They remained as little people, like the pygmies, the Pukwudgies. And on pleasant nights of summer, when the evening star was shining, hand in hand they danced together on the island's craggy headlands, on the sand beach low and level. Still their glittering lodge is seen there, on the tranquil summer evenings, and upon the shore the fisher sometimes hears their happy voices, sees them dancing in the starlight. When the story was completed, when the wondrous tale was ended, looking round upon his listeners solemnly, Iago added, "There are great men, I have known such, whom their people understand not, whom they even make a jest of, scoff and jeer at in derision. From the story of Osseo, let us learn the fate of jesters." All the wedding guests, delighted, listened to the marvelous story, listened, laughing and applauding, and they whispered to each other, "Does he mean himself, I wonder? And are we the aunts and uncles?" Then again sang Chibiabos, sang a song of love and longing, in those accents sweet and tender, in those tones of pensive sadness, sang a maiden's lamentation for her lover, her Algonquin. When I think of my beloved, ah me, think of my beloved, when my heart is thinking of him, O my sweetheart, my Algonquin. Ah me, when I parted from him, round my neck he hung the wampum as a pledge, the snow-white wampum, O my sweetheart, my Algonquin. I will go with you, he whispered, ah me, to your native country. Let me go with you, he whispered, O my sweetheart, my Algonquin. Far away, away, I answered, very far away, I answered, ah me, is my native country, O my sweetheart, my Algonquin. When I looked back to behold him, where we parted to behold him, after me he still was gazing, O my sweetheart, my Algonquin. By the tree he still was standing, by the fallen tree was standing that had dropped into the water, O my sweetheart, my Algonquin. When I think of my beloved, ah me, think of my beloved, when my heart is thinking of him, O my sweetheart, my Algonquin. Such was Hiawatha's wedding, such the dance of Porpakiwis, such the story of Iago, such the songs of Chibiabos. Thus the wedding banquet ended, and the wedding guests departed, leaving Hiawatha happy with the knight and Minnehaha. Blessing the cornfields. Sing, O song of Hiawatha, of the happy days that followed in the land of the Ojibways, in the pleasant land and peaceful. Sing the mysteries of Mondamin. Sing the blessing of the cornfields. Buried was the bloody hatchet, buried was the dreadful war club, buried were all warlike weapons, and the war cry was forgotten. There was peace among the nations. Unmolested roved the hunters, built the birch canoe for sailing, caught the fish in lake and river, shot the deer and trapped the beaver. Unmolested worked the women, made their sugar from the maple, gathered wild rice in the meadows, dressed the skins of deer and beaver. All around the happy village stood the maize fields, green and shining, waved the green plumes of Mondamin, waved his soft and sunny tresses, filling all the land with plenty. 'Twas the women who in springtime planted the broad fields and fruitful, buried in the earth Mondamin. 'Twas the women who in autumn stripped the yellow husks of harvest, stripped the garments from Mondamin, even as Hiawatha taught them. Once, when all the maize was planted, Hiawatha, wise and thoughtful, spake and said to Minnehaha, to his wife, the Laughing Water, "You shall bless tonight the cornfields. Draw a magic circle round them, to protect them from destruction. Blast of mildew, blight of insect, Wagamin, the thief of cornfields, Pamosaid, who steals the maize ear." In the night, when all is silence, in the night when all is darkness, when the spirit of sleep, Nepawin, shuts the doors of all the wigwams so that not an ear can hear you, so that not an eye can see you, rise up from your bed in silence, Lay aside your garments wholly. Walk around the fields you planted, round the borders of the cornfields, covered by your tresses only, robed with darkness as a garment. Thus the fields shall be more fruitful, and the passing of your footsteps draw a magic circle round them, so that neither blight nor mildew, neither burrowing worm nor insect shall pass o'er the magic circle. Not the dragonfly, Quonishi, nor the spider, Subekashi, nor the grasshopper, Papakina, nor the mighty caterpillar, Waymakwana with the bearskin, king of all the caterpillars. On the treetops near the cornfields sat the hungry crows and ravens, Kagagi, the king of ravens, with his band of black marauders. And they laughed at Hiawatha till the treetops shook with laughter, with their melancholy laughter at the words of Hiawatha. Hear him, said they, hear the wise man, hear the plots of Hiawatha. When the noiseless night descended broad and dark o'er field and forest, when the mournful Wawanesa sorrowing sang among the hemlocks, and the spirit of sleep, Nipawin, shut the doors of all the wigwams, from her bed rose laughing Water, laid aside her garments wholly, and with darkness clothed and guarded, unashamed and unaffrighted, walked securely round the cornfields, drew the sacred magic circle of her footprints round the cornfields. No one but the midnight only saw her beauty in the darkness. No one but the Wawanesa heard the panting of her bosom. Guskiwar, the darkness, wrapped her closely in his sacred mantle, so that none might see her beauty, so that none might boast, I saw her. On the morrow, as the day dawned, Kagagi, the king of ravens, gathered all his black marauders, crows and blackbirds, jays and ravens, clamorous on the dusky treetops, and descended fast and fearless on the fields of Hiawatha, on the grave of the Mondamin. We will drag Mondamin, said they, from the grave where he is buried, spite of all the magic circles laughing Water draws around it, spite of all the sacred footprints Minnehaha stamps upon it. But the wary Hiawatha, ever thoughtful, careful, watchful, had o'erheard the scornful laughter when they mocked him from the treetops. Caw, he said, my friends the ravens. Kagagi, my king of ravens, I will teach you all a lesson that shall not be soon forgotten. He had risen before the daybreak. He had spread o'er all the cornfields snares to catch the black marauders, and was lying now in ambush in the neighboring grove of pine trees, waiting for the crows and blackbirds, waiting for the jays and ravens. Soon they came, with caw and clamor, rush of wings and cry of voices, to their work of devastation, settling down upon the cornfields, delving deep with beak and talon for the body of Mondamin. And with all their craft and cunning, all their skill in wiles of warfare, they perceived no danger near them, till their claws became entangled, till they found themselves imprisoned in the snares of Hiawatha. From his place of ambush came he, striding terrible among them, and so awful was his aspect that the bravest quailed with terror. Without mercy he destroyed them right and left, by tens and twenties, and their wretched lifeless bodies hung aloft on poles for scarecrows round the consecrated cornfields, as a signal of his vengeance, as a warning to marauders. Only Kagagi, the leader, Kagagi, the king of ravens, he alone was spared among them as a hostage for his people. With his prisoner's string he bound him, led him captive to his wigwam, tied him fast with cords of elm bark to the ridgepole of his wigwam. Kagagi, my raven, said he, you, the leader of the robbers, you, the plotter of this mischief, the contriver of this outrage, I will keep you, I will hold you as a hostage for your people, as a pledge of good behavior. And he left him, grim and sulky, sitting in the morning sunshine on the summit of the wigwam, croaking fiercely his displeasure, flapping his great sable pinions, vainly struggling for his freedom, vainly calling on his people. Summer passed, and Shawandassi breathed his sighs o'er all the landscape. From the southland sent his ardours, wafted kisses warm and tender, and the maize field grew and ripened, till it stood in all the splendour of its garments green and yellow, of its tassels and its plumage, and the maize ears full and shining gleamed from bursting sheaths of verdure. Then Nokomis, the old woman, spake and said to Minnehaha, "'Tis the moon when leaves are falling. All the wild rice has been gathered, and the maize is ripe and ready. Let us gather in the harvest. Let us wrestle with Mondamin, strip him of his plumes and tassels, of his garments green and yellow." And the merry laughing water went rejoicing from the wigwam with Nokomis old and wrinkled, and they called the women round them, called the young men and the maidens to the harvest of the cornfields, to the husking of the maize ear. On the border of the forest, underneath the fragrant pine trees, sat the old men and the warriors smoking in the pleasant shadow. In uninterrupted silence looked they at the gamesome labor of the young men and the women, listened to their noisy talking, to their laughter and their singing, heard them chattering like the magpies, heard them laughing like the blue jays, heard them singing like the robins. And whene'er some lucky maiden found a red ear in the husking, found a maize ear red as blood is, "Nushka," cried they all together, "Nushka, you shall have a sweetheart, you shall have a handsome husband." "Ugh!" the old men all responded from their seats beneath the pine trees. And whene'er a youth or maiden found a crooked ear in husking, found a maize ear in the husking blighted, mildewed, or misshapen, then they laughed and sang together, crept and limped about the cornfields, mimicked in their gait and gestures some old man bent almost double, singing singly or together, "Wagimin, the thief of cornfields, Paimosed, who steals the maize ear," till the cornfields rang with laughter, till from Hiawatha's wigwam Kagagi, the king of ravens, screamed and quivered in his anger, and from all the neighboring tree-tops cawed and croaked the black marauders. "Ugh!" the old men all responded from their seats beneath the pine trees. Picture writing. In those days, said Hiawatha, "Lo, how all things fade and perish. From the memory of the old men pass away the great traditions, the achievements of the warriors, the adventures of the hunters, all the wisdom of the Medas, all the craft of the Wabinos, all the marvelous dreams and visions of the Jossakids, the prophets. Great men die and are forgotten. Wise men speak, their words of wisdom perish in the ears that hear them, do not reach the generations that, as yet unborn, are waiting in the great mysterious darkness of the speechless days that shall be. On the grave posts of our fathers are no signs, no figures painted. Who are in those graves we know not, only know they are our fathers. Of what kith they are and kindred, from what old ancestral totem, be it eagle, bear, or beaver, they descended, this we know not, only know they are our fathers. Face to face we speak together, but we cannot speak when absent, cannot send our voices from us to the friends that dwell afar off, cannot send a secret message, but the bearer learns our secret, may pervert it, may betray it, may reveal it unto others. Thus said Hiawatha, walking in the solitary forest, pondering, musing in the forest on the welfare of his people. From his pouch he took his colors, took his paints of different colors. On the smooth bark of a birch tree painted many shapes and figures, wonderful and mystic figures, and each figure had a meaning. Each some word or thought suggested. Gitche-Manito the mighty, he, the master of life, was painted as an egg, with points projecting to the four winds of the heavens. Everywhere is the Great Spirit, was the meaning of this symbol. Gitche-Manito the mighty, he, the dreadful spirit of evil, as a serpent was depicted, as Cannabik, the great serpent. Very crafty, very cunning is the creeping spirit of evil, was the meaning of this symbol. Life and death he drew as circles. Life was white, but death was darkened. Sun and moon and stars he painted, man and beast and fish and reptile, forests, mountains, lakes, and rivers. For the earth he drew a straight line, for the sky a bow above it. White the space between for daytime, filled with little stars for nighttime. On the left a point for sunrise, on the right a point for sunset, on the top a point for noontide, and for rain and cloudy weather waving lines descending from it. Footprints pointing towards a wigwam were a sign of invitation, were a sign of guests assembling. Bloody hands with palms uplifted were a symbol of destruction, were a hostile sign and symbol. All these things did Hiawatha show unto his wondering people, and interpreted their meaning, and he said, Behold, your grave posts have no mark, no sign, nor symbol. Go and paint them all with figures, each one with its household symbol, with its own ancestral totem, so that those who follow after may distinguish them and know them. And they painted on the grave posts, on the graves yet unforgotten, each his own ancestral totem, each the symbol of his household. Figures of the bear and reindeer, of the turtle, crane, and beaver, each inverted, as a token that the owner was departed, that the chief who bore the symbol lay beneath, in dust and ashes. And the Josakids, the prophets, the Wabinos, the magicians, and the medicine men, the Midas, painted upon bark and deerskin figures for the songs they chanted, for each song a separate symbol, figures mystical and awful, figures strange and brightly colored, and each figure had its meaning, each some magic song suggested. The Great Spirit, the Creator, flashing light through all the heaven. The great serpent, the Cannabik, with its bloody crest erected, creeping, looking into heaven. In the sky the sun that listens, and the moon eclipsed and dying. Owl and eagle, crane and henhawk, and the cormorant, bird of magic. Headless men that walk the heavens, bodies lying pierced with arrows, bloody hands of death uplifted, flags on graves, and great war captains grasping both the earth and heaven. Such as these the shapes they painted on the birch bark and the deerskin, songs of war and songs of hunting, songs of medicine and of magic, all were written in these figures, for each figure had its meaning, each its separate song recorded. Nor forgotten was the love song, the most subtle of all medicines, the most potent spell of magic, dangerous more than war or hunting. Thus the love song was recorded, symbol and interpretation. First, a human figure standing, painted in the brightest scarlet. 'Tis the lover, the musician, and the meaning is, my painting makes me powerful over others. Then the figure seated, singing, playing on a drum of magic, and the interpretation, listen, 'tis my voice you hear, my singing. Then the same red figure seated in the shelter of a wigwam, and the meaning of the symbol, I will come and sit beside you in the mystery of my passion. Then two figures, man and woman, standing hand in hand together, with their hands so clasped together that they seemed in one united, and the words thus represented are, I see your heart within you, and your cheeks are red with blushes. Next, the maiden on an island, in the center of an island. And the song this shape suggested was, though you were at a distance, were upon some far-off island, such the spell I cast upon you, such the magic power of passion, I could straightway draw you to me. Then the figure of the maiden sleeping, and the lover near her, whispering to her in her slumbers, saying, though you were far from me in the land of sleep and silence, still the voice of love would reach you. And the last of all the figures, was a heart within a circle, drawn within a magic circle, and the image had this meaning: naked lies your heart before me. To your naked heart I whisper. Thus it was that Hiawatha, in his wisdom, taught the people all the mysteries of painting, all the art of picture writing, on the smooth bark of the birch tree, on the white skin of the reindeer, on the grave posts of the village. Hiawatha's Lamentation. In those days the evil spirits, all the manitoes of mischief, fearing Hiawatha's wisdom and his love for Chibiabos, jealous of their faithful friendship and their noble words and actions, made at length a league against them, to molest them and destroy them. Hiawatha, wise and wary, often said to Chibiabos, "O my brother, do not leave me, lest the evil spirits harm you." Chibiabos, young and heedless, laughing shook his coal-black tresses, answered ever sweet and childlike, "Do not fear for me, O brother, harm and evil come not near me." Once when Peboan, the winter, roofed with ice the big sea water, when the snowflakes whirling downward hissed among the withered oak leaves, changed the pine trees into wigwams, covered all the earth with silence, armed with arrows, shod with snowshoes, heeding not his brother's warning, fearing not the evil spirits, forth to hunt the deer with antlers, all alone went Chibiabos. Right across the big sea water sprang with speed the deer before him. With the wind and snow he followed, o'er the treacherous ice he followed, wild with all the fierce commotion and the rapture of the hunting. But beneath, the evil spirits lay in ambush, waiting for him, broke the treacherous ice beneath him, dragged him downward to the bottom, buried in the sand his body. Ankh-Tahi, the god of water, he, the god of the Dakotas, drowned him in the deep abysses of the lake of Gitchigumi. From the headlands, Hiawatha sent forth such a wail of anguish, such a fearful lamentation, that the bison paused to listen, and the wolves howled from the prairies, and the thunder in the distance, starting, answered, "Baim-wawa." Then his face with black he painted, with his robe his head he covered, in his wigwam sat lamenting. 7 long weeks he sat lamenting, uttering still this moan of sorrow. He is dead, the sweet musician, he the sweetest of all singers. He has gone from us forever. He has moved a little nearer to the master of all music, to the master of all singing. O my brother Chibiabos. And the melancholy fir trees waved their dark green fans above him, waved their purple cones above him, sighing with him to console him, mingling with his lamentation their complaining, their lamenting. Came the spring, and all the forest looked in vain for Chibiabos. Sighed the rivulet, Sebowisha, sighed the rushes in the meadow. From the treetops sang the bluebird, the owacer, Chibiabos, Chibiabos. He is dead, the sweet musician. From the wigwam sang the robin, the opichi, Chibiabos, Chibiabos. He is dead, the sweetest singer. And at night through all the forest went the whippoorwill complaining, wailing went the wawanesa, Chibiabos, Chibiabos, he is dead, the sweet musician, he the sweetest of all singers. Then the medicine men, the Midas, the magicians, the Wabinos, and the Josakids, the prophets, came to visit Hiawatha, built a sacred lodge beside him to appease him, to console him, walked in silent grave procession, bearing each a pouch of healing, skin of beaver, lynx, or otter, filled with magic roots and simples, filled with very potent medicines. When he heard their steps approaching, Hiawatha ceased lamenting, called no more on Chibiabos. Naught he questioned, naught he answered, but his mournful head uncovered. From his face the morning colors washed he slowly and in silence. Slowly and in silence followed onward to the sacred wigwam. There a magic drink they gave him, made of nama wusk, the spearmint, and wabino wusk, the yarrow, roots of power and herbs of healing, beat their drums and shook their rattles, chanted singly and in chorus, mystic songs like these they chanted. I myself, myself, behold me, 'tis the great grey eagle talking, come ye white crows, come and hear him. The loud-speaking thunder helps me, all the unseen spirits help me, I can hear their voices calling all around the sky, I hear them. I can blow you strong, my brother, I can heal you, Hiawatha. Hi-oh-ha, replied the chorus. Way-ha-way, the mystic chorus. Friends of mine are all the serpents. Hear me shake my skin of hen-hawk. Mung, the white loon, I can kill him. I can shoot your heart and kill it. I can blow you strong, my brother. I can heal you, Hiawatha. Hi-oh-ha, replied the chorus. Way-ha-way, the mystic chorus. I, myself, the prophet, when I speak the wigwam trembles, shakes the sacred lodge with terror, hands unseen begin to shake it. When I walk, the sky I tread on bends and makes a noise beneath me. I can blow you strong, my brother, rise and speak, O Hiawatha. Hi-oh-ha, replied the chorus, way-ha-way, the mystic chorus. Then they shook their medicine pouches o'er the head of Hiawatha, danced their medicine dance around him, and upstarting wild and haggard, like a man from dreams awakened, he was healed of all his madness. As the clouds are swept from heaven, straightway from his brain departed all his moody melancholy. As the ice is swept from rivers, straightway from his heart departed all his sorrow and affliction. Then they summoned Chibiabos from his grave beneath the waters. From the sands of Gitchigumi summoned Hiawatha's brother. And so mighty was the magic of that cry and invocation that he heard it as he lay there underneath the big sea water. From the sand he rose and listened, heard the music and the singing, came, obedient to the summons, to the doorway of the wigwam, but to enter they forbade him. Through a chink a coal they gave him, through the door a burning firebrand. Ruler in the land of spirits, ruler o'er the dead they made him, telling him a fire to kindle for all those that died thereafter, campfires for their night encampments on their solitary journey to the kingdom of Ponima, to the land of the hereafter. From the village of his childhood, from the homes of those who knew him, passing silent through the forest, like a smoke wreath wafted sideways, slowly vanished Chibiabos. Where he passed, the branches moved not. Where he trod, the grasses bent not, and the fallen leaves of last year made no sound beneath his footsteps. 4 whole days he journeyed onward down the pathway of the dead men. On the dead man's strawberry feasted, crossed the melancholy river, on the swinging log he crossed it, came unto the lake of silver, in the stone canoe was carried to the islands of the blessed, to the land of ghosts and shadows. On that journey, moving slowly, many weary spirits saw he, panting under heavy burdens, laden with war clubs, bows and arrows, robes of fur and pots and kettles, and with food that friends had given for that solitary journey. Aye, why do the living, said they, lay such heavy burdens on us? Better were it to go naked, better were it to go fasting, than to bear such heavy burdens on our long and weary journey. Forth then issued Hiawatha, wandered eastward, wandered westward, teaching men the use of simples and the antidotes for poisons and the cure of all diseases. Thus was first made known to mortals all the mystery of Medamin, all the sacred art of healing. Porpakivus. You shall hear how Porpakivus, he the handsome Yenadizzi, whom the people called the Storm Fool, vexed the village with disturbance. You shall hear of all his mischief, and his flight from Hiawatha, and his wondrous transmigrations, and the end of his adventures. On the shores of Gitchigumi, on the dunes of Nago-Wadju, by the shining Big Sea water, stood the lodge of Porpakivus. It was he who in his frenzy whirled these drifting sands together on the dunes of Nago-Wadju, when among the guests assembled he so merrily and madly danced at Hiawatha's wedding, danced the beggar's dance to please them. Now, in search of new adventures, from his lodge went Porpakivus, came with speed into the village, found the young men all assembled in the lodge of old Iago, listening to his monstrous stories, to his wonderful adventures. He was telling them the story of Ojig, the summer maker, how he made a hole in heaven, how he climbed up into heaven and let out the summer weather, the perpetual pleasant summer, how the otter first essayed it, how the beaver, lynx, and badger tried in turn the great achievement, from the summit of the mountain smote their fists against the heavens, smote against the sky their foreheads, cracked the sky, but could not break it. How the wolverine, uprising, made him ready for the encounter, bent his knees down like a squirrel, drew his arms back like a cricket. Once he leaped, said old Iago. Once he leaped, and lo, above him bent the sky, as ice in rivers when the waters rise beneath it. Twice he leaped, and lo, above him cracked the sky, as ice in rivers when the freshet is at highest. Thrice he leaped, and lo, above him broke the shattered sky asunder, and he disappeared within it, and Ojig the fisher-weasel with a bound went in behind him. "Hark you!" shouted Porpakivus as he entered at the doorway. "I am tired of all this talking, tired of old Iago's stories, tired of Hiawatha's wisdom. Here is something to amuse you, better than this endless talking." Then from out his pouch of wolfskin forth he drew with solemn manner all the game of bowl and counters, Pugasane, with 13 pieces. White on one side were they painted, and vermilion on the other. 2 Kenabeeks, or great serpents, 2 Ininewug, or wedgemen, 1 great war-club, Pogamogan, and 1 slender fish, the Kigo, 4 round pieces, Ozawabeeks, and 3 Shishabwug, or ducklings. All were made of bone and painted. All except the Ozawabeeks. These were brass, on one side burnished, and were black upon the other. In a wooden bowl he placed them, shook and jostled them together, threw them on the ground before him, thus exclaiming and explaining. Red side up are all the pieces, and 1 great Kenabeek standing on the bright side of a brass piece on a burnished Ozawabeek. 13 tens and 8 are counted. Then again he shook the pieces, shook and jostled them together, threw them on the ground before him, still exclaiming and explaining. White are both the great Kenabeeks, white the Ininewug, the wedgemen. Red are all the other pieces. 5 tens and an 8 are counted. Thus he taught the game of hazard, thus displayed it and explained it, running through its various chances, various changes, various meanings. 20 curious eyes stared at him, full of eagerness stared at him. "Many games," said old Iago, "many games of skill and hazard have I seen in different nations, have I played in different countries. He who plays with old Iago must have very nimble fingers. Though you think yourself so skilful, I can beat you, Porpakivus. I can even give you lessons in your game of bowl and counters." So they sat and played together, all the old men and the young men, played for dresses, weapons, wampum, played till midnight, played till morning, played until the Yenadizzi, till the cunning Porpakivus of their treasures had despoiled them, of the best of all their dresses, shirts of deerskin, robes of ermine, belts of wampum, crests of feathers, warlike weapons, pipes and pouches. 20 eyes glared wildly at him, like the eyes of wolves glared at him. Said the lucky Porpoise, "In my wigwam I am lonely. In my wanderings and adventures I have need of a companion. Fain would have a Miscellaneous, an attendant and pipe-bearer. I will venture all these winnings, all these garments heaped about me, all this wampum, all these feathers, on a single throw will venture all against the young man yonder." 'Twas a youth of 16 summers. 'Twas a nephew of Iago. Face in a mist, the people called him. As the fire burns in a pipe-head, dusky red beneath the ashes, so beneath his shaggy eyebrows glowed the eyes of old Iago. "Ugh!" he answered very fiercely. "Ugh!" they answered all and each one. Seized the wooden bowl the old man closely in his bony fingers, clutched the fatal bowl, onagan, shook it fiercely and with fury, made the pieces ring together as he threw them down before him. Red were both the great Kenabeeks, red the Ininewug, the wedgemen, red the Sheshebwug, the ducklings, black the 4 brass Ozawabeeks, white alone the fish, the Kigo. Only 5 the pieces counted. Then the smiling Porpoise shook the bowl and threw the pieces. Lightly in the air he tossed them, and they fell about him scattered. Dark and bright the Ozawabeeks, red and white the other pieces, and upright among the others one Ininewug was standing, even as crafty Porpoise stood alone among the players, saying, 5 tens, mine the game is. 20 eyes glared at him fiercely, like the eyes of wolves glared at him as he turned and left the wigwam, followed by his Miscellaneous, by the nephew of Iago, by the tall and graceful stripling, bearing in his arms the winnings, shirts of deerskin, robes of ermine, belts of wampum, pipes and weapons. "Carry them," said Porpoise, pointing with his fan of feathers, "to my wigwam far to eastward, on the dunes of Nagowudju." Hot and red with smoke and gambling were the eyes of Porpoise as he came forth to the freshness of the pleasant summer morning. All the birds were singing gaily, all the streamlets flowing swiftly, and the heart of Porpoise sang with pleasure as the birds sing, beat with triumph like the streamlets, as he wandered through the village in the early grey of morning, with his fan of turkey feathers, with his plumes and tufts of swan's down, till he reached the farthest wigwam, reached the lodge of Hiawatha. Silent was it and deserted. No one met him at the doorway, no one came to bid him welcome. But the birds were singing round it, in and out and round the doorway, hopping, singing, fluttering, feeding, and aloft upon the ridgepole, Kagagi, the king of ravens, sat with fiery eyes, and screaming flapped his wings at Porpoise. All are gone. The lodge is empty. Thus it was, spake Porpoise, in his heart resolving mischief. Gone is wary Hiawatha. Gone the silly laughing water, gone Nokomis the old woman, and the lodge is left unguarded. By the neck he seized the raven, whirled it round him like a rattle, like a medicine pouch he shook it, strangled Kagagi the raven, from the ridgepole of the wigwam left its lifeless body hanging, as an insult to its master, as a taunt to Hiawatha. With a stealthy step he entered. Round the lodge in wild disorder threw the household things about him, piled together in confusion bowls of wood and earthen kettles, robes of buffalo and beaver, skins of otter, lynx and ermine, as an insult to Nokomis, as a taunt to Minnehaha. Then departed Porpoise, whistling, singing through the forest, whistling gaily to the squirrels, who from hollow boughs above him dropped their acorn shells upon him, singing gaily to the wood bird, who from out the leafy darkness answered with a song as merry. Then he climbed the rocky headlands, looking o'er the Gitchigumi, perched himself upon their summit, waiting full of mirth and mischief the return of Hiawatha. Stretched upon his back he lay there, Far below him plashed the waters, plashed and washed the dreamy waters. Far above him swam the heavens, swam the dizzy, dreamy heavens. Round him hovered, fluttered, rustled Hiawatha's mountain chickens. Flockwise swept and wheeled about him, almost brushed him with their pinions. And he killed them as he lay there, slaughtered them by tens and twenties, threw their bodies down the headland, threw them on the beach below him, till at length Kyoshk, the seagull, perched upon a crag above them, shouted, "It is poor Pakiwis! He is slaying us by hundreds! Send a message to our brother! Tidings send to Hiawatha!" The hunting of poor Pakiwis. Full of wrath was Hiawatha when he came into the village, found the people in confusion, heard of all the misdemeanors, all the malice and the mischief of the cunning poor Pakiwis. Hard his breath came through his nostrils. Through his teeth he buzzed and muttered words of anger and resentment, hot and humming, like a hornet. "I will slay this poor Pakiwis, slay this mischief-maker," said he. "Not so long and wide the world is, not so rude and rough the way is, that my wrath shall not attain him, that my vengeance shall not reach him." Then in swift pursuit departed Hiawatha and the hunters on the trail of poor Pakiwis, through the forest where he passed it, to the headlands where he rested. But they found not poor Pakiwis. Only in the trampled grasses and the whortleberry bushes found the couch where he had rested, found the impress of his body. From the lowlands far beneath them, from the muscoday, the meadow, poor Pakiwis, turning backward, made a gesture of defiance, made a gesture of derision, and aloud cried Hiawatha from the summit of the mountains, "Not so long and wide the world is, not so rude and rough the way is, but my wrath shall overtake you, and my vengeance shall attain you." Over rock and over river, through bush and brake and forest, ran the cunning poor Pakiwis. Like an antelope he bounded, till he came unto a streamlet in the middle of the forest, to a streamlet still and tranquil that had overflowed its margin, to a dam made by the beavers, to a pond of quiet water, where knee-deep the trees were standing, where the water lilies floated, where the rushes waved and whispered. On the dam stood poor Pakiwis, on the dam of trunks and branches, through whose chinks the water spouted, o'er whose summit flowed the streamlet. From the bottom rose the beaver, looked with two great eyes of wonder, eyes that seemed to ask a question at the stranger, poor Pakiwis. On the dam stood poor Pakiwis, o'er his ankles flowed the streamlet, flowed the bright and silvery water, and he spake unto the beaver. With a smile he spake in this wise, "O my friend Armeek the beaver, cool and pleasant is the water. Let me dive into the water. Let me rest there in your lodges. Change me, too, into a beaver." Cautiously replied the beaver, with reserve he thus made answer, "Let me first consult the others. Let me ask the other beavers." Down he sank into the water. Heavily sank he, as a stone sinks, down among the leaves and branches, brown and matted at the bottom. On the dam stood poor Pakiwis, o'er his ankles flowed the streamlet, spouted through the chinks below him, dashed upon the stones beneath him, spread serene and calm before him, and the sunshine and the shadows fell in flecks and gleams upon him, fell in little shining patches through the waving, rustling branches. From the bottom rose the beavers. Silently above the surface rose one head and then another, till the pond seemed full of beavers, full of black and shining faces. To the beavers poor Pakiwis spake entreating, said in this wise, "Very pleasant is your dwelling, O my friends, and safe from danger. Can you not, with all your cunning, all your wisdom and contrivance, change me too into a beaver?" "Yes," replied Armeek the beaver, he the king of all the beavers. "Let yourself slide down among us, down into the tranquil water."
We hope you are enjoying this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others. Click the playlist link in the description box below for more classic book readings.
Down into the pond among them silently sang poor Paquivas. Black became his shirt of deerskin, black his moccasins and leggings. In a broad black tail behind him spread his fox-tails and his fringes. He was changed into a beaver. "Make me large," said poor Paquivas. "Make me large and make me larger, larger than the other beavers." "Yes," the beaver chief responded. "When our lodge below you enter, in our wigwam we will make you 10 times larger than the others." Thus into the clear brown water silently sang poor Paquivas, found the bottom covered over with the trunks of trees and branches, hoards of food against the winter, piles and heaps against the famine, found the lodge with arching doorway leading into spacious chambers. Here they made him large and larger, made him largest of the beavers, 10 times larger than the others. "You shall be our ruler," said they, "chief and king of all the beavers." But not long had poor Paquivas sat in state among the beavers when there came a voice of warning from the watchman at his station in the water flags and lilies, saying, "Here is Hiawatha, Hiawatha with his hunters." Then they heard a cry above them, heard a shouting and a tramping, heard a crashing and a rushing, and the water round and o'er them sank and sucked away in eddies, and they knew their dam was broken. On the lodge's roof the hunters leaped and broke it all asunder, streamed the sunshine through the crevice, sprang the beavers through the doorway, hid themselves in deeper water in the channel of the streamlet. But the mighty poor Paquivas could not pass beneath the doorway. He was puffed with pride and feeding. He was swollen like a bladder. Through the roof looked Hiawatha, cried aloud, "O poor Paquivas! Vain are all your craft and cunning, vain your manifold disguises. Well I know you, poor Paquivas." With their clubs they beat and bruised him, beat to death poor Paquivas, pounded him as maize is pounded, till his skull was crushed to pieces. 6 tall hunters, lithe and limber, bore him home on poles and branches, bore the body of the beaver. But the ghost, the GB in him, thought and felt as poor Paquivas, still lived on as poor Paquivas. And it fluttered, strove, and struggled, waving hither, waving thither, as the curtains of a wigwam struggle with their thongs of deerskin when the wintry wind is blowing, till it drew itself together, till it rose up from the body, till it took the form and features of the cunning poor Paquivas, vanishing into the forest. But the wary Hiawatha saw the figure ere it vanished, saw the form of poor Paquivas glide into the soft blue shadow of the pine trees of the forest, toward the squares of white beyond it, toward an opening in the forest. Like a wind, it rushed and panted, bending all the boughs before it, and behind it, as the rain comes, came the steps of Hiawatha. To a lake with many islands came the breathless poor Paquivas, where among the water lilies Pishnika the brant was sailing, through the tufts of rushes floating, steering through the reedy islands. Now their broad black beaks they lifted, now they plunged beneath the water, now they darkened in the shadow, now they brightened in the sunshine. "Pishnika!" cried poor Paquivas. "Pishnika, my brothers," said he, "change me to a brant with plumage, with a shining neck and feathers. Make me large and make me larger, 10 times larger than the others." Straightway to a brant they changed him, with 2 huge and dusky pinions, with a bosom smooth and rounded, with a bill like 2 great paddles. Made him larger than the others, 10 times larger than the largest, just as, shouting from the forest, on the shore stood Hiawatha. Up they rose with cry and clamour, with a whir and beat of pinions, rose up from the reedy islands, from the water flags and lilies. And they said to poor Pacius, In your flying look not downward, take good heed and look not downward, lest some strange mischance should happen, lest some great mishap befall you. Fast and far they fled to northward, fast and far, through mist and sunshine, fed among the moors and fenlands, slept among the reeds and rushes. On the morrow as they journeyed, buoyed and lifted by the south wind, wafted onward by the south wind, blowing fresh and strong behind them, rose a sound of human voices, rose a clamour from beneath them, from the lodges of a village, from the people miles beneath them. For the people of the village saw the flock of brant with wonder, saw the wings of poor Pacius flapping far up in the ether, broader than 2 doorway curtains. Poor Pacius heard the shouting, knew the voice of Hiawatha, knew the outcry of Iago, and forgetful of the warning, drew his neck in and looked downward, and the wind that blew behind him caught his mighty fan of feathers, sent him wheeling, whirling downward. All in vain did poor Pacius struggle to regain his balance. Whirling round and downward, he beheld in turn the village and in turn the flock above him, saw the village coming nearer and the flock receding farther, heard the voices growing louder, heard the shouting and the laughter, saw no more the flocks above him, only saw the earth beneath him. Dead out of the empty heaven, dead among the shouting people, with a heavy sound and sullen, fell the brant with broken pinions. But his soul, his ghost, his shadow, still survived as poor Pacius, took again the form and features of the handsome Yenadizzi, and again went rushing onward, followed fast by Hiawatha, crying, Not so wide the world is, not so long and rough the way is, but my wrath shall overtake you, but my vengeance shall attain you. And so near he came, so near him, that his hand was stretched to seize him, his right hand to seize and hold him, when the cunning poor Pacius whirled and spun about in circles, fanned the air into a whirlwind, danced the dust and leaves about him, and amid the whirling eddies sprang into a hollow oak tree, changed himself into a serpent, gliding out through root and rubbish. With his right hand Hiawatha smote amain the hollow oak tree, rent it into shreds and splinters, left it lying there in fragments. But in vain, for poor Pacius, once again in human figure, full in sight, ran on before him, sped away in gust and whirlwind on the shores of Gitchigumi, westward by the big sea water, came unto the rocky headlands, to the pictured rocks of sandstone, looking over lake and landscape. And the old man of the mountain, he the Manito of mountains, opened wide his rocky doorways, opened wide his deep abysses, giving poor Pacius shelter in his caverns dark and dreary, bidding poor Pacius welcome to his gloomy lodge of sandstone. There without stood Hiawatha, found the doorways closed against him. With his mittens, Minjikawan smote great caverns in the sandstone, cried aloud in tones of thunder, Open, I am Hiawatha. But the old man of the mountain opened not, and made no answer from the silent crags of sandstone, from the gloomy rock abysses. Then he raised his hands to heaven, called imploring on the tempest, called Wewasimo the lightning, and the thunder, Anamiki, and they came with night and darkness, sweeping down the big sea water from the distant thunder mountains. And the trembling poor Pacius heard the footsteps of the thunder, saw the red eyes of the lightning, was afraid, and crouched, and trembled. Then Wewasimo the lightning smote the doorways of the caverns, with his war club smote the doorways, smote the jutting crags of sandstone, and the thunder, Anamiki, shouted down into the cavern, saying, Where is poor Pacius? And the crags fell, and beneath them, dead among the rocky ruins, lay the cunning poor Pacius, lay the handsome Yenadizzi, slain in his own human figure. Ended were his wild adventures, ended were his tricks and gambols, ended all his craft and cunning, ended all his mischief-making, all his gambling and his dancing, all his wooing of the maidens. Then the noble Hiawatha took his soul, his ghost, his shadow, spake and said, O poor Paciwis, never more in human figure shall you search for new adventures. Never more with jest and laughter dance the dust and leaves and whirlwinds. But above there in the heavens you shall soar and sail in circles. I will change you to an eagle, to Keneu, the great war eagle, chief of all the fowls with feathers, chief of Hiawatha's chickens. And the name of poor Paciwis lingers still among the people, lingers still among the singers and among the storytellers. And in winter, when the snowflakes whirl in eddies round the lodges, when the wind in gusty tumult o'er the smoke flue pipes and whistles, there, they cry, comes poor Paciwis. He is dancing through the village. He is gathering in his harvest. The death of Kwasind. Far and wide among the nations spread the name and fame of Kwasind. No man dared to strive with Kwasind. No man could compete with Kwasind. But the mischievous Pukwudgies, they, the envious little people, they, the fairies and the pygmies, plotted and conspired against him. If this hateful Kwasind, said they, if this great outrageous fellow goes on thus a little longer, tearing everything he touches, rending everything to pieces, filling all the world with wonder, what becomes of the Pukwudgies? Who will care for the Pukwudgies? He will tread us down like mushrooms, drive us all into the water, give our bodies to be eaten by the wicked Nibanorbegs, by the spirits of the water. So the angry little people all conspired against the strong man, all conspired to murder Kwasind. Yes, to rid the world of Kwasind, the audacious, overbearing, heartless, haughty, dangerous Kwasind. Now, this wondrous strength of Kwasind, in his crown alone was seated. In his crown, too, was his weakness. There alone could he be wounded. Nowhere else could weapon pierce him. Nowhere else could weapon harm him. Even there, the only weapon that could wound him, that could slay him, was the seed cone of the pine tree, was the blue cone of the fir tree. This was Kwasind's fatal secret, known to no man among mortals. But the cunning little people, the Pukwudgies, knew the secret, knew the only way to kill him. So they gathered cones together, gathered seed cones of the pine tree, gathered blue cones of the fir tree in the woods by Torquemada, brought them to the river's margin, heaped them in great piles together, where the red rocks from the margin jutting overhang the river. There they lay in wait for Kwasind, the malicious little people. 'Twas an afternoon in summer. Very hot and still the air was, very smooth the gliding river, motionless the sleeping shadows. Insects glistened in the sunshine, insects skated on the water, filled the drowsy air with buzzing, with the far-resounding war cry. Down the river came the strong man. In his birch canoe came Kwasind, floating slowly down the current of the sluggish Torquemada, very languid with the weather, very sleepy with the silence. From the overhanging branches, from the tassels of the birch trees, soft the spirit of sleep descended. By his airy hosts surrounded, his invisible attendants, came the spirit of sleep, Nipawin. Like a burnished Dushquanishi, like a dragonfly, he hovered o'er the drowsy head of Kwasind. To his ear there came a murmur as of waves upon a seashore, as of far-off tumbling waters, as of winds among the pine trees. And he felt upon his forehead blows of little airy war clubs, wielded by the slumberous legions of the spirit of sleep Nipawin, as of someone breathing on him. At the first blow of their war clubs fell a drowsiness on Kwasind. At the second blow they smote him, motionless his paddle rested. At the third, before his vision, reeled the landscape into darkness. very sound asleep was Kwasind. So he floated down the river, like a blind man seated upright, floated down the Taquamino, underneath the trembling birch trees, underneath the wooded headlands, underneath the war encampment of the pygmies, the Pukwudgies. There they stood, all armed and waiting, hurled the pine cones down upon him, struck him on his brawny shoulders, on his crown defenseless struck him. "Death to Kwasind!" was the sudden war cry of the little people. And he sideways swayed and tumbled, sideways fell into the river, plunged beneath the sluggish water headlong as an otter plunges. And the birch canoe, abandoned, drifted empty down the river, bottom upward, swerved and drifted. Nothing more was seen of Kwasind. But the memory of the strong man lingered long among the people, and whenever through the forest raged and roared the wintry tempest, and the branches tossed and troubled, creaked and groaned and split asunder, "Kwasind!" cried they. "That is Kwasind. He is gathering in his firewood." The Ghosts. Never stoops the soaring vulture on his quarry in the desert, on the sick or wounded bison, but another vulture, watching from his high aerial lookout, sees the downward plunge and follows. And a third pursues the second, coming from the invisible ether, first a speck and then a vulture, till the air is dark with pinions. So disasters come not singly, but as if they watched and waited, scanning one another's motions. When the first descends, the others follow, gathering flockwise round their victims, sick and wounded, first a shadow, then a sorrow, till the air is dark with anguish. Now o'er all the dreary Northland, mighty Peboan, the winter, breathing on the lakes and rivers, into stone had changed their waters. From his hair he shook the snowflakes, till the plains were strewn with whiteness, one uninterrupted level, as if, stooping, the Creator with his hand had smoothed them over. Through the forest, wide and wailing, roamed the hunter on his snowshoes. In the village worked the women, pounded maize, or dressed the deerskin, and the young men played together on the ice the noisy ball play, on the plain the dance of snowshoes. One dark evening, after sundown, in her wigwam Laughing Water sat with old Nokomis, waiting for the steps of Hiawatha homeward from the hunt returning. On their faces gleamed the firelight, painting them with streaks of crimson, and the eyes of old Nokomis glimmered like the watery moonlight, and the eyes of Laughing Water glistened like the sun in water. And behind them crouched their shadows in the corners of the wigwam, and the smoke in wreaths above them climbed and crowded through the smoke flue. Then the curtain of the doorway from without was slowly lifted. Brighter glowed the fire a moment, and a moment swerved the smoke wreath, as two women entered softly, passed the doorway uninvited, without word of salutation, without sign of recognition, sat down in the farthest corner, crouching low among the shadows. From their aspect and their garments, strangers seemed they in the village. Very pale and haggard were they, as they sat there sad and silent, trembling, cowering with the shadows. Was it the wind above the smoke flue, muttering down into the wigwam? Was it the owl, the koko-koho, hooting from the dismal forest? Sure a voice said in the silence, "These are corpses clad in garments. These are ghosts that come to haunt you from the kingdom of Ponima, from the land of the hereafter." Homeward now came Hiawatha from his hunting in the forest, with the snow upon his tresses and the red deer on his shoulders. At the feet of Laughing Water down he threw his lifeless burden. Nobler, handsomer she thought him than when first he came to woo her, first threw down the deer before her as a token of his wishes, as a promise of the future. Then he turned and saw the strangers, cowering, crouching with the shadows, said within himself, "Who are they? What strange guests has Minnehaha?" But he questioned not the strangers, only spake to bid them welcome to his lodge, his food, his fireside. When the evening meal was ready and the deer had been divided, both the pallid guests, the strangers, springing from among the shadows, seized upon the choicest portions, seized the white fat of the roebuck, set apart for laughing water, for the wife of Hiawatha. Without asking, without thanking, eagerly devoured the morsels, flitted back among the shadows in the corner of the wigwam. Not a word spake Hiawatha, not a motion made Nokomis, not a gesture laughing water. Not a change came o'er their features. Only Minnehaha softly whispered, saying, "They are famished. Let them do what best delights them. Let them eat, for they are famished." Many a daylight dawned and darkened. Many a night shook off the daylight as the pine shakes off the snowflakes from the midnight of its branches. Day by day, the guests, unmoving, sat there, silent in the wigwam. But by night, in storm or starlight, forth they went into the forest, bringing firewood to the wigwam, bringing pine cones for the burning, always sad and always silent. And whenever Hiawatha came from fishing or from hunting, when the evening meal was ready and the food had been divided, gliding from their darksome corner came the pallid guests, the strangers, seized upon the choicest portions set aside for laughing water, and without rebuke or question flitted back among the shadows. Never once had Hiawatha by a word or look reproved them. Never once had old Nokomis made a gesture of impatience. Never once had laughing water shown resentment at the outrage. All had they endured in silence, that the rights of guest and stranger, that the virtue of free giving, by a look might not be lessened, by a word might not be broken. Once at midnight, Hiawatha, ever wakeful, ever watchful, in the wigwam dimly lighted by the brands that still were burning, by the glimmering, flickering firelight, heard a sighing, oft repeated, heard a sobbing as of sorrow. From his couch rose Hiawatha, from his shaggy hides of bison, pushed aside the deerskin curtain, saw the pallid guests, the shadows, sitting upright on their couches, weeping in the silent midnight. And he said, "O guests, why is it that your hearts are so afflicted that you sob so in the midnight? Has perchance the old Nokomis, has my wife, my Minnehaha, wronged or grieved you by unkindness, failed in hospitable duties?" Then the shadows ceased from weeping, ceased from sobbing and lamenting, and they said with gentle voices, "We are ghosts of the departed, souls of those who once were with you. From the realms of Chibiabos hither have we come to try you, hither have we come to warn you. Cries of grief and lamentation reach us in the blessed islands, cries of anguish from the living, calling back their friends departed, sadden us with useless sorrow. Therefore have we come to try you. No one knows us, no one heeds us. We are but a burden to you, and we see that the departed have no place among the living. Think of this, O Hiawatha. Speak of it to all the people, that henceforward and forever they no more with lamentations sadden the souls of the departed in the islands of the blessed. Do not lay such heavy burdens in the graves of those you bury, not such weight of furs and wampum, not such weight of pots and kettles, for the spirits faint beneath them. Only give them food to carry, only give them fire to light them. 4 days is the spirit's journey to the land of ghosts and shadows. before its lonely night encampments. 4 times must their fires be lighted. Therefore, when the dead are buried, let a fire, as night approaches, 4 times on the grave be kindled, that the soul upon its journey may not lack the cheerful firelight, may not grope about in darkness. Farewell, noble Hiawatha. We have put you to the trial, to the proof have put your patience, by the insult of our presence, by the outrage of our actions. We have found you great and noble. Fail not in the greater trial, faint not in the harder struggle. When they ceased, a sudden darkness fell and filled the silent wigwam. Hiawatha heard a rustle as of garments trailing by him, heard the curtain of the doorway lifted by a hand he saw not, felt the cold breath of the night air, for a moment saw the starlight. But he saw the ghosts no longer, saw no more the wandering spirits from the kingdom of Ponema, from the land of the hereafter. The famine. Oh, the long and dreary winter. Oh, the cold and cruel winter. Ever thicker, thicker, thicker froze the ice on lake and river. Ever deeper, deeper, deeper fell the snow o'er all the landscape, fell the covering snow, and drifted through the forest round the village. Hardly from his buried wigwam could the hunter force a passage. With his mittens and his snowshoes vainly walked he through the forest, sought for bird or beast, and found none, saw no track of deer or rabbit, in the snow beheld no footprints. In the ghastly gleaming forest fell, and could not rise from weakness, perished there from cold and hunger. Oh, the famine and the fever! Oh, the wasting of the famine! Oh, the blasting of the fever! Oh, the wailing of the children! Oh, the anguish of the women! All the earth was sick and famished. Hungry was the air around them, hungry was the sky above them, and the hungry stars in heaven, like the eyes of wolves, glared at them. Into Hiawatha's wigwam came 2 other guests, as silent as the ghosts were, and as gloomy. Waited not to be invited, did not parley at the doorway, sat there without word of welcome in the seat of laughing water, looked with haggard eyes and hollow at the face of laughing water, and the foremost said, "Behold me, I am Famine, Buckadarwin." And the other said, "Behold me, I am Fever, Aquasewin." And the lovely Minnehaha shuddered as they looked upon her, shuddered at the words they uttered, lay down on her bed in silence, hid her face, but made no answer, lay there trembling, freezing, burning at the looks they cast upon her, at the fearful words they uttered. Forth into the empty forest rushed the maddened Hiawatha. In his heart was deadly sorrow, in his face a stony firmness. On his brow the sweat of anguish started, but it froze and fell not. Wrapped in furs and armed for hunting, with his mighty bow of ash tree, with his quiver full of arrows, with his mittens, Minjakawan, into the vast and vacant forest on his snowshoes strode he forward. "Gitchimanito the mighty!" cried he, with his face uplifted in that bitter hour of anguish. "Give your children food, O father! Give us food, or we must perish! Give me food for Minnehaha, for my dying Minnehaha!" Through the far resounding forest, through the forest vast and vacant, rang that cry of desolation. But there came no other answer than the echo of his crying, than the echo of the woodlands. Minnehaha, Minnehaha. All day long roved Hiawatha in that melancholy forest, through the shadow of whose thickets, in the pleasant days of summer, oh, that ne'er-forgotten summer, he had brought his young wife homeward from the land of the Dakotas, when the birds sang in the thickets, and the streamlets laughed and glistened, and the air was full of fragrance, and the lovely laughing water said with voice that did not tremble, "I will follow you, my husband." In the wigwam with Nokomis, with those gloomy guests that watched her, with the famine and the fever, she was lying, the beloved, she, the dying Minnehaha. "Hark," she said, "I hear a rushing, hear a roaring and a rushing, hear the falls of Minnehaha calling to me from a distance." "No, my child," said old Nokomis, "'tis the night wind in the pine trees." "Look," she said, "I see my father standing lonely at his doorway, beckoning to me from his wigwam in the land of the Dakotas." "No, my child," said old Nokomis, "'tis the smoke that waves and beckons." "Ah," said she, "the eyes of Porguk glare upon me in the darkness. I can feel his icy fingers clasping mine amid the darkness. Hiawatha! Hiawatha!" And the desolate Hiawatha, far away amid the forest, miles away among the mountains, heard that sudden cry of anguish, heard the voice of Minnehaha calling to him in the darkness, "Hiawatha! Hiawatha!" Over snowfields, waste and pathless, under snow-encumbered branches, homeward hurried Hiawatha, empty-handed, heavy-hearted. Heard Nokomis moaning, wailing, "Wahonowin, Wahonowin, would that I had perished for you, would that I were dead as you are. Wahonowin, Wahonowin." And he rushed into the wigwam, saw the old Nokomis slowly rocking to and fro and moaning, saw his lovely Minnehaha lying dead and cold before him, and his bursting heart within him uttered such a cry of anguish that the forest moaned and shuddered, that the very stars in heaven shook and trembled with his anguish. Then he sat down, still and speechless, on the bed of Minnehaha, at the feet of laughing water, at those willing feet that nevermore would lightly run to meet him, nevermore would lightly follow. With both hands his face he covered. 7 long days and nights he sat there, as if in a swoon he sat there, speechless, motionless, unconscious of the daylight or the darkness. Then they buried Minnehaha. In the snow a grave they made her, in the forest deep and darksome, underneath the moaning hemlocks, clothed her in her richest garments, wrapped her in her robes of ermine, covered her with snow like ermine. Thus they buried Minnehaha. And at night a fire was lighted, on her grave 4 times was kindled, for her soul upon its journey to the islands of the blessed. From his doorway Hiawatha saw it burning in the forest, lighting up the gloomy hemlocks. From his sleepless bed uprising, from the bed of Minnehaha, stood and watched it at the doorway, that it might not be extinguished, might not leave her in the darkness. "Farewell," said he, "Minnehaha. Farewell, O my laughing water. All my heart is buried with you. All my thoughts go onward with you. Come not back again to labor. Come not back again to suffer, where the famine and the fever wear the heart and waste the body. Soon my task will be completed. Soon your footsteps I shall follow to the islands of the blessed, to the kingdom of Ponema, to the land of the hereafter." The White Man's Foot. In his lodge beside a river, close beside a frozen river, sat an old man, sad and lonely. White his hair was as a snowdrift. Dull and low his fire was burning, and the old man shook and trembled, folded in his warby-wayan, in his tattered white skin wrapper, hearing nothing but the tempest as it roared along the forest, seeing nothing but the snowstorm as it whirled and hissed and drifted. All the coals were white with ashes, and the fire was slowly dying, as a young man, walking lightly, at the open doorway entered. Red with blood of youth his cheeks were, soft his eyes as stars in springtime, bound his forehead was with grasses, bound and plumed with scented grasses. On his lips a smile of beauty, filling all the lodge with sunshine. In his hand a bunch of blossoms, filling all the lodge with sweetness. "Ah, my son," exclaimed the old man, "happy are my eyes to see you. Sit here on the mat beside me. Sit here by the dying embers. Let us pass the night together. Tell me of your strange adventures, of the lands where you have traveled. I will tell you of my prowess, of my many deeds of wonder." From his pouch he drew his peace pipe, very old and strangely fashioned. Made of red stone was the pipe head, and the stem a reed with feathers. Filled the pipe with bark of willow, placed a burning coal upon it, gave it to his guest, the stranger, and began to speak in this wise. "When I blow my breath about me, when I breathe upon the landscape, motionless are all the rivers, hard as stone becomes the water." And the young man answered, smiling, "When I blow my breath about me, when I breathe upon the landscape, flowers spring up o'er all the meadows, singing onward rush the rivers." "When I shake my hoary tresses," said the old man, darkly frowning, "all the land with snow is covered. All the leaves from all the branches fall, and fade and die and wither. For I breathe, and lo, they are not. From the waters and the marshes rise the wild goose and the heron, fly away to distant regions. For I speak, and lo, they are not. And where'er my footsteps wander, all the wild beasts of the forest hide themselves in holes and caverns, and the earth becomes as flint stone." "When I shake my flowing ringlets," said the young man, softly laughing, "showers of rain fall warm and welcome, plants lift up their heads rejoicing. Back into their lakes and marshes come the wild goose and the heron. Homeward shoots the arrowy swallow, sing the bluebird and the robin. And where'er my footsteps wander, all the meadows wave with blossoms, all the woodlands ring with music, all the trees are dark with foliage." While they spake, the knight departed. From the distant realms of Wabun, from his shining lodge of silver, like a warrior robed and painted, came the sun, and said, "Behold me, Gizis, the great sun, behold me." Then the old man's tongue was speechless, and the air grew warm and pleasant, and upon the wigwam sweetly sang the bluebird and the robin, and the stream began to murmur, and a scent of growing grasses through the lodge was gently wafted. And Segwun, the youthful stranger, more distinctly in the daylight saw the icy face before him. It was Peboan, the winter. From his eyes the tears were flowing, as from melting lakes the streamlets. And his body shrunk and dwindled as the shouting sun ascended, till into the air it faded, till into the ground it vanished. And the young man saw before him on the hearthstone of the wigwam, where the fire had smoked and smouldered, saw the earliest flower of springtime, saw the beauty of the springtime, saw the miscodede in blossom. Thus it was that in the Northland, after that unheard-of coldness, that intolerable winter, came the spring with all its splendor, all its birds and all its blossoms, all its flowers and leaves and grasses. Sailing on the wind to northward, flying in great flocks, like huge arrows shot through heaven, past the swan, the manabisi, speaking almost as a man speaks. And in long lines, waving, bending like a bowstring snapped asunder, came the white goose, warbiwawa. And in pairs or singly flying, Mong, the loon with clangorous pinions, the blue heron, the shushuga, and the grouse, the mushkodasa. In the thickets and the meadows piped the bluebird, the owesa. On the summit of the lodges sang the robin, the opichi. In the covert of the pine trees cooed the pigeon, the omimi. And the sorrowing Hiawatha, speechless in his infinite sorrow, heard their voices calling to him, went forth from his gloomy doorway, stood and gazed into the heaven, gazed upon the earth and waters. From his wanderings far to eastward, from the regions of the morning, from the shining land of Wabun, homeward now returned Iago, the great traveller, the great boaster, full of new and strange adventures, marvels many, and many wonders. And the people of the village listened to him as he told them of his marvelous adventures. Laughing, answered him in this wise, "Ugh, it is indeed Iago. No one else beholds such wonders." He had seen, he said, a water bigger than the big sea water, broader than the Gitchigumi, bitter so that none could drink it. At each other looked the warriors, looked the women at each other, smiled and said, "It cannot be so." "Caw," they said, "it cannot be so." "O'er it," said he, "o'er this water came a great canoe with pinions. A canoe with wings came flying, bigger than a grove of pine trees, taller than the tallest treetops." And the old men and the women looked and tittered at each other. "Caw," they said, "we don't believe it." From its mouth, he said, to greet him came Wewasimo, the lightning, came the thunder, Anemiki. And the warriors and the women laughed aloud at poor Iago. "Caw," they said, "what tales you tell us." In it, said he, came a people in the great canoe with pinions. Came, he said, 100 warriors. Painted white were all their faces, and with hair their chins were covered. And the warriors and the women laughed and shouted in derision like the ravens on the treetops, like the crows upon the hemlocks. "Caw," they said, "what lies you tell us! Do not think that we believe them." Only Hiawatha laughed not, but he gravely spake and answered to their jeering and their jesting. "True is all Iago tells us. I have seen it in a vision, seen the great canoe with pinions, seen the people with white faces, seen the coming of this bearded people of the wooden vessel from the regions of the morning, from the shining land of Wabun. Gitchimanito the mighty, the great spirit, the creator, sends them hither on his errand, sends them to us with his message. Wheresoe'er they move, before them swarms the stinging fly, the amo, swarms the bee, the honey-maker. Wheresoe'er they tread, beneath them springs a flower unknown among us, springs the white man's foot in blossom. Let us welcome then the strangers, hail them as our friends and brothers, and the heart's right hand of friendship give them when they come to see us. Gitchimanito the mighty said this to me in my vision. I beheld, too, in that vision all the secrets of the future, of the distant days that shall be. I beheld the westward marches of the unknown crowded nations. All the land was full of people, restless, struggling, toiling, striving, speaking many tongues, yet feeling but one heartbeat in their bosoms. In the woodlands rang their axes, smoked their towns in all the valleys. Over all the lakes and rivers rushed their great canoes of thunder. Then a darker, drearier vision passed before me, vague and cloud-like. I beheld our nation scattered, all forgetful of my counsels, weakened, warring with each other. Saw the remnants of our people sweeping westward, wild and woeful, like the cloud-rack of a tempest, like the withered leaves of autumn. Hiawatha's departure. By the shore of Gitchigumi, by the shining Big Sea water, at the doorway of his wigwam in the pleasant summer morning, Hiawatha stood and waited. All the air was full of freshness, all the earth was bright and joyous, and before him through the sunshine, westward toward the neighboring forest, passed in golden swarms the amo, passed the bees, the honey-makers, burning, singing in the sunshine. Bright above him shone the heavens. Level spread the lake before him. From its bosom leaped the sturgeon, sparkling, flashing in the sunshine. On its margin the great forest stood reflected in the water. Every tree-top had its shadow, motionless beneath the water. From the brow of Hiawatha gone was every trace of sorrow, as the fog from off the water, as the mist from off the meadow. With a smile of joy and triumph, with a look of exultation, as of one who in a vision sees what is to be but is not, stood and waited Hiawatha. Toward the sun his hands were lifted, both the palms spread out against it, and between the parted fingers fell the sunshine on his features, flecked with light his naked shoulders, as it falls and flecks an oak tree through the rifted leaves and branches. O'er the water floating, flying, something in the hazy distance, something in the mists of morning, loomed and lifted from the water, now seemed floating, now seemed flying, coming nearer, nearer, nearer. Was it Shingebis the diver, or the pelican, the shada, or the heron, the shushuga, or the white goose, Wabiwawa, with the water dripping, flashing from its glossy neck and feathers? It was neither goose nor diver, neither pelican nor heron, or the water floating, flying through the shining mist of morning, but a birch canoe with paddles, rising, sinking on the water, dripping, flashing in the sunshine. And within it came a people from the distant land of Wabun. From the farthest realms of morning came the black-robed chief, the prophet, he, the priest of prayer, the pale-face, with his guides and his companions. And the noble Hiawatha, with his hands aloft extended, held aloft in sign of welcome, waited, full of exultation, till the birch canoe with paddles grated on the shining pebbles, stranded on the sandy margin, till the black-robed chief, the pale-face, with the cross upon his bosom, landed on the sandy margin. Then the joyous Hiawatha cried aloud, and spake in this wise, Beautiful is the sun, O strangers, when you come so far to see us. All our town in peace awaits you, all our doors stand open for you. You shall enter all our wigwams, for the heart's right hand we give you. Never bloomed the earth so gaily, never shone the sun so brightly, as today they shine and blossom when you come so far to see us. Never was our lake so tranquil, nor so free from rocks and sandbars, for your birch canoe in passing has removed both rock and sandbar. Never before had our tobacco such a sweet and pleasant flavor. Never the broad leaves of our cornfields were so beautiful to look on as they seem to us this morning when you come so far to see us. And the black-robed chief made answer, stammered in his speech a little, speaking words yet unfamiliar. Peace be with you, Hiawatha. Peace be with you and your people. Peace of prayer and peace of pardon. Peace of Christ and joy of Mary. Then the generous Hiawatha led the strangers to his wigwam, seated them on skins of bison, seated them on skins of ermine, And the careful old Nokomis brought them food in bowls of basswood, water brought in birchen dippers, and the calumet, the peace pipe, filled and lighted for their smoking. All the old men of the village, all the warriors of the nation, all the Jossakeeds, the prophets, the magicians, the Wabinos, and the medicine men, the Medas, came to bid the strangers welcome. It is well, they said, O brothers, that you come so far to see us. In a circle round the doorway, with their pipes they sat in silence, waiting to behold the strangers, waiting to receive their message, till the black-robed chief, the pale-face from the wigwam, came to greet them, stammering in his speech a little, speaking words yet unfamiliar. It is well, they said, O brother, that you come so far to see us. Then the black-robed chief, the prophet, told his message to the people, told the purport of his mission, told them of the Virgin Mary and her blessed Son, the Savior, how in distant lands and ages he had lived on earth as we do, how he fasted, prayed, and labored, how the Jews, the tribe accursed, mocked him, scourged him, crucified him, how he rose from where they laid him, walked again with his disciples, and ascended into heaven. And the chiefs made answer, saying, We have listened to your message. We have heard your words of wisdom. We will think on what you tell us. It is well for us, O brothers, that you come so far to see us. Then they rose up and departed, each one homeward to his wigwam. To the young men and the women told the story of the strangers whom the Master of Life had sent them from the shining land of Waban. Heavy with the heat and silence grew the afternoon of summer. With a drowsy sound, the forest whispered round the sultry wigwam. With the sound of sleep, the water rippled on the beach below it. From the cornfields, shrill and ceaseless, sang the grasshopper, Papakina. And the guests of Hiawatha, weary with the heat of summer, slumbered in the sultry wigwam. Slowly o'er the simmering landscape fell the evening's dusk and coolness, and the long and level sunbeams shot their spears into the forest, breaking through its shields of shadow, rushed into each secret ambush, searched each thicket, dingle, hollow. Still the guests of Hiawatha slumbered in the silent wigwam. From his place rose Hiawatha, bade farewell to old Nokomis, spake in whispers, spake in this wise, did not wake the guests that slumbered. I am going, O Nokomis, on a long and distant journey, to the portals of the sunset, to the regions of the home wind, of the northwest wind, Keewaydin. But these guests I leave behind me. In your watch and ward I leave them. See that never harm comes near them. See that never fear molests them. Never danger nor suspicion, never want of food or shelter in the lodge of Hiawatha. Forth into the village went he, bade farewell to all the warriors, bade farewell to all the young men, spake persuading, spake in this wise, I am going, O my people, on a long and distant journey. Many moons and many winters will have come and will have vanished ere I come again to see you. But my guests I leave behind me. Listen to their words of wisdom. Listen to the truth they tell you. For the Master of Life has sent them from the land of light and morning. On the shore stood Hiawatha, turned and waved his hand at parting. On the clear and luminous water launched his birch canoe for sailing. From the pebbles of the margin shoved it forth into the water, whispered to it, Westward, westward. And with speed it darted forward. And the evening sun descending set the clouds on fire with redness, burned the broad sky like a prairie, left upon the level water one long track and trail of splendor, down whose stream, as down a river, westward, westward, Hiawatha sailed into the fiery sunset, sailed into the purple vapors, sailed into the dusk of evening. And the people from the margin watched him floating, rising, sinking, till the birch canoe seemed lifted high into that sea of splendor, till it sank into the vapors, like the new moon, slowly, slowly sinking in the purple distance. And they said, "Farewell forever," said, "Farewell, O Hiawatha." And the forests, dark and lonely, moved through all their depths of darkness, sighed, "Farewell, O Hiawatha." And the waves upon the margin rising, rippling on the pebbles, sobbed, "Farewell, O Hiawatha." And the heron, the shushuga, from her haunts among the fenlands, screamed, "Farewell, O Hiawatha." Thus departed Hiawatha, Hiawatha the beloved, in the glory of the sunset, in the purple mists of evening, to the regions of the home wind, of the northwest wind Keewaydin, to the islands of the blessed, to the kingdom of Ponema, to the land of the hereafter. Evangeline. This is the forest primeval. The murmuring pines and the hemlocks, bearded with moss and in garments green, indistinct in the twilight, stand like druids of eld, with voices sad and prophetic, stand like harpers hoar, with beards that rest on their bosoms. Loud from its rocky caverns the deep-voiced neighboring ocean speaks, and in accents disconsolate answers the wail of the forest. This is the forest primeval. But where are the hearts that beneath it leaped like the roe when he hears in the woodland the voice of the huntsman? Where is the thatch-roofed village, the home of Acadian farmers, men whose lives glided on like rivers that water the woodlands, darkened by shadows of earth, but reflecting an image of heaven? Waste are those pleasant farms, and the farmers forever departed, scattered like dust and leaves when the mighty blasts of October seize them and whirl them aloft and sprinkle them far o'er the ocean. Naught but tradition remains of the beautiful village of Grand Pre. Ye who believe in affection that hopes and endures and is patient, ye who believe in the beauty and strength of woman's devotion, list to the mournful tradition still sung by the pines of the forest. List to a tale of love in Acadie, home of the happy. Part the First. 1. In the Acadian land, on the shores of the basin of Minas, distant, secluded, still, the little village of Grand Pre lay in the fruitful valley. Vast meadows stretched to the eastward, giving the village its name and pasture to flocks without number. Dikes that the hands of the farmers had raised with labor incessant shut out the turbulent tides, but at stated seasons the floodgates opened and welcomed the sea to wander at will o'er the meadows. West and south there were fields of flax, and orchards and cornfields spreading afar and unfenced o'er the plain, and away to the northward Blomidon rose, and the forests old, and aloft on the mountains sea fogs pitched their tents, and mists from the mighty Atlantic looked on the happy valley, but ne'er from their station descended. There, in the midst of its farms, reposed the Acadian village. Strongly built were the houses, with frames of oak and of hemlock, such as the peasants of Normandy built in the reign of the Henrys. Thatched were the roofs, with dormer windows, and gables projecting over the basement below protected and shaded the doorway. There, in the tranquil evenings of summer, when brightly the sunset lighted the village street and gilded the vanes on the chimneys, matrons and maidens sat in snow-white caps, and in kirtles scarlet and blue and green, with distaffs spinning the golden flax for the gossiping looms, whose noisy shuttles within doors mingled their sounds with the whir of the wheels and the songs of the maidens. Solemnly down the street came the parish priest, and the children paused in their play to kiss the hand he extended to bless them. Reverend walked he among them, and up rose matrons and maidens, hailing his slow approach with words of affectionate welcome. Then came the laborers home from the field, and serenely the sun sank down to his rest, and twilight prevailed. Anon from the belfry softly the Angelus sounded, and over the roofs of the village columns of pale blue smoke, like clouds of incense ascending,
We hope you are enjoying this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others. Click the playlist link in the description box below for more classic book readings.
rose from 100 hearths, the homes of peace and contentment. Thus dwelt together in love these simple Acadian farmers, dwelt in the love of God and of man. Alike were they free from fear that reigns with the tyrant, and envy, the vice of republics. Neither locks had they to their doors, nor bars to their windows, but their dwellings were open as day in the hearts of the owners. There the richest was poor, and the poorest lived in abundance. Somewhat apart from the village, and nearer the basin of Minas, Benedict Bellefontaine, the wealthiest farmer of Grand Pre, dwelt on his goodly acres, and with him, directing his household, gentle Evangeline lived, his child, and the pride of the village. Stalworth and stately in form was the man of 70 winters. Haughty and hale was he, an oak that is covered with snowflakes. White as the snow were his locks, and his cheeks as brown as the oak leaves. Fair was she to behold, that maiden of 17 summers. Black were her eyes as the berry that grows on the thorn by the wayside. Black, yet how softly they gleamed beneath the brown shade of her tresses. Sweet was her breath as the breath of kine that feed in the meadows. When in the harvest heat she bore to the reapers at noontide flagons of home-brewed ale, fair in sooth was the maiden. Fairer was she, when on Sunday morn, while the bell from its turret sprinkled with holy sounds the air, as the priest with his hyssop sprinkles the congregation and scatters blessings upon them, down the long street she passed, with her chaplet of beads and her missal, wearing her Norman cap and her kirtle of blue, and the earrings brought in the olden times from France, and since as an heirloom handed down from mother to child through long generations. But a celestial brightness, a more ethereal beauty, shone on her face and encircled her form, when, after confession, homeward serenely she walked with God's benediction upon her. When she had passed, it seemed like the ceasing of exquisite music. Firmly builded with rafters of oak, the house of the farmer stood on the side of a hill commanding the sea, and a shady sycamore grew by the door, with a woodbine wreathing around it. Rudely carved was the porch, with seats beneath, and a footpath led through an orchard wide and disappeared in the meadow. Under the sycamore tree were hives overhung by a penthouse, such as the traveller sees in regions remote by the roadside, built o'er a box for the poor or the blessed image of Mary. Farther down, on the slope of the hill, was the well with its moss-grown bucket fastened with iron, and near it a trough for the horses. Shielding the house from storms, on the north were the barns and the farmyard. There stood the broad-wheeled wains, and the antique ploughs and the harrows. There were the folds for the sheep, and there in his feathered seraglio strutted the lordly turkey, and crowed the cock with self-same voice that in ages of old had startled the penitent Peter. Bursting with hay were the barns, themselves a village. In each one, far o'er the gable, projected a roof of thatch, and a staircase under the sheltering eaves led up to the odorous corn-loft. There, too, the dovecot stood, with its meek and innocent inmates murmuring ever of love, while above in the variant breezes numberless noisy weathercocks rattled and sang of mutation. Thus, at peace with God and the world, The farmer of Grandpré lived on his sunny farm, and Evangeline governed his household. Many a youth, as he knelt in church and opened his missal, fixed his eyes upon her as the saint of his deepest devotion. Happy was he who might touch her hand or the hem of her garment. Many a suitor came to her door, by the darkness befriended, and as he knocked and waited to hear the sound of her footsteps, knew not which beat the louder, his heart or the knocker of iron. Or, at the joyous feast of the patron saint of the village, bolder grew and pressed her hand in the dance as he whispered hurried words of love that seemed a part of the music. But among all who came, young Gabriel only was welcome. Gabriel la Jeunesse, the son of Basil the blacksmith, who was a mighty man in the village and honored of all men. For since the birth of time throughout all ages and nations has the craft of the smith been held in repute by the people. Basil was Benedict's friend. Their children from earliest childhood grew up together as brother and sister. And Father Felician, priest and pedagogue both in the village, had taught them their letters out of the self-same book, with the hymns of the church and the plain song. But when the hymn was sung and the daily lesson completed, swiftly they hurried away to the forge of Basil the blacksmith. There at the door they stood with wondering eyes, to behold him take in his leathern lap the hoof of the horse as a plaything, nailing the shoe in its place, while near him the tire of the cartwheel lay like a fiery snake coiled round in a circle of cinders. Oft on autumnal eves, when without in the gathering darkness bursting with light seemed the smithy through every cranny and crevice, warm by the forge within, they watched the laboring bellows, and as its panting ceased and the sparks expired in the ashes, merrily laughed and said they were nuns going into the chapel. Oft on sledges in winter, as swift as the swoop of the eagle down the hillside bounding, they glided away o'er the meadow. Oft in the barns they climbed to the populous nests on the rafters, seeking with eager eyes that wondrous stone which the swallow brings from the shore of the sea to restore the sight of its fledglings. Lucky was he who found that stone in the nest of the swallow. Thus passed a few swift years, and they no longer were children. He was a valiant youth, and his face, like the face of the morning, gladdened the earth with its light, and ripened thought into action. She was a woman now, with the heart and hopes of a woman. Sunshine of St. Eulalie was she called, for that was the sunshine which, as the farmers believed, would load their orchards with apples. She, too, would bring to her husband's house delight and abundance, filling it with love and the ruddy faces of children. 2. Now had the season returned when the nights grow colder and longer, and the retreating sun, the sign of the scorpion, enters. Birds of passage sailed through the leaden air from the ice-bound desolate northern bays to the shores of tropical islands. Harvests were gathered in, and wild with the winds of September wrestled the trees of the forest as Jacob of old with the angel. All the signs foretold a winter long and inclement. Bees, with prophetic instinct of want, had hoarded their honey till the hives overflowed, and the Indian hunters asserted cold would the winter be, for thick was the fur of the foxes. Such was the advent of autumn. Then followed that beautiful season called by the pious Acadian peasants the summer of All Saints. Filled was the air with a dreamy and magical light, and the landscape lay as if new created in all the freshness of childhood. Peace seemed to reign upon earth, and the restless heart of the ocean was for a moment consoled. All sounds were in harmony blended. Voices of children at play, the crowing of cocks in the farmyards, whir of wings in the drowsy air, and the cooing of pigeons, all were subdued and low as the murmurs of love. And the great sun looked with the eye of love through the golden vapors around him, while, arrayed in its robes of russet and scarlet and yellow, bright with the sheen of the dew, each glittering tree of the forest flashed like the plane tree the Persian adorned with mantles and jewels. Now recommenced the reign of rest and affection and stillness. Day with its burden and heat had departed, and twilight descending brought back the evening star to the sky and the herds to the homestead. Pawing the ground they came, and resting their necks on each other, and with their nostrils distended, inhaling the freshness of evening. Foremost, bearing the bell, Evangeline's beautiful heifer, proud of her snow-white hide and the ribbon that waved from her collar, quietly paced and slow, as if conscious of human affection. Then came the shepherd back with his bleating flocks from the seaside, where was their favorite pasture. Behind them followed the watchdog, patient, full of importance, and grand in the pride of his instinct, walking from side to side with a lordly air, and superbly waving his bushy tail, and urging forward the stragglers. Regent of flocks was he when the shepherd slept, their protector when from the forest at night through the starry silence the wolves howled. Late, with the rising moon, returned the wains from the marshes, laden with briny hay that filled the air with its odor. Cheerily neighed the steeds, with dew on their manes and their fetlocks, while aloft on their shoulders the wooden and ponderous saddles, painted with brilliant dyes and adorned with tassels of crimson, nodded in bright array like hollyhocks heavy with blossoms. Patiently stood the cows meanwhile, and yielded their udders unto the milkmaid's hand, whilst loud and in regular cadence into the sounding pails the foaming streamlets descended. Lowing of cattle and peals of laughter were heard in the farmyard, echoed back by the barns. Anon they sank into stillness. Heavily closed with a jarring sound the valves of the barn doors, rattled the wooden bars, and all for a season was silent. Indoors, warm by the wide-mouthed fireplace, idly the farmer sat in his elbow-chair and watched how the flames and the smoke-wreaths struggled together like foes in a burning city. Behind him, nodding and mocking along the wall with gestures fantastic, darted his own huge shadow and vanished away into darkness. Faces, clumsily carved in oak on the back of his armchair, laughed in the flickering light, and the pewter plates on the dresser caught and reflected the flame as shields of armies the sunshine. Fragments of song the old man sang, and carols of Christmas, such as at home in the olden time his fathers before him sang in their Norman orchards and bright Burgundian vineyards. Close at her father's side was the gentle Evangeline seated, spinning flax for the loom that stood in the corner behind her. Silent a while were its treadles, at rest was its diligent shuttle, while the monotonous drone of the wheel, like the drone of a bagpipe, followed the old man's song and united the fragments together. As in a church, when the chant of the choir at intervals ceases, footfalls are heard in the aisles, or words of the priest at the altar, so in each pause of the song, with measured motion, the clock clicked. Thus, as they sat, there were footsteps heard, and suddenly lifted sounded the wooden latch, and the door swung back on its hinges. Benedict knew by the hobnailed shoes it was Basil the blacksmith, and by her beating heart Evangeline knew who was with him. "Welcome," the farmer exclaimed as their footsteps paused on the threshold. "Welcome, Basil, my friend. Come, take thy place on the settle close by the chimney-side, which is always empty without thee. Take from the shelf overhead thy pipe and the box of tobacco. Never so much thyself art thou, as when through the curling smoke of the pipe or the forge thy friendly and jovial face gleams round and red as the harvest moon through the mist of the marshes." Then, with a smile of content, thus answered Basil the blacksmith, taking with easy air the accustomed seat by the fireside. "Benedict Belfontaine, thou hast ever thy jest and thy ballad. Ever in cheerfullest mood art thou, when others are filled with gloomy forebodings of ill, and see only ruin before them. Happy art thou, as if every day thou hadst picked up a horseshoe." Pausing a moment to take the pipe that Evangeline brought him, and with a coal from the embers had lighted, he slowly continued, 4 days now are past since the English ships at their anchors ride in the Gaspereau's mouth, with their cannon pointed against us. What their design may be is unknown, but all are commanded on the morrow to meet in the church, where His Majesty's mandate will be proclaimed as law in the land. Alas, in the meantime, many surmises of evil alarm the hearts of the people. Then made answer the farmer, Perhaps some friendlier purpose brings these ships to our shores. Perhaps the harvests in England, by untimely rains or untimelier heat, have been blighted, and from our bursting barns they would feed their cattle and children. Not so thinketh the folk in the village, said warmly the blacksmith, shaking his head as in doubt. Then, heaving a sigh, he continued, Louisburg is not forgotten, nor Beausejour, nor Port Royal. Many already have fled to the forest and lurk on its outskirts, waiting with anxious hearts the dubious fate of tomorrow. Arms have been taken from us, and warlike weapons of all kinds. Nothing is left but the blacksmith's sledge and the scythe of the mower. Then with a pleasant smile made answer the jovial farmer, Safer are we unarmed in the midst of our flocks and our cornfields, safer within these peaceful dikes besieged by the ocean, than our fathers in forts besieged by the enemy's cannon. Fear no evil, my friend, and tonight may no shadow or sorrow fall on this house and hearth, for this is the night of the contract. Built are the house and the barn. The merry lads of the village strongly have built them and well, and breaking the glebe round about them, filled the barn with hay, and the house with food for a 12-month. René Leblanc will be here anon with his papers and inkhorn. Shall we not then be glad, and rejoice in the joy of our children? As apart by the window she stood with her hand in her lover's, blushing, Evangeline heard the words that her father had spoken, and, as they died on his lips, the worthy notary entered. 3. Bent like a labouring oar that toils in the surf of the ocean, bent, but not broken, by age, was the form of the notary public. Shocks of yellow hair, like the silken floss of the maize, hung over his shoulders. His forehead was high, and glasses with horn bows sat astride on his nose with a look of wisdom supernal. Father of 20 children was he, and more than 100 children's children rode on his knee and heard his great watch tick. 4 long years in the times of the war had he languished a captive, suffering much in an old French fort as the friend of the English. Now, though warier grown, without all guile or suspicion, ripe in wisdom was he, but patient and simple and childlike. He was beloved by all, and most of all by the children, for he told them tales of the loup-garou in the forest, and of the goblin that came in the night to water the horses, and of the white Letiche, the ghost of a child who unchristened died and was doomed to haunt unseen the chambers of children, and how on Christmas Eve the oxen talked in the stable, and how the fever was cured by a spider shut up in a nutshell, and of the marvelous powers of 4-leaved clover and horseshoes, with whatsoever else was writ in the lore of the village. Then up rose from his seat by the fireside Basil the blacksmith, knocked from his pipe the ashes, and slowly extending his right hand, Father Leblanc, he exclaimed, Thou hast heard the talk in the village, and perchance canst tell us some news of these ships and their errand. Then with modest demeanour made answer the notary public, Gossip enough I heard in sooth, yet am never the wiser, and what their errand may be I know not better than others. Yet am I not of those who imagine some evil intention brings them here, for we're at peace, and why then molest us? God's name, shouted the hasty and somewhat irascible blacksmith, must we in all things look for the how and the why and the wherefore? Daily injustice is done, and might is the right of the strongest. But without heeding his warmth, continued the notary public, man is unjust, but God is just, and finally justice triumphs. And well I remember a story that often consoled me, when as a captive I lay in the old French fort at Port Royal. This was the old man's favourite tale, and he loved to repeat it when his neighbours complained that any injustice was done them. Once in an ancient city, whose name I no longer remember. Raised aloft on a column, a brazen statue of Justice stood in the public square, upholding the scales in its left hand, and in its right a sword, as an emblem that justice presided over the laws of the land and the hearts and homes of the people. Even the birds had built their nests in the scales of the balance, having no fear of the sword that flashed in the sunshine above them. But in the course of time, the laws of the land were corrupted. Might took the place of right, and the weak were oppressed, and the mighty ruled with an iron rod. Then it chanced in a nobleman's palace that a necklace of pearls was lost, and ere long a suspicion fell on an orphan girl who lived as a maid in the household. She, after form of trial, condemned to die on the scaffold, patiently met her doom at the foot of the statue of Justice. As to her Father in heaven her innocent spirit ascended, lo, o'er the city a tempest rose, and the bolts of the thunder smote the statue of bronze, and hurled in wrath from its left hand down on the pavement below the clattering scales of the balance, and in the hollow thereof was found the nest of a magpie, into whose clay-built walls the necklace of pearls was inwoven. Silenced, but not convinced, when the story was ended, the blacksmith stood like a man who fain would speak, but findeth no language. All his thoughts were congealed into lines on his face, as the vapors freeze in fantastic shapes on the window panes in the winter. Then Evangeline lighted the brazen lamp on the table, filled till it overflowed the pewter tankard with home-brewed nut-brown ale that was famed for its strength in the village of Grandpré, while from his pocket the notary drew his papers and inkhorn, wrote with a steady hand the date and the age of the parties, naming the dower of the bride in flocks of sheep and in cattle. Orderly all things proceeded, and duly and well were completed, and the great seal of the law was set like a sun on the margin. Then from his leathern pouch the farmer threw on the table 3 times the old man's fee in solid pieces of silver, and the notary, rising and blessing the bride and the bridegroom, lifted aloft the tankard of ale and drank to their welfare. Wiping the foam from his lip, he solemnly bowed and departed, while in silence the other sat and mused by the fireside, till Evangeline brought the draught-board out of its corner. Soon was the game begun. In friendly contention the old men laughed at each lucky hit or unsuccessful maneuver, laughed when a man was crowned or a breach was made in the king row. Meanwhile, apart, in the twilight gloom of a window's embrasure, sat the lovers and whispered together, beholding the moon rise over the pallid sea and the silvery mists of the meadows. Silently, one by one, in the infinite meadows of heaven, blossomed the lovely stars, the forget-me-nots of the angels. Thus was the evening passed. Anon the bell from the belfry rang out the hour of 9, the village curfew, and straightway rose the guests and departed, and silence reigned in the household. Many a farewell word and sweet good night on the doorstep lingered long in Evangeline's heart and filled it with gladness. Carefully then were covered the embers that glowed on the hearthstone, and on the oaken stairs resounded the tread of the farmer. Soon, with a soundless step, the foot of Evangeline followed. Up the staircase moved a luminous space in the darkness, lighted less by the lamp than the shining face of the maiden. Silent she passed the hall and entered the door of her chamber. Simple that chamber was, with its curtains of white and its clothes-press ample and high, on whose spacious shelves were carefully folded linen and woolen stuffs by the hand of Evangeline woven. This was the precious dower she would bring to her husband in marriage, better than flocks and herds, being proofs of her skill as a housewife. Soon she extinguished her lamp, for the mellow and radiant moonlight streamed through the windows and lighted the room, till the heart of the maiden swelled and obeyed its power like the tremulous tides of the ocean. Ah, she was fair, exceeding fair to behold, as she stood with naked snow-white feet on the gleaming floor of her chamber. Little she dreamed that below, among the trees of the orchard, waited her lover, and watched for the gleam of her lamp and her shadow. yet were her thoughts of him, and at times a feeling of sadness passed o'er her soul as the sailing shade of clouds in the moonlight flitted across the floor and darkened the room for a moment. And as she gazed from the window, she saw serenely the moon pass forth from the folds of a cloud, and one star follow her footsteps, as out of Abraham's tent young Ishmael wandered with Hagar. 4. Pleasantly rose next morn the sun on the village of Grandpré. Pleasantly gleamed in the soft, sweet air the basin of Minas, where the ships with their wavering shadows were riding at anchor. Life had long been astir in the village, and clamorous labor knocked with its 100 hands at the golden gates of the morning. Now, from the country around, from the farms and neighboring hamlets, came in their holiday dresses the blithe Acadian peasants. Many a glad good morrow and jocund laugh from the young folk made the bright air brighter, as up from the numerous meadows, where no path could be seen but the track of wheels on the green sward, group after group appeared and joined or passed on the highway. Long ere noon, in the village all sounds of labor were silenced. Thronged were the streets with people, and noisy groups at the house doors sat in the cheerful sun and rejoiced and gossiped together. Every house was an inn, where all were welcomed and feasted. For with this simple people who lived like brothers together, all things were held in common, and what one had was another's. Yet under Benedict's roof hospitality seemed more abundant, for Evangeline stood among the guests of her father. Bright was her face with smiles, and words of welcome and gladness fell from her beautiful lips, and blessed the cup as she gave it. Under the open sky, in the odorous air of the orchard stripped of its golden fruit, was spread the feast of betrothal. There, in the shade of the porch, were the priest and the notary seated. There good Benedict sat, and sturdy Basil the blacksmith. Not far withdrawn from these, by the cider press and the beehives, Michael the fiddler was placed, with the gayest of hearts and of waistcoats. Shadow and light from the leaves alternately played on his snow-white hair as it waved in the wind, and the jolly face of the fiddler glowed like a living coal when the ashes are blown from the embers. Gaily the old man sang, to the vibrant sound of his fiddle, Tous les bourgeois de Chartres and Le Carillon de Dunkerque, and anon with his wooden shoes beat time to the music. Merrily, merrily whirled the wheels of the dizzying dancers under the orchard trees and down the path to the meadows. Old folk and young together, and children mingled among them. Fairest of all the maids was Evangeline, Benedict's daughter. Noblest of all the youths was Gabriel, son of the blacksmith. So passed the morning away. And lo, with a summons sonorous sounded the bell from its tower, and over the meadows a drum beat. Thronged ere long was the church with men. Without, in the churchyard, waited the women. They stood by the graves, and hung on the headstones garlands of autumn leaves, and evergreens fresh from the forest. Then came the guard from the ships, and, marching proudly among them, entered the sacred portal. With loud and dissonant clangor echoed the sound of their brazen drums from ceiling and casement. Echoed a moment only, and slowly the ponderous portal closed, and in silence the crowd awaited the will of the soldiers. Then uprose their commander, and spake from the steps of the altar, holding aloft in his hands with its seals the royal commission. You are convened this day, he said, by his Majesty's orders. Clement and kind has he been. But how you have answered his kindness, let your own hearts reply. To my natural make and my temper, painful the task is I do, which to you I know must be grievous. Yet must I bow and obey and deliver the will of our monarch. Namely, that all your lands and dwellings and cattle of all kinds forfeited be to the crown, and that you yourselves from this province be transported to other lands. God grant you may dwell there ever as faithful subjects, a happy and peaceable people. Prisoners now I declare you, for such is his Majesty's pleasure. As when the air is serene in sultry solstice of summer, suddenly gathers a storm, and the deadly sling of the hailstones beats down the farmer's corn in the field and shatters its windows, hiding the sun and strewing the ground with thatch from the house roofs, bellowing fly the herds and seek to break their enclosures, so on the hearts of the people descended the words of the speaker. Silent a moment they stood in speechless wonder, and then rose louder and ever louder a wail of sorrow and anger, and by one impulse moved, they madly rushed to the doorway. Vain was the hope of escape, and cries and fierce imprecations rang through the house of prayer, and high o'er the heads of the others rose with his arms uplifted the figure of Basil the blacksmith, as on a stormy sea a spar is tossed by the billows. Flushed was his face and distorted with passion, and wildly he shouted, "Down with the tyrants of England! We never have sworn them allegiance! Death to these foreign soldiers who seize on our homes and our harvests!" More he fain would have said, but the merciless hand of a soldier smote him upon the mouth and dragged him down to the pavement. In the midst of the strife and tumult of angry contention, lo, the door of the chancel opened, and Father Felician entered with serious mien, and ascended the steps of the altar. Raising his reverend hand, with a gesture he awed into silence all that clamorous throng, and thus he spake to his people. Deep were his tones and solemn. In accents measured and mournful spake he, as after the tocsin's alarum distinctly the clock strikes. "What is this that ye do, my children? What madness has seized you? 40 years of my life have I labored among you, and taught you, not in word alone, but in deed, to love one another. Is this the fruit of my toils, of my vigils and prayers and privations? Have you so soon forgotten all lessons of love and forgiveness? This is the house of the Prince of Peace, and would you profane it thus with violent deeds and hearts overflowing with hatred? Lo, where the crucified Christ from his cross is gazing upon you. See, in those sorrowful eyes, what meekness and holy compassion. Hark how those lips still repeat the prayer, O Father, forgive them. Let us repeat that prayer in the hour when the wicked assail us. Let us repeat it now and say, O Father, forgive them." Few were his words of rebuke, but deep in the hearts of his people sank they, and sobs of contrition succeeded the passionate outbreak, while they repeated his prayer and said, O Father, forgive them. Then came the evening service. The tapers gleamed from the altar. Fervent and deep was the voice of the priest, and the people responded not with their lips alone, but their hearts. And the Ave Maria sang they and fell on their knees, and their souls, with devotion translated, rose on the order of prayer, like Elijah ascending to heaven. Meanwhile had spread in the village the tidings of ill, and on all sides wandered wailing from house to house the women and children. Long at her father's door Evangeline stood, with her right hand shielding her eyes from the level rays of the sun that, descending, lighted the village street with mysterious splendor, and roofed each peasant's cottage with golden thatch, and emblazoned its windows. Long within had been spread the snow-white cloth on the table. There stood the wheaten loaf, and the honey fragrant with wildflowers. There stood the tankard of ale, and the cheese fresh brought from the dairy, and at the head of the board the great armchair of the farmer. Thus did Evangeline wait at her father's door as the sun set through the long shadows of trees o'er the broad ambrosial meadows. Ah, on her spirit within a deeper shadow had fallen, and from the fields of her soul a fragrance celestial ascended. Charity, meekness, love, and hope, and forgiveness, and patience. Then, all forgetful of self, she wandered into the village, cheering with looks and words the mournful hearts of the women, as o'er the darkening fields with lingering steps they departed, urged by their household cares and the weary feet of their children. Down sank the great red sun, and in golden glimmering vapors veiled the light of his face, like the prophet descending from Sinai. Sweetly over the village the bell of the Angelus sounded. Meanwhile, amid the gloom, by the church, Evangeline lingered. All was silent within, and in vain at the door and the window stood she, and listened and looked, till, overcome by emotion, "Gabriel!" cried she aloud with tremulous voice. But no answer came from the graves of the dead, nor the gloomier grave of the living. Slowly at length she returned to the tenantless house of her father. Smouldered the fire on the hearth, on the board was the supper untasted. Empty and drear was each room, and haunted with phantoms of terror. Sadly echoed her step on the stair and the floor of her chamber. In the dead of the night she heard the disconsolate rain fall loud on the withered leaves of the sycamore tree by the window. Keenly the lightning flashed, and the voice of the echoing thunder told her that God was in heaven and governed the world he created. Then she remembered the tale she had heard of the justice of heaven. Soothed was her troubled soul, and she peacefully slumbered till morning. 5. 4 times the sun had risen and set, and now, on the 5th day, cheerily called the cock to the sleeping maids of the farmhouse. Soon o'er the yellow fields, in silent and mournful procession, came from the neighboring hamlets and farms the Acadian women, driving in ponderous wains their household goods to the seashore, pausing and looking back to gaze once more on their dwellings ere they were shut from sight by the winding road and the woodland. Close at their sides their children ran and urged on the oxen, while in their little hands they clasped some fragments of playthings. Thus to the Gaspereau's mouth they hurried, and there on the sea-beach, piled in confusion, lay the household goods of the peasants. All day long between the shore and the ships did the boats ply. All day long the wains came laboring down from the village. Late in the afternoon, when the sun was near to his setting, echoed far o'er the fields, came the roll of drums from the churchyard. Thither the women and children thronged. On a sudden the church doors opened, and forth came the guard, and marching in gloomy procession followed the long imprisoned but patient Acadian farmers. Even as pilgrims who journey afar from their homes and their country sing as they go, and in singing forget they are weary and way-worn, so, with songs on their lips, the Acadian peasants descended down from the church to the shore, amid their wives and their daughters. Foremost the young men came, and, raising together their voices, sang with tremulous lips a chant of the Catholic missions. Sacred Heart of the Saviour, O inexhaustible fountain, fill our hearts this day with strength and submission and patience. Then the old men as they marched, and the women that stood by the wayside, joined in the sacred psalm, and the birds in the sunshine above them mingled their notes therewith, like voices of spirits departed. Halfway down to the shore, Evangeline waited in silence, not overcome with grief, but strong in the hour of affliction. Calmly and sadly she waited until the procession approached her, and she beheld the face of Gabriel pale with emotion. Tears then filled her eyes, and eagerly running to meet him, clasped she his hands and laid her head on his shoulder and whispered, "Gabriel, be of good cheer. For if we love one another, nothing in truth can harm us, whatever mischances may happen." Smiling she spake these words, then suddenly paused, for her father saw she slowly advancing. Alas, how changed was his aspect! Gone was the glow from his cheek and the fire from his eye, and his footstep heavier seemed with the weight of the heavy heart in his bosom. But with a smile and a sigh she clasped his neck and embraced him, speaking words of endearment where words of comfort availed not. Thus to the Gaspereau's mouth moved on that mournful procession. There disorder prevailed, and the tumult and stir of embarking. Busily plied the freighted boats, and in the confusion wives were torn from their husbands, and mothers too late saw their children left on the land extending their arms with wildest entreaties. So unto separate ships were Basil and Gabriel carried, while in despair on the shore Evangeline stood with her father. Half the task was not done when the sun went down, and the twilight deepened and darkened around, and in haste the refluent ocean fled away from the shore and left the line of the sand beach covered with waifs of the tide, with kelp and the slippery seaweed. Farther back, in the midst of the household goods and the wagons, like to a gypsy camp or a leaguer after a battle, all escape cut off by the sea and the sentinels near them, lay encamped for the night the houseless Acadian farmers. Back to its nethermost caves retreated the bellowing ocean, dragging adown the beach the rattling pebbles, and leaving inland and far up the shore the stranded boats of the sailors. Then, as the night descended, the herds returned from their pastures. Sweet was the moist, still air with the odor of milk from their udders. Lowing they waited and long at the well-known bars of the farmyard, waited and looked in vain for the voice and the hand of the milkmaid. Silence reigned in the streets. From the church no angelus sounded, rose no smoke from the roofs, and gleamed no lights from the windows. But on the shores, meanwhile, the evening fires had been kindled, built of the driftwood thrown on the sands from wrecks in the tempest. Round them shapes of gloom and sorrowful faces were gathered, voices of women were heard, and of men, and the crying of children. Onward from fire to fire, as from hearth to hearth in his parish, wandered the faithful priest, consoling and blessing and cheering, like unto shipwrecked Paul on Melita's desolate seashore. Thus he approached the place where Evangeline sat with her father, and in the flickering light beheld the face of the old man, haggard and hollow and wan, and without either thought or emotion, e'en as the face of a clock from which the hands have been taken. Vainly Evangeline strove with words and caresses to cheer him, vainly offered him food. Yet he moved not, he looked not, he spake not, but with a vacant stare ever gazed at the flickering firelight. "Benedicite," murmured the priest in tones of compassion. More he fain would have said, but his heart was full, and his accents faltered and paused on his lips, as the feet of a child on a threshold, hushed by the scene he beholds and the awful presence of sorrow. Silently, therefore, he laid his hand on the head of the maiden, raising his tearful eyes to the silent stars that above them moved on their way, unperturbed by the wrongs and sorrows of mortals. Then sat he down at her side, and they wept together in silence. Suddenly rose from the south a light, as in autumn the blood-red moon climbs the crystal walls of heaven, and o'er the horizon Titan-like stretches its 100 hands upon the mountain and meadow, seizing the rocks and the rivers, and piling huge shadows together. Broader and ever broader it gleamed on the roofs of the village, gleamed on the sky and sea and the ships that lay in the roadstead. Columns of shining smoke uprose, and flashes of flame were thrust through their folds and withdrawn like the quivering hands of a martyr. Then, as the wind seized the gleeds and the burning thatch, and uplifting whirled them aloft through the air, at once from 100 housetops started the sheeted smoke with flashes of flame intermingled. These things beheld in dismay the crowd on the shore and on shipboard. Speechless at first they stood, then cried aloud in their anguish, "We shall behold no more our homes in the village of Grand Pre." Loud, on a sudden, the cocks began to crow in the farmyards, thinking the day had dawned, and anon the lowing of cattle came on the evening breeze, by the barking of dogs interrupted. Then rose a sound of dread, such as startles the sleeping encampments far in the western prairies or forests that skirt the Nebraska, when the wild horses, affrighted, sweep by with the speed of the whirlwind, or the loud bellowing herds of buffaloes rush to the river. Such was the sound that arose on the night, as the herds and the horses broke through their folds and fences, and madly rushed o'er the meadows. Overwhelmed with the sight, yet speechless, the priest and the maiden gazed on the scene of terror that reddened and widened before them. and as they turned at length to speak to their silent companion, lo, from his seat he had fallen, and stretched abroad on the seashore motionless lay his form, from which the soul had departed. Slowly the priest uplifted the lifeless head, and the maiden knelt at her father's side and wailed aloud in her terror. Then in a swoon she sank, and lay with her head on his bosom. Through the long night she lay in deep oblivious slumber, and when she awoke from the trance, she beheld a multitude near her. Faces of friends she beheld that were mournfully gazing upon her, pallid, with tearful eyes and looks of saddest compassion. Still the blaze of the burning village illumined the landscape, reddened the sky overhead, and gleamed on the faces around her, and like the day of doom it seemed to her wavering senses. Then a familiar voice she heard, as it said to the people, "Let us bury him here by the sea. When a happier season brings us again to our homes from the unknown land of our exile, then shall his sacred dust be piously laid in the churchyard." Such were the words of the priest, and there, in haste by the seaside, having the glare of the burning village for funeral torches, but without bell or book, they buried the farmer of Grand Pré. And as the voice of the priest repeated the service of sorrow, lo, with a mournful sound, like the voice of a vast congregation, solemnly answered the sea, and mingled its roar with the dirges. 'Twas the returning tide, that afar from the waste of the ocean, with the first dawn of the day, came heaving and hurrying landward. Then recommenced once more the stir and noise of embarking, and with the ebb of the tide the ships sailed out of the harbor, leaving behind them the dead on the shore and the village in ruins. Part the Second. 1. Many a weary year had passed since the burning of Grand Pré, when on the falling tide the freighted vessels departed, bearing a nation with all its household gods into exile. Exile without an end, and without an example in history. Far asunder, on separate coasts the Acadians landed. Scattered were they like flakes of snow when the wind from the northeast strikes aslant through the fogs that darken the banks of Newfoundland. Friendless, homeless, hopeless, they wandered from city to city, from the cold lakes of the north to sultry southern savannas, from the bleak shores of the sea to the lands where the Father of Waters seizes the hills in his hands and drags them down to the ocean, deep in their sands to bury the scattered bones of the mammoth. Friends they sought, and homes, and many, despairing, heartbroken, asked of the earth but a grave, and no longer a friend nor a fireside. Written their history stands on tablets of stone in the churchyards. Long among them was seen a maiden who waited and wandered, lowly and meek in spirit, and patiently suffering all things. Fair was she and young, but alas, before her extended dreary and vast and silent the desert of life, with its pathway marked by the graves of those who had sorrowed and suffered before her, passions long extinguished, and hopes long dead and abandoned, as the emigrant's way o'er the western desert is marked by campfires long consumed and bones that bleach in the sunshine. Something there was in her life incomplete, imperfect, unfinished, as if a morning of June, with all its music and sunshine, suddenly paused in the sky, and, fading, slowly descended into the east again, from whence it late had arisen. Sometimes she lingered in towns, till, urged by the fever within her, urged by a restless longing, the hunger and thirst of the spirit, she would commence again her endless search and endeavor. Sometimes in churchyards strayed, and gazed on the crosses and tombstones, sat by some nameless grave, and thought that perhaps in its bosom he was already at rest. and she longed to slumber beside him. Sometimes a rumour, a hearsay, an inarticulate whisper came with its airy hand to point and beckon her forward. Sometimes she spake with those who had seen her beloved and known him, but it was long ago in some far-off place or forgotten. Gabriel la jeunesse, they said. Oh, yes, we have seen him. He was with Basil the blacksmith, and both have gone to the prairies. Coureurs des bois are they, and famous hunters and trappers. Gabriel la jeunesse, said others. Oh, yes, we've seen him. He's a voyageur in the lowlands of Louisiana. Then would they say, Dear child, why dream and wait for him longer? Are there not other youths as fair as Gabriel, others who have hearts as tender and true, and spirits as loyal? Here is Baptiste Leblanc, the notary's son, who has loved thee many a tedious year. Come, give him thy hand and be happy. Thou art too fair to be left to braid St. Catherine's tresses. Then would Evangeline answer, serenely but sadly, I cannot. Whither my heart has gone, there follows my hand, and not elsewhere. For when the heart goes before like a lamp and illumines the pathway, many things are made clear that else lie hidden in darkness. Thereupon the priest, her friend and father confessor, said with a smile, O daughter, thy God thus speaketh within thee. Talk not of wasted affection. Affection never was wasted. If it enrich not the heart of another, its waters, returning back to their springs like the rain, shall fill them full of refreshment. That which the fountain sends forth returns again to the fountain. Patience. Accomplish thy labor. Accomplish thy work of affection. Sorrow and silence are strong, and patient endurance is godlike. Therefore accomplish thy labor of love, till the heart is made godlike, purified, strengthened, perfected, and rendered more worthy of heaven. Cheered by the good man's words, Evangeline labored and waited. Still in her heart she heard the funeral dirge of the ocean, but with its sound there was mingled a voice that whispered, Despair not. Thus did that poor soul wander in want and cheerless discomfort, bleeding, barefooted, over the shards and thorns of existence. Let me essay, O Muse, to follow the wanderer's footsteps, not through each devious path, each changeful year of existence, but as a traveller follows a streamlet's course through the valley, far from its margin at times, and seeing the gleam of its water here and there in some open space, and at intervals only. Then, drawing nearer its banks, through sylvan glooms that conceal it, though he behold it not, he can hear its continuous murmur, happy at length if he find the spot where it reaches an outlet. 2. It was the month of May. Far down the beautiful river, past the Ohio shore and past the mouth of the Wabash, into the golden stream of the broad and swift Mississippi, floated a cumbrous boat that was rowed by Acadian boatmen. It was a band of exiles, a raft, as it were, from the shipwrecked nations scattered along the coast, now floating together, bound by the bonds of a common belief and a common misfortune. Men and women and children who, guided by hope or by hearsay, sought for their kith and their kin among the few-acred farmers on the Acadian coast and the prairies of fair Opelousas. With them Evangeline went, and her guide, the Father Felician. Onward o'er sunken sands, through a wilderness sombre with forests, day after day they glided adown the turbulent river. Night after night by their blazing fires encamped on its borders. Now through rushing chutes, among green islands, where plume-like cotton trees nodded their shadowy crests, they swept with the current, then emerged into broad lagoons, where silvery sandbars lay in the stream, and along the wimpling waves of their margin, shining with snow-white plumes, large flocks of pelicans waded. Level the landscape grew, and along the shores of the river, shaded by china trees, in the midst of luxuriant gardens, stood the houses of planters, with negro cabins and dovecots. They were approaching the region where reigns perpetual summer, where through the golden coast and groves of orange and citron sweeps with majestic curve the river away to the eastward. They too swerved from their course, and entering the bayou of Plaquemine, soon were lost in a maze of sluggish and devious waters which, like a network of steel, extended in every direction. Over their heads the towering and tenebrous boughs of the cypress met in a dusky arch, and trailing mosses in mid-air waved like banners that hang on the walls of ancient cathedrals. Death-like the silence seemed, and unbroken, save by the herons home to their roosts in the cedar trees returning at sunset, or by the owl as he greeted the moon with demoniac laughter. Lovely the moonlight was, as it glanced and gleamed on the water, gleamed on the columns of cypress and cedar sustaining the arches, down through whose broken vaults it fell as through chinks in a ruin. Dreamlike and indistinct and strange were all things around them, and o'er their spirits there came a feeling of wonder and sadness, strange forebodings of ill, unseen and that cannot be compassed. As at the tramp of a horse's hoof on the turf of the prairies, far in advance are closed the leaves of the shrinking mimosa, so at the hoof-beats of fate, with sad forebodings of evil, shrinks and closes the heart, ere the stroke of doom has attained it. But Evangeline's heart was sustained by a vision that faintly floated before her eyes and beckoned her on through the moonlight. It was the thought of her brain that assumed the shape of a phantom. Through those shadowy aisles had Gabriel wandered before her, and every stroke of the oar now brought him nearer and nearer. Then, in his place at the prow of the boat, rose one of the oarsmen, and as a signal sound, if others like them peradventure sailed on those gloomy and midnight streams, blew a blast on his bugle. Wild through the dark colonnades and corridors leafy the blast rang, breaking the seal of silence and giving tongues to the forest. Soundless above them the banners of moss just stirred to the music. Multitudinous echoes awoke and died in the distance, over the watery floor and beneath the reverberant branches. But not a voice replied. No answer came from the darkness. And when the echoes had ceased, like a sense of pain was the silence. Then Evangeline slept, but the boatmen rowed through the midnight, silent at times, then singing familiar Canadian boat songs, such as they sang of old on their own Acadian rivers, while through the night were heard the mysterious sounds of the desert, far off, indistinct, as of wave or wind in the forest, mixed with the whoop of the crane and the roar of the grim alligator. Thus, ere another noon, they emerged from the shades, and before them lay in the golden sun the lakes of the Atchafalaya. Water lilies in myriads rocked on the slight undulations made by the passing oars, and resplendent in beauty, the lotus lifted her golden crown above the heads of the boatmen. Faint was the air with the odorous breath of magnolia blossoms, and with the heat of noon, and numberless sylvan islands, fragrant and thickly embowered with blossoming hedges of roses, near to whose shores they glided along, invited to slumber. Soon, by the fairest of these, their weary oars were suspended. Under the boughs of Washita willows that grew by the margin, safely their boat was moored, and scattered about on the green sward, tired with their midnight toil, the weary travellers slumbered. Over them, vast and high, extended the cope of a cedar. Swinging from its great arms, the trumpet flower and the grapevine hung their ladder of ropes aloft like the ladder of Jacob, on whose pendulous stairs the angels, ascending, descending, were the swift humming-birds that flitted from blossom to blossom. Such was the vision Evangeline saw as she slumbered beneath it. Filled was her heart with love, and the dawn of an opening heaven lighted her soul in sleep with the glory of regions celestial. Nearer and ever nearer, among the numberless islands, darted a light, swift boat that sped away o'er the water, urged on its course by the sinewy arms of hunters and trappers. Northward its prow was turned to the land of the bison and beaver. At the helm sat a youth with countenance thoughtful and careworn. Dark and neglected locks overshadowed his brow, and a sadness somewhat beyond his years on his face was legibly written. Gabriel was it, who, weary with waiting, unhappy and restless, sought in the western wilds oblivion of self and of sorrow. Swiftly they glided along close under the lee of the island, but by the opposite bank, and behind a screen of palmettos, so that they saw not the boat where it lay concealed in the willows. All undisturbed by the dash of their oars, and unseen were the sleepers. Angel of God was there none to awaken the slumbering maiden. Swiftly they glided away, like the shade of a cloud on the prairie. After the sound of their oars on the tholes had died in the distance, as from a magic trance the sleepers awoke, and the maiden said with a sigh to the friendly priest, "O Father Felician, something says in my heart that near me Gabriel wanders. Is it a foolish dream, an idle and vague superstition, or has an angel passed and revealed the truth to my spirit?" Then with a blush she added, "Alas for my credulous fancy! Unto ears like thine such words as these have no meaning." But made answer the reverend man, and he smiled as he answered, "Daughter,
We hope you are enjoying this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others. Click the playlist link in the description box below for more classic book readings.
thy words are not idle, nor are they to me without meaning. Feeling is deep and still, and the word that floats on the surface is as the tossing buoy that betrays where the anchor is hidden. Therefore trust to thy heart and to what the world calls illusions. Gabriel truly is near thee, for not far away to the southward, on the banks of the Teche, are the towns of St. Maur and St. Martin. There the long-wandering bride shall be given again to her bridegroom. There the long-absent pastor regain his flock and his sheepfold. Beautiful is the land, with its prairies and forests of fruit trees, under the feet a garden of flowers, and the bluest of heavens bending above, and resting its dome on the walls of the forest. They who dwell there have named it the Eden of Louisiana. With these words of cheer they arose and continued their journey. Softly the evening came. The sun from the western horizon, like a magician, extended his golden wand o'er the landscape. Twinkling vapors arose, and sky and water and forest seemed all on fire at the touch, and melted and mingled together. Hanging between two skies, a cloud with edges of silver, floated the boat with its dripping oars on the motionless water. Filled was Evangeline's heart with inexpressible sweetness. Touched by the magic spell, the sacred fountains of feeling glowed with the light of love as the skies and waters around her. Then, from a neighboring thicket, the mocking-bird, wildest of singers, swinging aloft on a willow spray that hung o'er the water, shook from his little throat such floods of delirious music that the whole air and the woods and the waves seemed silent to listen. Plaintive at first were the tones, and sad. Then, soaring to madness, seemed they to follow or guide the revel of frenzied bacchantes. Single notes were then heard, in sorrowful low lamentation, till, having gathered them all, he flung them abroad in derision, as when after a storm a gust of wind through the tree-top shakes down the rattling rain in a crystal shower on the branches. With such a prelude as this, and hearts that throbbed with emotion, slowly they entered the Teche, where it flows through the green Opelousas, and through the amber air above the crest of the woodland saw the column of smoke that arose from a neighboring dwelling. Sounds of a horn they heard, and the distant lowing of cattle. 3. Near to the bank of the river, overshadowed by oaks from whose branches garlands of Spanish moss and of mystic mistletoe flaunted, such as the Druids cut down with golden hatchets at Yuletide, stood, secluded and still, the house of the herdsman. A garden girded it round about with a belt of luxuriant blossoms, filling the air with fragrance. The house itself was of timbers hewn from the cypress tree and carefully fitted together. Large and low was the roof, and on slender columns supported, rose-wreathed, vine-encircled, a broad and spacious veranda, haunt of the hummingbird and the bee, extended around it. At each end of the house, amid the flowers of the garden, stationed the dovecots were, as love's perpetual symbol, scenes of endless wooing and endless contentions of rivals. Silence reigned o'er the place. The line of shadow and sunshine ran near the tops of the trees, but the house itself was in shadow, and from its chimney-top, ascending and slowly expanding into the evening air, a thin blue column of smoke rose. In the rear of the house, from the garden gate, ran a pathway through the great groves of oak to the skirts of the limitless prairie, into whose sea of flowers the sun was slowly descending. Full in his track of light, like ships with shadowy canvas hanging loose from their spars in a motionless calm in the tropics, stood a cluster of trees with tangled cordage of grapevines. Just where the woodlands met the flowery surf of the prairie, mounted upon his horse, with Spanish saddle and stirrups, sat a herdsman, arrayed in gaiters and doublet of deerskin. Broad and brown was the face that from under the Spanish sombrero gazed on the peaceful scene with the lordly look of its master. Round about him were numberless herds of kine that were grazing quietly in the meadows and breathing the vapory freshness that uprose from the river and spread itself over the landscape. Slowly lifting the horn that hung at his side and expanding fully his broad, deep chest, he blew a blast that resounded wildly and sweet and far through the still damp air of the evening. Suddenly, out of the grass, the long white horns of the cattle rose like flakes of foam on the adverse currents of ocean. Silent a moment they gazed, then, bellowing, rushed o'er the prairie, and the whole mass became a cloud, a shade in the distance. Then, as the herdsman turned to the house, through the gate of the garden saw he the forms of the priest and the maiden advancing to meet him. Suddenly, down from his horse he sprang in amazement, and forward rushed with extended arms and exclamations of wonder. When they beheld his face, they recognized Basil the blacksmith. Hearty his welcome was, as he led his guests to the garden. There, in an arbor of roses, with endless question and answer gave they vent to their hearts, and renewed their friendly embraces, laughing and weeping by turns, or sitting silent and thoughtful. Thoughtful, for Gabriel came not. And now dark doubts and misgivings stole o'er the maiden's heart, and Basil, somewhat embarrassed, broke the silence and said, "If you came by the Atchafalaya, how have you nowhere encountered my Gabriel's boat on the bayous?" Over Evangeline's face at the words of Basil a shade passed. Tears came into her eyes, and she said with a tremulous accent, "Gone? Is Gabriel gone?" And concealing her face on his shoulder, all her o'erburdened heart gave way, and she wept and lamented. Then the good Basil said, and his voice grew blithe as he said it, "Be of good cheer, my child. It is only today he departed. Foolish boy, he has left me alone with my herds and my horses. Moody and restless grown, and tried and troubled, his spirit could no longer endure the calm of this quiet existence. Thinking ever of thee, uncertain and sorrowful ever silent, or speaking only of thee and his troubles, he at length had become so tedious to men and to maidens, tedious even to me, that at length I bethought me and sent him unto the town of Adayas to trade for mules with the Spaniards. Thence he will follow the Indian trails to the Ozark Mountains, hunting for furs in the forests, on rivers, trapping the beaver. Therefore be of good cheer. We will follow the fugitive lover. He is not far on his way, and the fates and the streams are against him. Up and away tomorrow, and through the red dew of the morning we will follow him fast, and bring him back to his prison." Then glad voices were heard, and up from the banks of the river, borne aloft on his comrade's arms, came Michael the fiddler, Long under Basil's roof had he lived like a god on Olympus, having no other care than dispensing music to mortals. Far renowned was he for his silver locks and his fiddle. "Long live Michael," they cried, "our brave Acadian minstrel," as they bore him aloft in triumphal procession. And straightway Father Felician advanced with Evangeline, greeting the old man kindly and oft, and recalling the past, while Basil, enraptured, hailed with hilarious joy his old companions and gossips, laughing loud and long, and embracing mothers and daughters. Much they marveled to see the wealth of the ci-devant blacksmith, all his domains and his herds, and his patriarchal demeanor. Much they marveled to hear his tales of the soil and the climate, and of the prairies, whose numberless herds were his who would take them. Each one thought in his heart that he too would go and do likewise. Thus they ascended the steps, and crossing the breezy veranda, entered the hall of the house, where already the supper of Basil waited his late return, and they rested and feasted together. Over the joyous feast the sudden darkness descended. All was silent without, and illuming the landscape with silver, fair rose the dewy moon and the myriad stars. But within doors, brighter than these, shone the faces of friends in the glimmering lamplight. Then from his station aloft at the head of the table, the herdsman poured forth his heart and his wine together in endless profusion. Lighting his pipe that was filled with sweet Naketosh tobacco, thus he spake to his guests, who listened and smiled as they listened. "Welcome once more, my friends, who long have been friendless and homeless. Welcome once more to a home that is better perchance than the old one. Here no hungry winter congeals our blood like the rivers. Here no stony ground provokes the wrath of the farmer. Smoothly the plowshare runs through the soil as a keel through the water. All the year round the orange groves are in blossom, and grass grows more in a single night than a whole Canadian summer. Here, too, numberless herds run wild and unclaimed in the prairies. Here, too, lands may be had for the asking, and forests of timber with a few blows of the axe are hewn and framed into houses. After your houses are built and your fields are yellow with harvests, no King George of England shall drive you away from your homesteads, burning your dwellings and barns, and stealing your farms and your cattle." Speaking these words, he blew a wrathful cloud from his nostrils, while his huge brown hand came thundering down on the table, so that the guests all started, and Father Felician, astounded, suddenly paused with a pinch of snuff halfway to his nostrils. But the brave Basil resumed, and his words were milder and gayer. "Only beware of the fever, my friends, beware of the fever, for it is not like that of our cold Acadian climate, cured by wearing a spider hung round one's neck in a nutshell." Then there were voices heard at the door, and footsteps approaching sounded upon the stairs and the floor of the breezy veranda. It was the neighboring Creoles and small Acadian planters who had been summoned all to the house of Basil the herdsman. Merry the meeting was of ancient comrades and neighbors. Friend clasped friend in his arms, and they who before were as strangers, meeting in exile, became straightway as friends to each other, drawn by the gentle bond of a common country together. But in the neighboring hall, a strain of music, proceeding from the accordant strings of Michael's melodious fiddle, broke up all further speech. Away, like children delighted, all things forgotten beside, they gave themselves to the maddening whirl of the giddy dance, as it swept and swayed to the music, dreamlike, with beaming eyes and the rush of fluttering garments. Meanwhile, apart at the head of the hall, the priest and the herdsman sat conversing together of past and present and future, while Evangeline stood like one entranced, for within her olden memories rose, and loud in the midst of the music heard she the sound of the sea, and an irrepressible sadness came o'er her heart, and unseen she stole forth into the garden. Beautiful was the night. Behind the black wall of the forest, tipping its summit with silver, arose the moon. On the river fell here and there through the branches a tremulous gleam of the moonlight, like the sweet thoughts of love on a darkened and devious spirit. Nearer and round about her, The manifold flowers of the garden poured out their souls in odors that were their prayers and confessions unto the night, as it went its way like a silent Carthusian. Fuller of fragrance than they, and as heavy with shadows and night dews, hung the heart of the maiden. The calm and the magical moonlight seemed to inundate her soul with indefinable longings, as through the garden gate and beneath the shade of the oak trees passed she along the path to the edge of the measureless prairie. Silent it lay, with the silvery haze upon it, and fireflies gleamed and floated away in mingled and infinite numbers. Over her head the stars, the thoughts of God in the heavens, shone on the eyes of man, who had ceased to marvel and worship, save when a blazing comet was seen on the walls of that temple, as if a hand had appeared and written upon them, Upharsin. And the soul of the maiden, between the stars and the fireflies, wandered alone, and she cried, O Gabriel, O my beloved, art thou so near unto me, and yet I cannot behold thee? Art thou so near unto me, and yet thy voice does not reach me? Ah, how often thy feet have trod this path to the prairie! Ah, how often thine eyes have looked on the woodlands around me! Ah, how often beneath this oak, returning from labor, thou hast lain down to rest, and to dream of me in thy slumbers! When shall these eyes behold, these arms be folded about thee? Loud and sudden and near, the notes of a whippoorwill sounded like a flute in the woods, and anon through the neighboring thickets, farther and farther away it floated, and dropped into silence. Patience, whispered the oaks from oracular caverns of darkness, and from the moonlit meadow a sigh responded, Tomorrow. Bright rose the sun next day, and all the flowers of the garden bathed his shining feet with their tears, and anointed his tresses with the delicious balm that they bore in their vases of crystal. Farewell, said the priest, as he stood at the shadowy threshold. See that you bring us the prodigal son from his fasting and famine, and to the foolish virgin who slept when the bridegroom was coming. Farewell, answered the maiden, and, smiling, with Basil descended down to the river's brink, where the boatmen already were waiting. Thus, beginning their journey with morning and sunshine and gladness, swiftly they followed the flight of him who was speeding before them, blown by the blast of fate like a dead leaf over the desert. Not that day, nor the next, nor yet the day that succeeded, found they the trace of his course in lake or forest or river. Nor after many days had they found him. But vague and uncertain rumors alone were their guides through a wild and desolate country, till at the little inn of the Spanish town of Adayas, weary and worn, they alighted, and learned from the garrulous landlord that on the day before, with horses and guides and companions, Gabriel left the village and took the road of the prairies. 4. Far in the west there lies a desert land, where the mountains lift through perpetual snows their lofty and luminous summits. Down from their jagged deep ravines, where the gorge like a gateway opens a passage rude to the wheels of the emigrant's wagon, westward the Oregon flows, and the Wallaway and Hawaii. Eastward, with devious course among the Wind River Mountains through the Sweetwater Valley, precipitate leaps the Nebraska. And to the south, from Fontainebleau and the Spanish Sierras, fretted with sands and rocks and swept by the wind of the desert, numberless torrents with ceaseless sound descend to the ocean, like the great chords of a harp, in loud and solemn vibrations. Spreading between these streams are the wondrous, beautiful prairies, billowy bays of grass, ever rolling in shadow and sunshine, bright with luxuriant clusters of roses and purple amorphas. Over them wandered the buffalo herds, and the elk and the roebuck. Over them wandered the wolves and herds of riderless horses. Fires that blast and blight, and winds that are weary with travel. Over them wander the scattered tribes of Ishmael's children, staining the desert with blood. And above their terrible war trails, circles and sails aloft on pinions majestic, the vulture, like the implacable soul of a chieftain slaughtered in battle by invisible stairs ascending and scaling the heavens. Here and there rise smokes from the camps of these savage marauders. Here and there rise groves from the margins of swift-running rivers, and the grim taciturn bear, the anchorite monk of the desert, climbs down their dark ravines to dig for roots by the brookside. And over all is the sky, the clear and crystalline heaven, like the protecting hand of God inverted above them. Into this wonderful land, at the base of the Ozark Mountains, Gabriel far had entered, with hunters and trappers behind him. Day after day, with their Indian guides, the maiden and Basil followed his flying steps, and thought each day to o'ertake him. Sometimes they saw, or thought they saw, the smoke of his campfire rise in the morning air from the distant plain. But at nightfall, when they had reached the place, they found only embers and ashes. And though their hearts were sad at times and their bodies were weary, hope still guided them on, as the magic Fata Morgana showed them her lakes of light that retreated and vanished before them. Once, as they sat by their evening fire, there silently entered into their little camp an Indian woman whose features wore deep traces of sorrow, and patience as great as her sorrow. She was a Shawnee woman returning home to her people from the far-off hunting grounds of the cruel Comanches, where her Canadian husband, a coureur des bois, had been murdered. Touched were their hearts at her story, and warmest and friendliest welcome gave they, with words of cheer, and she sat and feasted among them on the buffalo meat and the venison cooked on the embers. But when their meal was done, and Basil and all his companions, worn with a long day's march and the chase of the deer and the bison, stretched themselves on the ground and slept, where the quivering firelight flashed on their swarthy cheeks and their forms wrapped up in their blankets, then, at the door of Evangeline's tent, she sat and repeated slowly, with soft, low voice and the charm of her Indian accent, all the tale of her love, with its pleasures and pains and reverses. Much Evangeline wept at the tale, and to know that another hapless heart like her own had loved and had been disappointed. Moved to the depths of her soul by pity and woman's compassion, yet in her sorrow pleased that one who had suffered was near her, she in turn related her love and all its disasters. Mute with wonder the Shawnee sat, and when she had ended, still was mute. But at length, as if a mysterious horror passed through her brain, she spake, and repeated the tale of the Mowis, the bridegroom of snow, who won and wedded a maiden, but when the morning came, arose and passed from the wigwam, fading and melting away and dissolving into the sunshine, till she beheld him no more, though she followed far into the forest. Then in those sweet low tones that seemed like a weird incantation told she the tale of the fair Lilinau, who was wooed by a phantom that through the pines o'er her father's lodge in the hush of the twilight breathed like the evening wind and whispered love to the maiden, till she followed his green and waving plume through the forest and never more returned, nor was seen again by her people. Silent with wonder and strange surprise, Evangeline listened to the soft flow of her magical words, till the region around her seemed like enchanted ground, and her swarthy guest the enchantress. Slowly over the tops of the Ozark Mountains the moon rose, lighting the little tent, and with a mysterious splendor touching the somber leaves and embracing and filling the woodland. With a delicious sound the brook rushed by, and the branches swayed and sighed overhead in scarcely audible whispers. Filled with the thoughts of love was Evangeline's heart, but a secret, subtle sense crept in of pain and indefinite terror, as the cold, poisonous snake creeps into the nest of the swallow. It was no earthly fear. A breath from the region of spirits seemed to float in the air of night, and she felt for a moment that, like the Indian maid, she, too, was pursuing a phantom. With this thought she slept, and the fear and the phantom had vanished. Early upon the morrow the march was resumed, and the Shawnee said as they journeyed along, "On the western slope of these mountains dwells in his little village the black-robed chief of the mission. Much he teaches the people, and tells them of Mary and Jesus. Loud laugh their hearts with joy, and weep with pain, as they hear him." Then with a sudden and secret emotion Evangeline answered, "Let us go to the mission, for there good tidings await us." Thither they turned their steeds, and behind a spur of the mountains, just as the sun went down, they heard a murmur of voices, and in a meadow green and broad by the bank of a river saw the tents of the Christians, the tents of the Jesuit mission. Under a towering oak that stood in the midst of the village knelt the black-robed chief with his children. A crucifix fastened high on the trunk of the tree and overshadowed by grapevines looked with its agonized face on the multitude kneeling beneath it. This was their rural chapel. Aloft, through the intricate arches of its aerial roof, arose the chant of their vespers, mingling its notes with the soft susurrus and sighs of the branches. Silent, with heads uncovered, the travelers, nearer approaching, knelt on the swarded floor and joined in the evening devotions. But when the service was done and the benediction had fallen forth from the hands of the priest like seed from the hands of the sower, slowly the reverend man advanced to the strangers and bade them welcome. And when they replied, he smiled with benignant expression, hearing the home-like sounds of his mother tongue in the forest, and with words of kindness conducted them into his wigwam. There upon mats and skins they reposed, and on cakes of the maize ear feasted, and slaked their thirst from the water gourd of the teacher. Soon was their story told, and the priest with solemnity answered, "Not 6 suns have risen and set since Gabriel, seated on this mat by my side, where now the maiden reposes, told me this same sad tale, then arose and continued his journey." Soft was the voice of the priest, and he spake with an accent of kindness, but on Evangeline's heart fell his words as in winter the snowflakes fall into some lone nest from which the birds have departed. "Far to the north he has gone," continued the priest, "but in autumn, when the chase is done, will return again to the mission." Then Evangeline said, and her voice was meek and submissive, "Let me remain with thee, for my soul is sad and afflicted." So seemed it wise and well unto all, and betimes on the morrow, mounting his Mexican steed with his Indian guides and companions, homeward Basil returned, and Evangeline stayed at the mission. Slowly, slowly, slowly the days succeeded each other. Days and weeks and months. And the fields of maize that were springing green from the ground when a stranger she came, now waving above her lifted their slender shafts, with leaves interlacing, and forming cloisters for mendicant crows, and granaries pillaged by squirrels. Then in the golden weather the maize was husked, and the maidens blushed at each blood-red ear, for that betokened a lover, but at the crooked laughed and called it a thief in the cornfield. Even the blood-red ear to Evangeline brought not her lover. "Patience," the priest would say, "have faith, and thy prayer will be answered. Look at this vigorous plant that lifts its head from the meadow. See how its leaves are turned to the north, as true as the magnet. This is the compass flower that the finger of God has planted here in the houseless wild to direct the traveler's journey over the sea-like, pathless, limitless waste of the desert. Such, in the soul of man, is faith. The blossoms of passion, gay and luxuriant flowers, are brighter and full of fragrance, but they beguile us and lead us astray, and their odor is deadly. Only this humble plant can guide us here, and hereafter crown us with asphodel flowers that are wet with the dews of Nepenthe." So came the autumn, and passed, and the winter, yet Gabriel came not. Blossomed the opening spring, and the notes of the robin and bluebird sounded sweet upon wold and in wood, yet Gabriel came not. But on the breath of the summer winds a rumour was wafted sweeter than song of bird or hue or odour of blossom. Far to the north and east, it said, in the Michigan forests, Gabriel had his lodge by the banks of the Saginaw River. And with returning guides that sought the lakes of St. Lawrence, saying a sad farewell, Evangeline went from the mission. When over weary ways, by long and perilous marches, she had attained at length the depths of the Michigan forests, found she the hunter's lodge, deserted and fallen to ruin. Thus did the long sad years glide on, and in seasons and places divers and distant far was seen the wandering maiden, now in the tents of grace of the meek Moravian missions, now in the noisy camps and the battlefields of the army, now in secluded hamlets, in towns and populous cities. Like a phantom she came and passed away unremembered. Fair was she and young, when in hope began the long journey. Faded was she and old, when in disappointment it ended. Each succeeding year stole something away from her beauty, leaving behind it, broader and deeper, the gloom and the shadow. Then there appeared and spread faint streaks of gray o'er her forehead, dawn of another life that broke o'er her earthly horizon, as in the eastern sky the first faint streaks of the morning. 5. In that delightful land which is washed by the Delaware waters, guarding in sylvan shades the name of Penn the Apostle, stands on the banks of its beautiful stream the city he founded. There all the air is balm, and the peach is the emblem of beauty, and the streets still re-echo the names of the trees of the forest, as if they fain would appease the dryads whose haunts they molested. There from the troubled sea had Evangeline landed, an exile, finding among the children of Penn a home and a country. There old René Leblanc had died, and when he departed, saw at his side only one of all his 100 descendants. Something at least there was in the friendly streets of the city, something that spake to her heart and made her no longer a stranger. And her ear was pleased with the thee and thou of the Quakers, for it recalled the past, the old Acadian country, where all men were equal and all were brothers and sisters. So when the fruitless search, the disappointed endeavor ended, to recommence no more upon earth, uncomplaining, thither as leaves to the light were turned her thoughts and her footsteps. As from the mountain's top the rainy mists of the morning roll away, and afar we behold the landscape below us, sun-illumined, with shining rivers and cities and hamlets, so fell the mists from her mind, and she saw the world far below her, dark no longer, but all illumined with love, and the pathway which she had climbed so far lying smooth and fair in the distance. Gabriel was not forgotten. Within her heart was his image, clothed in the beauty of love and youth as last she beheld him, only more beautiful made by his death-like silence and absence. Into her thoughts of him time entered not, for it was not. Over him years had no power. He was not changed, but transfigured. He had become to her heart as one who is dead and not absent. Patience and abnegation of self and devotion to others, this was the lesson a life of trial and sorrow had taught her. So was her love diffused, but, like to some odorous spices, suffered no waste nor loss, though filling the air with aroma. Other hope had she none, nor wish in life, but to follow meekly with reverent steps the sacred feet of her Saviour. Thus many years she lived as a sister of mercy, frequenting lonely and wretched roofs in the crowded lanes of the city, where distress and want concealed themselves from the sunlight, where disease and sorrow in garrets languished neglected. Night after night, when the world was asleep, as the watchman repeated loud through the gusty streets that all was well in the city, high at some lonely window he saw the light of her taper. Day after day in the grey of the dawn, as slow through the suburbs plodded the German farmer with flowers and fruits for the market, met he that meek, pale face returning home from its watchings. Then it came to pass that a pestilence fell on the city, presaged by wondrous signs, and mostly by flocks of wild pigeons darkening the sun in their flight, with naught in their craws but an acorn. And as the tides of the sea arise in the month of September, flooding some silver stream till it spreads to a lake in the meadow, so death flooded life, and o'erflowing its natural margin, spread to a brackish lake the silver stream of existence. Wealth had no power to bribe, nor beauty to charm the oppressor, but all perished alike beneath the scourge of his anger. Only, alas, the poor, who had neither friends nor attendants, crept away to die in the almshouse, home of the homeless. Then in the suburbs it stood, in the midst of meadows and woodlands. Now the city surrounds it, but still with its gateway and wicket, meek in the midst of splendor, its humble walls seem to echo softly the words of the Lord, "The poor ye always have with you." Thither, by night and by day, came the Sister of Mercy. The dying looked up into her face, and thought indeed to behold there gleams of celestial light encircle her forehead with splendor, such as the artist paints o'er the brows of saints and apostles, or such as hangs by night o'er a city seen at a distance. Unto their eyes it seemed the lamps of the city celestial, into whose shining gates ere long their spirits would enter. Thus, on a Sabbath morn, through the streets, deserted and silent, wending her quiet way, she entered the door of the almshouse. Sweet on the summer air was the odor of flowers in the garden, and she paused on her way to gather the fairest among them, that the dying once more might rejoice in their fragrance and beauty. Then, as she mounted the stairs to the corridors, cooled by the east wind, distant and soft on her ear fell the chimes from the belfry of Christ Church, while intermingled with these, across the meadows were wafted sounds of psalms that were sung by the Swedes in their church at Wicaco. Soft as descending wings fell the calm of the hour on her spirit. Something within her said, "At length thy trials are ended," and with light in her looks she entered the chambers of sickness. Noiselessly moved about the assiduous, careful attendants, moistening the feverish lip and the aching brow, and in silence closing the sightless eyes of the dead, and concealing their faces, where on their pallets they lay like drifts of snow by the roadside. Many a languid head, upraised as Evangeline entered, turned on its pillow of pain to gaze while she passed, for her presence fell on their hearts like a ray of the sun on the walls of a prison. And as she looked around, she saw how Death, the consoler, laying his hand upon many a heart, had healed it forever. Many familiar forms had disappeared in the night time. Vacant their places were, or filled already by strangers. Suddenly, as if arrested by fear or a feeling of wonder, still she stood, with her colorless lips apart, while a shudder ran through her frame, and forgotten the flowerets dropped from her fingers, and from her eyes and cheeks the light and bloom of the morning. Then there escaped from her lips a cry of such terrible anguish that the dying heard it and started up from their pillows. On the pallet before her was stretched the form of an old man, long and thin and gray were the locks that shaded his temples. But as he lay in the morning light, his face for a moment seemed to assume once more the forms of its earlier manhood. So are wont to be changed the faces of those who are dying. Hot and red on his lips still burned the flush of the fever, as if life, like the Hebrew, with blood had besprinkled its portals, that the angel of death might see the sign and pass over. Motionless, senseless, dying he lay, and his spirit, exhausted, seemed to be sinking down through infinite depths in the darkness, darkness of slumber and death, forever sinking and sinking. Then, through those realms of shade, in multiplied reverberations, heard he that cry of pain, and through the hush that succeeded, whispered a gentle voice, in accents tender and saint-like, "Gabriel, O my beloved," and died away into silence. Then he beheld in a dream once more the home of his childhood. Green Acadian meadows, with sylvan rivers among them, village and mountain and woodlands. And walking under their shadow, as in the days of her youth, Evangeline rose in his vision. Tears came into his eyes, and as slowly he lifted his eyelids, vanished the vision away. But Evangeline knelt by his bedside. Vainly he strove to whisper her name, for the accents unuttered died on his lips, and their motion revealed what his tongue would have spoken. Vainly he strove to rise, and Evangeline, kneeling beside him, kissed his dying lips and laid his head on her bosom. Sweet was the light of his eyes, but it suddenly sank into darkness, as when a lamp is blown out by a gust of wind at a casement. All was ended now, the hope and the fear and the sorrow. All the aching of heart, the restless, unsatisfied longing, all the dull, deep pain and constant anguish of patience. And as she pressed once more the lifeless head to her bosom, meekly she bowed her own and murmured, "Father, I thank thee." Still stands the forest primeval, but far away from its shadow, side by side in their nameless graves, the lovers are sleeping. Under the humble walls of the little Catholic churchyard in the heart of the city they lie, unknown and unnoticed. Daily the tides of life go ebbing and flowing beside them. Thousands of throbbing hearts where theirs are at rest and forever. Thousands of aching brains where theirs no longer are busy. Thousands of toiling hands where theirs have ceased from their labors. Thousands of weary feet where theirs have completed their journey. Still stands the forest primeval, but under the shade of its branches dwells another race with other customs and language. Only along the shore of the mournful and misty Atlantic linger a few Acadian peasants whose fathers from exile wandered back to their native land to die in its bosom. In the fisherman's cot the wheel and the loom are still busy. Maidens still wear their Norman caps and their kirtles of homespun, and by the evening fire repeat Evangeline's story, while from its rocky caverns the deep-voiced neighboring ocean speaks, and in accents disconsolate answers the wail of the forest. The bridge. I stood on the bridge at midnight as the clocks were striking the hour, and the moon rose o'er the city behind the dark church tower. I saw her bright reflection in the waters under me, like a golden goblet falling and sinking into the sea. And far in the hazy distance of that lovely night in June, the blaze of the flaming furnace gleamed redder than the moon. Among the long black rafters the wavering shadows lay, and the current that came from the ocean seemed to lift and bear them away, as sweeping and eddying through them rose the belated tide, and streaming into the moonlight the seaweed floated wide. And like those waters rushing among the wooden piers, a flood of thoughts came o'er me that filled my eyes with tears. How often, oh, how often in the days that had gone by I had stood on that bridge at midnight and gazed on that wave and sky. How often, oh, how often I had wished that the ebbing tide would bear me away on its bosom o'er the ocean wild and wide. For my heart was hot and restless, and my life was full of care, and the burden laid upon me seemed greater than I could bear. But now it has fallen from me, it is buried in the sea, and only the sorrow of others throws its shadow over me. Yet whenever I cross the river on its bridge with wooden piers, like the odor of brine from the ocean comes the thought of other years, and I think how many thousands of care-encumbered men, each bearing his burden of sorrow, have crossed the bridge since then. I see the long procession still passing to and fro, the young heart hot and restless, and the old subdued and slow. And forever, as long as the river flows, as long as the heart has passions, as long as life has woes, the moon and its broken reflection and its shadows shall appear as the symbol of love in heaven and its wavering image here. Rain in summer. How beautiful is the rain! After the dust and heat in the broad and fiery street, in the narrow lane, how beautiful is the rain! How it clatters along the roofs like the tramp of hoofs! How it gushes and struggles out from the throat of the overflowing spout! Across the window pane it pours, and swift and wide with a muddy tide, like a river down the gutter roars the rain, the welcome rain. The sick man from his chamber looks at the twisted brooks. He can feel the cool breath of each little pool. His fevered brain grows calm again, and he breathes a blessing on the rain. From the neighboring school come the boys, with more than their wonted noise and commotion, and down the wet streets sail their mimic fleets, till the treacherous pool engulfs them in its whirling and turbulent ocean. In the country, on every side, where far and wide, like a leopard's tawny and spotted hide, stretches the plain, to the dry grass and the drier grain, how welcome is the rain! In the furrowed land the toilsome and patient oxen stand. Lifting the yoke-encumbered head, with their dilated nostrils spread, they silently inhale the clover-scented gale, and the vapors that arise from the well-watered and smoking soil. For this rest in the furrow after toil, their large and lustrous eyes seem to thank the Lord more than man's spoken word. Near at hand, from under the sheltering trees, the farmer sees his pastures and his fields of grain as they bend their tops to the numberless beating drops of the incessant rain. He counts it as no sin that he sees therein only his own thrift and gain. These, and far more than these, the poet sees. He can behold Aquarius old, walking the fenceless fields of air, and from each ample fold of the clouds about him rolled, scattering everywhere the showery rain, as the farmer scatters his grain. He can behold things manifold that have not yet been wholly told, have not been wholly sung nor said. For his thought that never stops follows the water drops down to the graves of the dead, down through chasms and gulfs profound to the dreary fountainhead of lakes and rivers underground, and sees them, when the rain is done, on the bridge of colors 7, climbing up once more to heaven, opposite the setting sun. Thus the seer, with vision clear, sees forms appear and disappear in the perpetual round of strange, mysterious change, from birth to death, from death to birth, from earth to heaven, from heaven to earth, till glimpses more sublime of things unseen before unto his wondering eyes reveal the universe as an immeasurable wheel, turning forevermore in the rapid and rushing river of time. Resignation. There is no flock, however watched and tended, but one dead lamb is there. There is no fireside, howsoe'er defended, but has one vacant chair. The air is full of farewells to the dying, and mournings for the dead. The heart of Rachel for her children crying will not be comforted. Let us be patient. These severe afflictions not from the ground arise, but oftentimes celestial benedictions assume this dark disguise. We see but dimly through the mists and vapors. Amid these earthly damps, what seem to us but sad funereal tapers may be heaven's distant lamps. There is no death. What seems so is transition. This life of mortal breath is but a suburb of the life Elysian whose portal we call death. She is not dead, the child of our affection, but gone unto that school where she no longer needs our poor protection, and Christ himself doth rule. In that great cloister's stillness and seclusion, by guardian angels led, safe from temptation, safe from sin's pollution, she lives, whom we call dead. Day after day we think what she is doing in those bright realms of air. Year after year, her tender steps pursuing, behold her grown more fair. Thus do we walk with her, and keep unbroken the bond which nature gives, thinking that our remembrance, though unspoken, may reach her where she lives. Not as a child shall we again behold her, for when with raptures wild in our embraces we again enfold her, she will not be a child, but a fair maiden in her father's mansion, clothed with celestial grace, and beautiful with all the soul's expansion shall we behold her face. And though at times impetuous with emotion and anguish long suppressed, the swelling heart heaves moaning like the ocean that cannot be at rest, we will be patient and assuage the feeling we may not wholly stay, by silence sanctifying, not concealing, the grief that must have way. The Village Blacksmith. Under a spreading chestnut tree the village smithy stands. The smith a mighty man is he, with large and sinewy hands, and the muscles of his brawny arms are strong as iron bands. His hair is crisp and black and long, his face is like the tan. His brow is wet with honest sweat, he earns whate'er he can, and looks the whole world in the face, for he owes not any man. Week in, week out, from morn till night, you can hear his bellows blow. You can hear him swing his heavy sledge with measured beat and slow, like a sexton ringing the village bell when the evening sun is low. And children coming home from school look in at the open door. They love to see the flaming forge, and hear the bellows roar, and catch the burning sparks that fly like chaff from a threshing floor. He goes on Sunday to the church, and sits among his boys. He hears the parson pray and preach. He hears his daughter's voice singing in the village choir, and it makes his heart rejoice. It sounds to him like her mother's voice, singing in paradise. He needs must think of her once more, how in the grave she lies, and with his hard, rough hand he wipes a tear out of his eyes. Toiling, rejoicing, sorrowing, onward through life he goes. Each morning sees some task begin, each evening sees it close. Something attempted, something done, has earned a night's repose. Thanks, thanks to thee, my worthy friend, for the lesson thou hast taught. Thus at the flaming forge of life our fortunes must be wrought. Thus on its sounding anvil shaped each burning deed and thought. The building of the ship. Build me straight, O worthy master, staunch and strong, a goodly vessel, that shall laugh at all disaster, and with wave and whirlwind wrestle. The merchant's word delighted the master heard, for his heart was in his work, and the heart giveth grace unto every art. A quiet smile played round his lips, as the eddies and dimples of the tide play round the bows of ships that steadily at anchor ride. And with a voice that was full of glee he answered, Ere long we will launch a vessel as goodly and strong and staunch as ever weathered a wintry sea. And first, with nicest skill and art, perfect and finished in every part, a little model the master wrought, which should be to the larger plan what the child is to the man, its counterpart in miniature, that with a hand more swift and sure the greater labor might be brought to answer to his inward thought. And as he labored, his mind ran o'er the various ships that were built of yore, and above them all, the strangest of all, towered the great Harry, crank and tall, whose picture was hanging on the wall, with bows and stern raised high in air, and balconies hanging here and there, and signal lanterns and flags afloat, and 8 round towers, like those that frown from some old castle, looking down upon the drawbridge and the moat. And he said with a smile, Our ship, I wis, shall be of another form than this. It was of another form indeed, built for freight and yet for speed, a beautiful and gallant craft, broad in the beam, that the stress of the blast pressing down upon sail and mast might not the sharp bows overwhelm. Broad in the beam, but sloping aft with graceful curve and slow degrees, that she might be docile to the helm, and that the currents of parted seas closing behind with mighty force might aid and not impede her course. In the shipyard stood the master, with the model of the vessel that should laugh at all disaster, and with wave and whirlwind wrestle. Covering many a rood of ground lay the timber piled around, timber of chestnut and elm and oak, and scattered here and there with these the gnawed and crooked cedar knees, brought from regions far away, from Pascagoula's sunny bay and the banks of the roaring Roanoke. Ah, what a wondrous thing it is to note how many wheels of toil one thought, one word can set in motion. There's not a ship that sails the ocean, but every climate, every soil must bring its tribute, great or small, and help to build the wooden wall. The sun was rising o'er the sea, and long the level shadows lay, as if they too, the beams, would be of some great airy argosy, framed and launched in a single day. That silent architect, the sun, had hewn and laid them every one, ere the work of man was yet begun. Beside the master, when he spoke, a youth, against an anchor leaning, listened to catch his slightest meaning. Only the long waves, as they broke in ripples on the pebbly beach, interrupted the old man's speech. Beautiful they were in sooth, the old man and the fiery youth, the old man in whose busy brain many a ship that sailed the main was modelled o'er and o'er again, the fiery youth who was to be the heir of his dexterity, the heir of his house and his daughter's hand, when he had built and launched from land what the elder head had planned. Thus, said he, will we build this ship. Lay square the blocks upon the slip, and follow well this plan of mine. Choose the timbers with greatest care. Of all that is unsound, beware. For only what is sound and strong to this vessel shall belong. Cedar of Maine and Georgia pine here together shall combine. A goodly frame and a goodly fame, and the Union be her name. For the day that gives her to the sea shall give my daughter unto thee. The master's word enraptured the young man heard, and as he turned his face aside, with a look of joy and a thrill of pride, standing before her father's door, he saw the form of his promised bride. The sun shone on her golden hair, and her cheek was glowing fresh and fair with the breath of morn and the soft sea air. Like a beauteous barge was she, still at rest on the sandy beach, just beyond the billows' reach. But he was the restless, seething, stormy sea. Ah, how skilful grows the hand that obeyeth love's command! It is the heart, and not the brain, that to the highest doth attain, and he who followeth love's behest far excelleth all the rest. Thus, with the rising of the sun was the noble task begun, and soon throughout the shipyard's bounds were heard the intermingled sounds of axes and of mallets, plied with vigorous arms on every side, plied so deftly and so well that ere the shadows of evening fell, the keel of oak for a noble ship, scarfed and bolted, straight and strong, was lying ready and stretched along the blocks, well placed upon the slip. Happy, thrice happy, every one who sees his labor well begun, and not perplexed and multiplied by idly waiting for time and tide. And when the hot long day was o'er, the young man at the master's door sat with the maiden calm and still, and within the porch, a little more removed beyond the evening chill, the father sat, and told them tales of wrecks in the great September gales, of pirates coasting the Spanish main, and ships that never came back again, the chance and change of a sailor's life, want and plenty, rest and strife, his roving fancy like the wind, that nothing can stay and nothing can bind, and the magic charm of foreign lands, with shadows of palms and shining sands, where the tumbling surf or the coral reefs of Madagascar washes the feet of the swarthy Lascar, as he lies alone and asleep on the turf. And the trembling maiden held her breath at the tales of that awful, pitiless sea, with all its terror and mystery, the dim, dark sea, so like unto death, that divides and yet unites mankind. And whenever the old man paused, a gleam from the bowl of his pipe would awhile illume the silent group in the twilight gloom, and thoughtful faces as in a dream. And for a moment one might mark what had been hidden by the dark, that the head of the maiden lay at rest tenderly on the young man's breast. Day by day the vessel grew, with timbers fashioned strong and true, stemson and keelson and sternson knee, till, framed with perfect symmetry, a skeleton ship rose up to view. And around the bows and along the side the heavy hammers and mallets plied, till after many a week, at length, wonderful for form and strength, sublime in its enormous bulk, loomed aloft the shadowy hulk. And around it columns of smoke, upwreathing, rose from the boiling, bubbling, seething cauldron that glowed and overflowed with the black tar heated for the sheathing. And amid the clamours of clattering hammers, he who listened heard now and then the song of the master and his men. Build me straight, O worthy master, staunch and strong, a goodly vessel, that shall laugh at all disaster, and with wave and whirlwind wrestle. With oaken brace and copper band lay the rudder on the sand, that like a thought should have control over the movement of the whole, and near it the anchor, whose giant hand would reach down and grapple with the land, and immovable and fast hold the great ship against the bellowing blast. And at the bows an image stood, by a cunning artist carved in wood, with robes of white that far behind seemed to be fluttering in the wind. It was not shaped in a classic mold, not like a nymph or goddess of old, or naiad rising from the water, but modelled from the master's daughter. On many a dreary and misty night it will be seen by the rays of the signal light, speeding along through the rain and the dark, like a ghost in its snow-white sark, the pilot of some phantom bark, guiding the vessel in its flight by a path none other knows aright. Behold, at last, each tall and tapering mast is swung into its place, shrouds and stays holding it firm and fast. Long ago in the deer-haunted forests of Maine, when upon mountain and plain lay the snow, they fell, those lordly pines, those grand, majestic pines. Mid shouts and cheers the jaded steers, panting beneath the goad, dragged down the weary, winding road those captive kings, so straight and tall, to be shorn of their streaming hair, and naked and bare to feel the stress and the strain of the wind and the reeling main, whose roar would remind them forevermore of their native forests they should not see again. And everywhere the slender, graceful spars poise aloft in the air, and at the masthead, white, blue, and red, a flag unrolls the stripes and stars. Ah, when the wanderer, lonely, friendless, in foreign harbours, shall behold that flag unrolled, 'twill be as a friendly hand stretched out from his native land, filling his heart with memories sweet and endless. All is finished, and at length has come the bridal day of beauty and of strength. Today the vessel shall be launched. With fleecy clouds the sky is blanched, and o'er the bay, slowly in all his splendours dight, the great sun rises to behold the sight. The ocean old, centuries old, strong as youth and as uncontrolled, paces restless to and fro up and down the sands of gold. His beating heart is not at rest, and far and wide with ceaseless flow his beard of snow heaves with the heaving of his breast. He waits impatient for his bride. There she stands, with her foot upon the sands, decked with flags and streamers gay, in honour of her marriage day. Her snow-white signals fluttering, blending, round her like a veil descending, ready to be the bride of the grey old sea. On the deck another bride is standing by her lover's side. Shadows from the flags and shrouds, like the shadows cast by clouds, broken by many a sudden fleck, fall around them on the deck. The prayer is said, the service read, the joyous bridegroom bows his head, and in tears the good old master shakes the brown hand of his son, kisses his daughter's glowing cheek in silence, for he cannot speak, and ever faster down his own the tears begin to run. The worthy pastor, the shepherd of that wandering flock that has the ocean for its wold, that has the vessel for its fold, leaping ever from rock to rock, spake with accents mild and clear, words of warning, words of cheer, but tedious to the bridegroom's ear. He knew the chart of the sailor's heart, all its pleasures and its griefs, all its shallows and rocky reefs, all those secret currents that flow with such resistless undertow, and lift and drift with terrible force the will from its moorings and its course. Therefore he spake, and thus said he, Like unto ships far off at sea, outward or homeward bound are we. Before, behind, and all around, floats and swings the horizon's bound. Seems at its distant rim to rise and climb the crystal wall of the skies, and then again to turn and sink, as if we could slide from its outer brink. Ah, it is not the sea. It is not the sea that sinks and shelves, but ourselves that rock and rise with endless and uneasy motion, now touching the very skies, now sinking into the depths of ocean. Ah, if our souls but poise and swing like the compass in its brazen ring, ever level and ever true to the toil and the task we have to do, we shall sail securely and safely reach the fortunate isles, on whose shining beach the sights we see and the sounds we hear will be those of joy and not of fear. Then the master, with a gesture of command, waved his hand, and at the word, loud and sudden, there was heard all around them and below the sound of hammers, blow on blow, knocking away the shores and spurs. And see, she stirs. She starts, she moves, she seems to feel the thrill of life along her keel, and spurning with her foot the ground with one exulting, joyous bound, she leaps into the ocean's arms. And lo, from the assembled crowd there rose a shout, prolonged and loud, that to the ocean seemed to say, Take her, O bridegroom old and grey, take her to thy protecting arms, with all her youth and all her charms. How beautiful she is! How fair she lies within those arms that press her form with many a soft caress of tenderness and watchful care. Sail forth into the sea, O ship, through wind and wave, right onward steer. The moistened eye, the trembling lip, are not the signs of doubt or fear. Sail forth into the sea of life, O gentle, loving, trusting wife. And safe from all adversity upon the bosom of that sea thy comings and thy goings be. For gentleness and love and trust prevail o'er angry wave and gust. And in the wreck of noble lives something immortal still survives. Thou too sail on, O ship of state. Sail on, O Union strong and great. Humanity, with all its fears, with all the hopes of future years, is hanging breathless on thy fate. We know what master laid thy keel, what workman wrought thy ribs of steel, who made each mast and sail and rope, what anvils rang, what hammers beat, in what a forge and what a heat were shaped the anchors of thy hope. Fear not each sudden sound and shock, 'tis of the wave and not the rock. 'Tis but the flapping of the sail, and not a rent made by the gale. In spite of rock and tempest's roar, in spite of false lights on the shore, sail on, nor fear to breast the sea. Our hearts, our hopes, are all with thee. our hearts, our hopes, our prayers, our tears, our faith triumphant o'er our fears, are all with thee, are all with thee. God's Acre. I like that ancient Saxon phrase which calls the burial ground God's Acre. It is just. It consecrates each grave within its walls and breathes a benison o'er the sleeping dust. God's Acre. Yes, that blessed name imparts comfort to those who in the grave have sown the seed that they had garnered in their hearts, their bread of life, alas, no more their own. Into its furrows shall we all be cast, in the sure faith that we shall rise again at the great harvest when the archangel's blast shall winnow like a fan the chaff and grain. Then shall the good stand in immortal bloom in the fair gardens of that second birth, and each bright blossom mingle its perfume with that of flowers which never bloomed on earth. With thy rude plowshare, Death, turn up the sod, and spread the furrow for the seed we sow. This is the field and acre of our God. This is the place where human harvests grow. The Arrow and the Song. I shot an arrow into the air. It fell to earth, I knew not where. For so swiftly it flew, the sight could not follow it in its flight. I breathed a song into the air. It fell to earth, I knew not where. For who has sight so keen and strong that it can follow the flight of song? Long, long afterward, in an oak, I found the arrow still unbroke, and the song, from beginning to end, I found again in the heart of a friend. The Wreck of the Hesperus. It was the schooner Hesperus that sailed the wintry sea, and the skipper had taken his little daughter to bear him company. Blue were her eyes as the fairy flax, her cheeks like the dawn of day, and her bosom white as the hawthorn buds that open the month of May. The skipper he stood beside the helm, his pipe was in his mouth, and he watched how the veering floor did blow the smoke now west, now south. Then up and spake an old sailor, had sailed to the Spanish main. I pray thee, put into yonder port, for I fear a hurricane. Last night the moon had a golden ring, and tonight no moon we see. The skipper he blew a whiff from his pipe, and a scornful laugh laughed he. Colder and louder blew the wind, a gale from the northeast. The snow fell hissing in the brine, and the billows frothed like yeast. Down came the storm, and smote amain the vessel in its strength. She shuddered and paused like a frighted steed, then leaped her cable's length. Come hither, my little daughter, and do not tremble so, for I can weather the roughest gale that ever wind did blow. He wrapped her warm in his seaman's coat against the stinging blast. He cut a rope from a broken spar, and bound her to the mast. "O father, I hear the church bells ring. O say, what may it be?" "'Tis a fog bell on a rock-bound coast." And he steered for the open sea. "O father, I hear the sound of guns. O say, what may it be?" "Some ship in distress that cannot live in such an angry sea." "O father, I see a gleaming light. O say, what may it be?" But the father answered never a word. A frozen corpse was he. Lashed to the helm, all stiff and stark, with his face turned to the skies, the lantern gleamed through the gleaming snow on his fixed and glassy eyes. Then the maiden clasped her hands and prayed that saved she might be, and she thought of Christ who stilled the wave on the lake of Galilee. And fast through the midnight dark and drear, through the whistling sleet and snow, like a sheeted ghost the vessel swept towards the reef of Norman's woe. And ever the fitful gust between, a sound came from the land. It was the sound of the trampling surf on the rocks and the hard sea sand. The breakers were right beneath her bows. She drifted a dreary wreck, and a whooping billow swept the crew like icicles from her deck. She struck where the white and fleecy waves looked soft as carded wool, but the cruel rocks, they gored her side like the horns of an angry bull. Her rattling shrouds all sheathed in ice, with the masts went by the board. Like a vessel of glass, she stove and sank. Ho-ho, the breakers roared. At daybreak on the bleak sea beach, a fisherman stood aghast to see the form of a maiden fair lashed close to a drifting mast. The salt sea was frozen on her breast, the salt tears in her eyes, and he saw her hair like the brown seaweed on the billows fall and rise. Such was the wreck of the Hesperus in the midnight and the snow. Christ save us all from a death like this on the reef of Norman's Woe. The old clock on the stairs. Somewhat back from the village street stands the old-fashioned country seat. Across its antique portico tall poplar trees their shadows throw, and from its station in the hall an ancient timepiece says to all, forever, never, never, forever. Halfway up the stairs it stands, and points and beckons with its hands from its case of massive oak, like a monk who under his cloak crosses himself, and sighs, alas, with sorrowful voice to all who pass, forever, never, never, forever. By day its voice is low and light, but in the silent dead of night, distinct as a passing footsteps fall, it echoes along the vacant hall, along the ceiling, along the floor, and seems to say at each chamber door, forever, never, never, forever. Through days of sorrow and of mirth, through days of death and days of birth, through every swift vicissitude of changeful time, unchanged it has stood. And as if like God it all things saw, it calmly repeats those words of awe, forever, never, never, forever. In that mansion used to be free-hearted hospitality. His great fires up the chimney roared, the stranger feasted at his board. But like the skeleton at the feast, that warning timepiece never ceased, forever, never, never, forever. There groups of merry children played, there youths and maidens dreaming strayed. O precious hours, O golden prime and affluence of love and time, even as a miser counts his gold, those hours the ancient timepiece told, forever, never, never, forever. From that chamber, clothed in white, the bride came forth on her wedding night. There in that silent room below, the dead lay in his shroud of snow, and in the hush that followed the prayer was heard the old clock on the stair, forever, never, never, forever. All are scattered now and fled. Some are married, some are dead. And when I ask with throbs of pain, ah, when shall they all meet again? As in the days long since gone by, the ancient timepiece makes reply, forever, never, never, forever. Never here, forever there, where all parting pain and care and death and time shall disappear. Forever there, but never here. The horologe of eternity saith this incessantly, forever, never, never, forever. Weariness. O little feet, that such long years must wander on through hopes and fears, must ache and bleed beneath your load, I, nearer to the wayside inn where toil shall cease and rest begin, am weary thinking of your road. O little hands, that weak or strong have still to serve or rule so long, have still so long to give or ask, I, who so much with book and pen have toiled among my fellow men, am weary thinking of your task. O little hearts, that throb and beat with such impatient, feverish heat, such limitless and strong desires, mine, that so long has glowed and burned, with passions into ashes turned, now covers and conceals its fires. O little souls, as pure and white and crystalline as rays of light direct from heaven, their source divine, refracted through the mist of years, how red my setting sun appears, how lurid looks this soul of mine. My cathedral. Like two cathedral towers, these stately pines uplift their fretted summits tipped with cones. The arch beneath them is not built with stones. Not art, but nature traced these lovely lines and carved this graceful arabesque of vines. No organ but the wind here sighs and moans. No sepulchre conceals a martyr's bones. No marble bishop on his tomb reclines. Enter. The pavement, carpeted with leaves, gives back a softened echo to thy tread. Listen. The choir is singing. All the birds in leafy galleries beneath the eaves are singing. Listen ere the sound be fled, and learn there may be worship without words.
The End. Read by Alexander Scourby.
Thank you for listening to this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby on our YouTube channel. To hear more classic books, click the playlist link in the description box below. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others so they too can hear the Scourby classic book readings.